If there's one place that defines American motorsport, it's here. The sandy beaches a few miles away held races for decades. It's where NASCAR was born. They need a place to race, a superspeedway so fast and so huge that the cars could run flat out all the way around. 1 million square yards of earth was moved to create the banking. The void left behind became Lake Lloyd. It built the foundation of NASCAR. In the decades that followed, Daytona became hallowed ground. The trophies here mean more than any other. Win the 500, put your name on the Harley J. Earl Trophy. Win the 24 hours and strap a Rolex on your wrist. The banks are not always kind. They're not always fair. And while Daytona wins bring a statistical highlight to any career, it's the losses that make it seem pointless. But for every untimely ending, there is a triumphant healing. For every emotional victory, a mind-numbing realization. I won at Daytona.
Won the last TCR race of last year, Road Atlanta, starting things off.
The checkered flag waved
right
for
style.
me.
It is victory for Tom O'Gorman and the LA Honda World Team.
While it may be a highlight, it is only the beginning.
Yeah, how could you not be smiling? I mean, if you'd have told me yesterday about this time that we'd be sitting here, I wouldn't have believed you. It's just the best day ever.
Endurance racing in North America is synonymous with just a small handful of tracks, those that are big enough to support an enormous paddock, those with a long and rich history in motorsport, and those that are well suited to multi-class racing. Two of those tracks lie just hours from each other, one on the weathered concrete runways of the old World War II training airfield in Sebring, Florida, and one monolithic construction just west of Daytona Beach. It's held the 24 hours of Daytona for a half a century, and although today's race isn't nearly that long, it's still a test of endurance just the same. This is the MTEC Endurance Sports Car Series, Round 5 from the World Center of Racing. 4 hours on the high banks with 4 separate classes with full teams of drivers trying to find the magic, not for a Rolex, but for bragging rights. Hi everybody and welcome to Daytona International Speedway, the World Center of Racing. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Connor Horn. Connor, today 4 hours with LMP2 and GT3 machinery in both categories, a Pro and Pro-Am lineup, and 4 hours of racing on the high banks here. We love endurance racing at Daytona, drafting, banking, and that tricky, tight infield. It's going to be a lot of fun.
The Sharks got it all. It's got a tight turn number one. Got the infield section with a lot of great corners. International Horseshoe is going to be fun. Getting back onto the banking is going to be a challenge with all the slipstream and everything. That's likely going to decide the race. The launch chicane as well. You never know what could happen down there. And then back onto the banking again, where the run to the finish 4 hours later. We'll see what it comes down to today.
Qualifying underway, 10 minutes for drivers to set their best lap times. Nearly a 50-car field for today's event. And having a look at the weather here in the virtual Daytona International Speedway, it's a nice day here. Partly cloudy, 67 degrees in the air, 86 degrees on the racetrack at a reasonable humidity, and just a little bit of a breeze out of the east coming from the Atlantic Ocean. As qualifying gets underway, Connor, big field, as I mentioned, lots of LMP2s, lots of GTs, and all in their Pro and Pro-Am categories. And let's again go over the class structure here today. The black entries on the timing and scoring, those are your Pro category lineups in the Dallara P217 LMP2 car. Of course, the blue, those are your Am category entries, your Pro-Am entries. Those, of course, are in LMP2s also. And then we look further down the order in our GT category. Those would be the cars in the green and the red. Of course, your pro lineups in the red and the Pro-Am lineups in the green. So 4 different driver categorizations, only 2 in terms of actual cars on the racetrack, but we kind of see things shuffle out as the race goes on, and they kind of order themselves in the way that you'd expect.
Yeah, and I think we'll see them sort each other out, and you'll see the classes kind of in their own zones. I think as we saw in our last time we were with this series at Road America, where these classes kind of got separated and had their own races. Had a few drivers do really well compared to their higher pro class, but we'll see if that's the same result. We'll see if that happens today.
There's Gowan Racing Amethyst with Eugene Maltsev behind the wheel in the 209 car. Satellite Racing Blue with Alex Ellis behind the wheel, now entering, I should say, getting on the racetrack now. Get a handful of laps, 4 to lay down your best lap time. I'm not sure you'll have enough time to run all 4 laps here. About a minute and 30-ish seconds, 33-ish seconds for the LMP2s, I'm going to guess. And Blue Chew Black with Nate Gruselski behind the wheel. They're not on track just yet, but they are leading the LMP2 Pro standings, and they were the overall winners last time out at the Le Mans 12-hour. And far as the Pro-Am results in LMP2, it's Quality Control Racing 074. They're the leaders in that category. And then GT Pro-Am in the green, that's Twin Turn Sim Racing, the 223 car on top of the standings, and Torque Sim Sport by Wagner in the 107. They're leading the GT Pro results. So everyone's on track now. Here's the Blue Chew Blue team. Christopher Schmeeler on the track right now in the 024 rolling to his stop, and Bombshell Racing Team Odin with Kurt Crum behind the wheel accelerating up out of NASCAR Turn 4.
See what type of lap that Crum's going to be able to put down. Gets the trust from his team to get this lap down. Looks really solid coming out of the Le Mans chicane. But we'll see what type of lap he puts down here. 35.060. Good enough for second overall. Composite performance to number 13. Carter Kundinger is just ahead. Actually, not just ahead. It's almost about 4/10, but they've just been beat by Quality Control Racing. Richard Watkins is in that car. Satellite Racing Red with a solid lap as well.
Alex Gall in the Satellite Racing Red car goes to provisional pole in the Pro entry. There's Quality Control Racing 079. Richard Watkins behind the wheel. And now PRL Esports Blue, Lance Loomis goes up to 4th place overall, and 3rd in the Pro category. And Torque Sim Sport by Wagner, the leaders in the GT the GT Pro category. That's the McLaren, the 107 to the top of the board with Andre Wolf behind the wheel. That's an interesting car choice, Connor. We've known that the McLaren is extremely fast as far as the straightaways go, but again, running a car for the entire season, this was a commitment to drive this car, which can be especially a challenge anywhere but here.
Yeah, we've seen it in the past. It really lacks. In the past, we've seen rear downforce be a huge issue, especially in swooping corners that kind of have a lot of elevation change. I don't think we'll see much of that come into play, obviously, for the McLaren today, but it's something to look at in specific corners, like even the Le Mans chicane back there. The rear end could get out pretty easily when you're trying to really push the thing back onto the oval. So we're going to have to look out for that for this team and the others running the McLaren.
Another car that has seen some challenging changes recently within iRacing is the Porsche 911 GT3R. Especially high-speed corners, thinking of the kink in the infield. That could be an especially challenging turn for Composite Performance, the 91 team. That's Ross Booth behind the wheel. And their sister car, the 212, in the GT Am category. Eric Thomas behind the wheel, their 3rd overall in the GT categories. Twin Turn Sim Racing leading the way in the GT Pro-Am category. Michael Marlowe leads the way in the 223 for that team right now. And they're rolling out of NASCAR Turn 4, paired up with Dominic Eisenberg and Sebastian Eisenberg. Marlowe right now, the hot shoe in the car.
Looks like he's just going to shut down and stop it. Just wanted to probably get another lap of practice, if anything, as that will likely end their qualifying run. Not too many left to go out here. Lucas Souza in the 298 for Aeroconnex Green. He's just getting on pit exit. I think the first time I ran in an unofficial session, like in a hosted session, I sped in the race because I forgot those cones were that far down. I didn't notice that change was there until it was too late, but all these drivers are accustomed to it already by now, and that's going to be a key factor, how getting off pit road, because you can push it a little bit, but you don't really want to risk it too much.
Yeah, that change was made in the real world after Michelin basically instituted RFID tech to know what tires are on the cars rolling out of pit lane, and they require the cars to go through a very narrow pit exit for those readers to work. So they move that pit entry down. It also helped drivers from trying to gain an advantage on that very tight pit exit. Recycled NRG, that is Gary Thomas in the number 09 LMP2. Blue Chew Blue up to third place. And where is Blue Chew Black? They have not yet laid down a time. They're also not on the track. So if they don't qualify, Connor, that's going to put them down the order. There's 12 LMP2s that have laid down times and 4 that have not even gone on the racetrack yet.
Yeah, and Blue Chew Black will almost definitely not get a time down. There's only 3 minutes left in the session. No way they can get around in time unless they cut the track, which you can't. So, yeah, they will definitely not put a time down. Trying to see if any other teams, Century Sim Esports, Century Sim Sport, among others. The DriveSVR.com machine won't get on track as well. So a lot of teams really electing not to qualify, which is sort of surprising at a track like Daytona.
Thomas Baker for Aerokinetics Pink coming back around. Oh, I forgot about the qualifying penalties, Connor. That's what it is. There were some penalties from the previous round, and that's why those cars have not taken to the racetrack to qualify. So that is why. That's going to be a big deal, at least for the first half. But again, it's a long race, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. But it certainly is going to impact at least their first stint. They'll have some track position to make up. And it looks like that's Blue Chew Black. Again, that's your points leader in the pro category for LMP2. Penguin RC's number 1 team, Michael Gonzalez behind the wheel. Satellite Racing White, Chris Bell. Tin Top Motorsports, and then DriveSVR.com in the GT class, Cody Cosgrove, and Penguin RC with Ray Kingsbury in the 201. Then Tin Top, Blue Chew GT Blue, Apollo Racing Club, Century Sim Esports, and Century Sim Sport, all not making qualifying efforts in this one.
We look at one team that is putting qualifying time down. I think this is Aerokinetics Purple Machine, Robert Gamble, who's getting the lap down for this team on his 4th lap. One of the few drivers who I think has put down a 4th lap. It seemed like almost similar to oval qualifying. Everyone went for their first lap, which is kind of not what I expected, but looks like he's going to shut it down as he gets back onto the oval.
Richard Watkins improves to a 134.444, puts Quality Control Racing, the 079, up onto Road 2 ahead of Blue Chew Blue, who is a Pro-Am class competitor. Carter Kundinger in the Composite Performance 13 is still on track. Paired up with Dominic Dornenberg. We've seen them be incredibly competitive in the past. They'll start row 3 as it stands right now. Less than a minute remaining in qualifying before we go green for 4 hours here at the high banks of Daytona. BRT Heimdall with Elias Roman across the line. That is a no pickup for them. They'll stay 19th in the GT category. They roll to a stop. World of Sim Racing, the 115. That's the pro class car. They did put down a time. It was only a 44.8. They are 20th in class, 32nd overall.
The Energy Supplements BMW, Adam Preston came across the line. He runs a 45.487. Trying to see who else might be putting down a time. Only 20 seconds left, so if you're coming across the line, you better get there in time. Nicholas Gowan in the Gowan Racing Ruby, it might be one of the last drivers to put down the time of 44.482.
Here's Gregory Barwick in the Quality Control Racing 255. Eric Blumenkrantz, Brendan Murdoch, and Barwick himself in this team car. This is one of the only Mercedes AMG GT3s in the field, and again, it comes down to the luck of the draw in terms of what car is great at what track. And this is not the car I would have for this particular racetrack, Connor, but the Mercedes AMG much better at those tight and twisty circuits that we might see elsewhere on the calendar, but not here at Daytona. You're going to want that high speed and high power combination to really do well here. But it's a team race. It's a long race, 153 laps or so of racing at the Daytona International Speedway. Again, just weeks ago, teams were here for the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona, so they've gotten some laps in. They've gotten some practice in. Connor, this track should not be unfamiliar to basically anybody at this point. They've all been around the block once or twice. Now, here's the interesting thing about the drivers that did not qualify in the well, it looks like we've organized, yeah, they're going to start where we'd expect them to. And that is right at the tail end of their individual class. So it's not like Tin Top, Penguin RC, Blue Chew Black have to start behind all the GTs. That's going to line them up right at the tail of their own category, which should be good news for everybody else. They will show at the bottom of the order in the starting lineup, which we're going to start doing right now because we don't have a whole lot of time to get through it with this short pace lap. Pole position in the LMP2 class, Satellite Racing Red in the number 64, Alex Gal behind the wheel. Satellite Racing Blue, it's an all Satellite Racing front row. Alex Ellis will pilot the 67 to the green flag, Connor.
second row with times about 6/10 off the front row. Quality Control Racing to 079, driven by Richard Watkins to start this race today. And then the Blue Chew Black 024, Christopher, I forget the last name. It's actually not showing up for some reason. Camiller? I don't know if that's correct. But
we'll roll with that.
024. He starts in the 024. It's very similar time to 079.
Row number 3, it's Composite Performance, and the number 13 in the World of Sim Racing team, the 51, rolls off in 6th.
And then Quality Control Racing 074, Tristan Terracchiano driving that machine with a 34.762 as a time. Then the Apex Missers, Martin Zeiderveld in the 9 machine with a very sporty livery.
BRL Esports, that is the number 2. They're going to roll off 9th. Quality Control Racing's 063 starts in 10th. They're going to let the rest of the order scroll on the bottom of the screen because we don't have a whole lot of time to get through it all. There's the first of your GT category Torque Sim Sport Composite Performance there. Composite Performance's sister car alongside them in row number 2. So 4 hours here, Connor. Surviving lap 1, turn 1 is always a challenge that you're at Daytona, and this track in particular poses an extraordinary challenge because of really the infield section in particular being so different in driving style between that and the rest of the high speed that you see around the banking and the bus stop.
Yeah, it almost reminds me of Indy Road Turn 1. You don't have as many lanes to narrow down into, but it does sort of act like a funnel where you really have to get into one lane or two, and it's so difficult to do so because you get out of turn 1, you're not like only in a single file line. It's going to be very, very tough, and you're likely to see contact no matter what these drivers do, no matter how much experience they had from the 24 hours. It's likely to be contact. It's hard to avoid. We'll see if they can do it.
LMP2 cars heading towards the start-finish line and getting ready to go racing here from Daytona. It is time to go racing in the MTEC Endurance Sports Car Series, round number 5 from Daytona International Speedway. Green flag flies and we're racing at the high banks in the World Center of Racing. Into turn 1, a little bit of 3 wide in the middle of the field here, but so far tentative down into the first corner. Satellite Racing Red, Alex Gal takes the lead as the GT cars roll up on their start out of NASCAR turn 4.
Looks like they got away with a pretty good jump. Quintana in the World of Sim Racing team gets to the inside of Carter Kundinger in the composite machine as he's going to take that position away rather quickly as we go back to the start.
GT field, real slow start here, 50 miles an hour. It's Torque Sim Sport in the McLaren on pole for this one. And there's the green flag. 4 hours on the clock for the GT Pro and Pro-Am fields, and underway we are into turn 1. Already 3 wide towards the back. That is, I think, one of the PRL cars trailing Torque Sim Sport into turn number 1.
Yeah, definitely not as orderly from this group. Andre Wolf, the Torque Sim Sport machine. 107 gets away cleanly as the first 2 wide battle actually gets sorted out rather quickly. Then Satellite Racing GT3 and then Air Kinetics Blue, they get into it a little bit more contact. Definitely not as orderly in this start for sure.
A lot more cars in this field. There are 29 GT entries in this race. Torque Sim Sport, though, the McLaren out front of Composite Performance, the 91 team with Ross Booth into the Western Horseshoe now and exiting towards the big straightaways and banking here at Daytona. In the background, Twin Turn Sim Racing in the Porsche with Michael Marlowe behind the wheel, gets up into 5th place as the trouble for Andres Quintana, maybe a penalty perhaps, down pit lane here early. Maybe they fueled the car incorrectly, but that's going to put them back as the rest of the LMP2 field enters turn 1 again.
Oh, someone on oval turn 1 spun. It's Going Racing Amethyst, and he came back on track. I think he caught Adrian Sibiela in the World of Sim Racing BMW. That could have been bigger than it was.
So trouble early for this team, and they are slow rejoining the racetrack. Let's go back and have a look here. There were some issues in the background as well, but out of turn 12 here up onto the banking and just loses it. Pulled tires perhaps, slips onto the banking and right back up the road as you mentioned. Look out, a little bit of contact there.
Yep, Subiela, who's actually gone off because I don't think he knew how broken his suspension was. We'll see if he can get it back to pit road, that World of Sim Racing BMW. Unfortunate. Got to hold the brake in that situation, but it's not something that a lot of drivers really know how to do sometimes. Sometimes it catches them by surprise when it comes back on track. But meanwhile, that's all set done with we got the battle up at the front. There's more trouble in turn 1. Ryan Carwile's around.
Yeah, Carwile's looped it right at the exit of the corner. And he gets it back straight. I don't think there was a whole lot of contact there, but some frantic moments here as everyone gets back up to speed after some early incidents here at Daytona. Long race here, Connor, but the first couple laps, the tires are pretty cold. Everyone's struggling to find grip here, especially with warmer track temps here. We're not racing at night. This is a day race, obviously, so you're going to have a little bit less grip to start with. Alex in Satellite Racing team cars leading the way in LMP2 so far, but Ellis might be closing the gap here.
Looks like they're keeping the gap pretty smoothly. I didn't know Carl was in the race. I wish I didn't have to find out that way, but I think he got away. He did get hit, but I don't think he's got too much damage. Yeah, these two had a really good jump from the very start. They had a huge gap out of turn number 1, and they've maintained that gap, if not strengthened that gap over the Blue Chew Black 024, as they're not really in these Satellite Racing teams draft. These two can kind of play their own race for the time being.
Here's Adam State in the Satellite Racing white team cars. This is the third of the Satellite Racing vehicles in the LMP2 category. Chasing Recycled Energy, Gary Thomas in the 019. Challenging braking zone here into the horseshoe in these LMP2 cars. No ABS like the GT cars have, and it can be a real challenge to whoa these things up, especially if you're cranking the brake bias a little more rearward to get some more grip, as we've got a GT battle, Aerokinetics Green and Composite Performance with Eric Thomas behind the wheel on the front straightaway, BMW versus Lamborghini.
Another Lamborghini holding his own for sure. To BMW, Eric Thomas didn't really have any sort of chance to attack there as those guys go to battle, and then another battle back with Aerokinetics Blue and Russell Burton involved in that. M. Plower, Eisenblut machine, all these drivers still, I think, stacked up from the Carwell incident. Brett Stevens in there as well. Ooh, big wiggle by Stevens.
On the brakes here, in the background you see Satellite Racing's GT3 entry. And it's a busy racetrack out there, Connor, that's for sure. Everyone's so close on pace.
It's only going to get busier from here as the Satellite Racing drivers who are 1-2 are not too far away from getting to the rear of these guys. So you said it was busy. Well, business is still going to have to pick up here eventually.
So Ryan Walker in this Satellite Racing car down 5 positions in class since the start of the race, so going the wrong direction early. But again, long way to go.
All the battles, not, I would say, subsiding, but not as dramatic as we saw in the first 2 laps with the incidents that were happening. We did talk about Quintana on pit road. That was a black flag penalty. He did have to serve, so that's served, and he can get back on with this race and make up for lost time.
Tintop Motorsports, Jamie Kingscott behind the wheel right now. Chasing BRT Heimdall with Elias Roman. We saw them in qualifying. Andrew Mickey and Anthony Flores on this team as well. They'll jump in the car a little bit later today. Pass for position here in LMP2. That is Kurt Crum, past Quality Control Racing 074 and Penguin RC Simulations Michael Gonzalez moving forward. Again, both these teams didn't get a chance to qualify and now making their way through the field. So Gonzalez in particular up 6 spots in class.
Yeah, another very prominent oval driver getting it done on the road course. Still one of the better road course drivers you'll find on the sim. So he's already making his way through. I've heard him on the radio, a little bit frustrated with who he's raced, but all in all, he's got a clean car, so it doesn't really matter. He's able to make it work as Crum and Teresiano go side by side through turn 1. Maybe a little bit of a lockup from the Quality 074 as Gonzalez is going to try to take advantage of that.
Lots of battles into turn 1. Alex Ellis got by his teammates who moved Satellite Racing Blue to the top. And looks like the 024 Blue Chew Blue and Composite Performance cars also traded positions in the early moments of this one. 24 was real sideways coming out of turn 1 as well. Throttle down, Richard Watkins in the second place Pro-Am car in LMP2.
This is where it gets fun. They're into the slower traffic at this point. The leaders are, at least, and everyone will follow suit. So this is where it gets interesting, especially in the infield section where it's so narrow and you got cars coming up on you so fast. It can be so difficult to get out of the way at times, almost like you can't find a way out of the way, as we see the leaders dip and dive out of the way to get these passes done before a critical corner.
Alex Ellis through some of that traffic, but the battle for third between the 024 and 13. This is, when you're locked in a battle, it's a very different pace and cadence than if you're on your own. You're a little bit more willing to kind of take a moment if you're by yourself, but when you've got a battle going on, you're going to be a little bit riskier, and that's when the GTs get frustrated with big dives here. Look at this battle, Aerokinetics, M. Plower, Eisenblut in the 200 car, then Torque SimSport right behind in the 71. This is all for about 7th, 8th place on track in GT.
And Aerokinetics Blue Machine getting the lights flashed at him, has that front end damage from hitting Carlisle. Don't know how much it's hindering him, but he's able to maintain his own, so I don't know if it's really hurting him too badly, but he does have a crowd of cars behind him still, specifically Lars Wheel, who's still trying to make this pass.
And look at the background here, Alex Ellis carving his way through traffic. It's going to be very busy here. Into the horseshoe in particular is a very challenging spot to get to the inside. He will squeeze by Elias Roman, I believe, and now get right to the back of the 222 car. That's the Kinetic Racing machine.
Gamble just stays driver's right, gets out of the way rather easily. Got to be predictable. Talk about it all the time. Got to be predictable as one of these slower traffic cars when the overall leaders come up on you. You got to make sure you're being consistent and not confusing the drivers trying to pass you at a way higher speed.
Ellis expanding his lead up to 0.8 of a second. Meanwhile, for the lead in GT, 2 Pro Class cars, Torque SimSport and Composite Performance. They're separated by just half a second, and they've kind of been like this since the drop of the green flag, Connor. Seems like these guys are willing to kind of play the game, and they've grown 3 seconds of an advantage on twin-turn sim racing with Marlowe behind the wheel. And here's what that gap looks like. There's the Porsche in 3rd, and has another Composite Performance car right behind him, Eric Thomas in 4th.
Yeah, whether by design or not, these two are working very well together to get away, and Marlowe has really nothing for those guys. A way slower speed down the straightaways. The Porsche really struggles in that aspect from my experiences, trying to make it work, but Eric Thomas is able to close in so much, not just by slipstream, but the overall advantage that BMW has in that category.
Ooh, the 271 Torque SimSport car, Eric Trush behind the wheel, slipped and sled, and through comes, that was Russell Burton in the Aerokinetics blue car. And now M. Plower with Lars Wheel behind the wheel in the 200. That's the Audi, which has kind of seen a resurgence in iRacing's balance of performance lately, so it's in a good spot, I'd say, overall. I know the series does their own, but the Audi before didn't really seem like an obvious choice in any particular scenario, but now it really seems to be one of the more dominant cars. Up the inside comes the 24 Blue Chew Blue car. Hello.
Mailer kind of out of nowhere there. Got a little bit chopped by Wheel coming out of the second horseshoe, but really no harm, no foul. Teresiano just got black flagged. I don't know what for because I didn't see it, but he'll have to serve a penalty similar to what Quintana did earlier, I assume.
Look at this mess on the back straightaway heading into the bus stop. Ooh, off course. Oh, there's trouble.
Garcelski, the Blue Chew black car, goes off course. Kind of get punted out there, but he's able to keep it straight for the time being.
Here it is again, just entering the bus stop here and makes contact with the Lamborghini. And it's so difficult to really tell who's got the advantage here heading off into the corner. If you're alongside in the braking zone, then it's your corner. You're owed space here. But from that far back, I mean, that's tough. But that's the nuance of racing GTs against prototypes at a track like this.
Yeah, that type of stuff's going to happen. He had such a rush of speed where you think, yeah, he's got to have the corner. But he's so far back, the Lamborghini, he probably never even saw him. And I'd say unintentionally, he got right back where he came from. So that type of stuff's going to happen for the entire 4-hour race. That's not going to be the last instance for sure.
Satellite Racing White, Adam State, sweeping through some of the GT traffic now. And really, it's the first run through of the traffic that things are really chaotic. And then after that, things kind of tend to get spread out, and then you're just kind of taking them one by one. A traded position again up front. Satellite Racing kind of playing ball together here. And now the 64 leads again at Daytona.
Yeah, these two got away so well through traffic. Look at the gap they built up over the Composite Performance 13 with Carter Kundinger. About, I'd say, 4 seconds. And Kundinger's on his own, so he really has no one to aid him in this. He's got a pretty big gap to the Blue Chew Black 024. So those two have worked so well to get into their own little bubble here.
There's that 024 getting around the GT leaders, Torque SimSport and Composite Performance. And back up to some other LMP2 battles. Lance Loomis in the PRL Esports Blue Team car chasing Michael Gonzalez, the Penguin RC Simulations LLM team. And this one car started a little deeper in the field. The PRL car did as well. They're up 2 spots from 9th to 7th in class. And they're coming up on the class leaders in GT as well, as the Porsche is all over the back of the Torque Sim Sport McLaren, and the battle is on here.
Yeah, great battle here as here goes Gonzalez. He's going to get around this as soon as he can. He's going to be able to make that work pretty easily. Lance Loomis is going to have to work a little bit harder, but Andre Wolf gets to driver's right, gets out of the way, gives him, I assume, what his preferred line is, as Loomis can try to get that gap back down. He lost a lot of time from Gonzalez. That's how much of a difference it makes when you catch the traffic at the perfect time. It's a game of tenths, it's a game of hundredths. It comes down to less than even that at times, as we saw in the Rolex 24 in real life this season.
One of the other things I noticed about the LMP2 now, with the slightly reduced power level that the car got, it's actually a lot more challenging to out-drag the GT cars than it used to be. So you come out of the horseshoes and you try to get the job done before the kink, and it can actually be challenging to get alongside there. In the past, you'd be 6-7 tenths back leaving that corner and easily beat them there. Not any longer. So you have to pretty carefully plan when you make passes, because you're not going to get to the same delta that you did previously. So it is a little bit more nuanced than it was prior. Got to battle off into the bus stop here. There's Torque Sim Sport and M. Plower. And just behind the CMS Racing Endurance team, that is the Lamborghini. Brett Stevens behind the wheel. Mark Nister and Anthony James paired up. They've got Satellite Racing with Ryan Walker in behind them.
This is really the last, I'd say, big pack. It's not even that big. It's starting to get spread out. It took a little bit of a while. We had some tense moments in the infield, but everyone's starting to get a little bit further away from one another. Stevens and Walker are almost as close as can be as they go dead even past the line. And into turn number 1, as the Tin Top Motorsports machine J.B. Kingscott also closes in on this battle.
And Aerokinetics Blue with Russell Burton behind the wheel. Elias Roman dropping a spot here to Aerokinetics Purple. So 2 Aerokinetics cars now 13th and 14th in GT.
So hard to go side by side through those little S points of the racetrack. That's Gamble and Roman side by side. Roman's the BRT 286, able to get that position done almost no problem. Almost had really easy to get that move done when you get the preferred line on the inside. The outside very hard to defend in that horseshoe.
PRL has a pair of cars behind as well. That is the black and silver team car. Jeff Evans and Bradley Hawley behind the wheels of the 217 and 227.
And this is a sort of biggest line we see left. Evans and Hawley leading this group. Peyton Schofield, the Apollo Racing Club. There's Ryan Carwell after his spin. He's gone back in the line. The BRT Thor, a little bit of an orange livery. And Matt Kingsbury in there as well for the other Penguin entry.
And staying in the draft here, we talk about the advantage you're going to get in the slipstream today. If you can work together with even teams that are not your own, but even a similar team on pace or a similar manufacturer, you're going to have some advantage over the course of the run, and that will stack hours on hours, and you'll end up gaining several seconds by just cooperating together, almost like the 2 leaders in GT have been doing. Ross Booth and Andre Wolf, they've been nose to tail since the drop of the green flag, and close enough where the composite performance car could be making moves, but he's choosing, at least I believe, to stick in behind this McLaren and just get towed along for now.
Damn, Michael Marlowe cannot really do anything about it without any help, and that's kind of the game here at Daytona, where you need that slipstream from someone. If you don't have it, you're going to be in a bad spot, a tough spot where you're probably not going to gain any sort of advantage, any sort of time without a dancing partner. It's almost like tandem driving, but not exactly the same thing. You always need your partner in this type of racing.
Lars Wheel chasing Patrick Volkel in the Torque Sim Sport Pink Dazzle car up the inside here at the horseshoe. Late on the brakes for the 200 car. Little bit of a push, gets it down to the apex, though, almost touching doors as they come out of the corner. The Audi past the BMW.
I think they did touch just barely, but Volkel was able to hold on to it, although he did have a little bit of a struggle getting back on the power because of that contact, but we'll see how this BMW fares on the straights. Oh, he got sideways getting back on the oval, so he might not have the run I thought he would.
LMP2 leaders remain the Satellite Racing team car Aerokinetics Blue with some problems. Russell Burton sideways. I think this is exiting the infield here. And this is, I think, self-inflicted. Yep, you can already see the car sideways, just chasing the traction control, and a slow, lazy spin down to the inside, drops to 23rd in class.
And it's got to be the worst feeling when a spin like that happens. You have nothing to control it. You can't control it at all. You're just kind of along for the ride and eventually going backwards, back towards the road course section. So it's a painful moment.
Third place in GT, Twin Turn Sim Racing and Torque Sim Sport. Tyus Zimmer in the 290 car, chasing the Porsche and putting some pressure on. Last time by was a full second quicker than the 223 car. And up the inside here at the Horseshoe. He's got it.
Don't think Marlo's going to be able to do much about it. He looked to try to stay driver's left, but decided to back out and didn't really want to push the issue, which is probably the smart thing. These two are going to have to work together or do something if they want to gain a little bit of time back, because those top two are very far out in front. So is what you're talking about. You might not have a teammate to work with, but if you can find anyone with similar pace as you, like Marlo and Zimmer have similar pace to one another, they might have to work together to try something to maybe get back to that lead fight.
Composite performance. There's Eric Thomas is trailing this battle for third place in GT. And in the slipstream now, and it's about a second back to Lucas Souza in the Aerokinetics green car. So he might be clear of that 212 and can set his sights on Marlo and Zimmer.
And then behind them is another big gap with the Torque Sim Sport by 8 shirts, 271, the Ferrari Air Troche. Lars Wheel back there as well, Patrick Vogel. That battle subsided as very spread out in this class at this point. Brett Stevens, Ryan Walker still right next to one another, but for the most part, it's starting to get pretty orderly, starting to have a little bit of a calm here.
Oh, trouble turn one.
Whoa,
the 51
Quintana
gets sent down at turn one. That was, I think, Jack Alessi behind him, or was that Gary Thomas?
I think that was Alessi. Yeah, for sure Alessi.
Yeah, the 72, the Tin Top Motorsport car. And right here into turn one. The 72 was already sideways, and he just did not have control there heading down into turn one. Wasn't intentional. He just locked up.
He backed out early here to try to stay off him, but it's almost like he just didn't anticipate where he needed the brake, but he lifted early and must have thrown off his braking points. The only thing I could think of, huge mistake to make. Luckily not too much damage to either car. Alessi really does have a decent dent on the front end. I think I hurt him more than Quintana, luckily for Quintana.
Yeah, you have to wonder about the damage on these cars. Again, running the new damage model here, how much is that going to affect the aerodynamics? I don't think the last time that we broadcasted this series, which was back at Road America, I believe they were still running the old damage model, or maybe it was new damage at that point, but it was still a couple months ago. So we'll see how much that affects the 72. I think for Quintana, less of an issue. He getting hit in the rear, but they already are down the order because of that early pit stop for the black flag. So they need a little bit of help to get back really into position. A full course yellow would definitely benefit the World of Sim Racing team.
Yeah, they need a little bit of help, but it doesn't mean bump drafting help into turn number one.
No, it doesn't mean that, that's for sure. Here comes Quality Control Racing's 074 onto pit lane. Only about 22 minutes into this. This feels early to me.
Front end damage on this machine as well for Teresiano. He had a black flag, but it got cleared, so I'm not sure what the issue was there, but I don't know where he got that front end damage or if it's recent. I think it actually has been there for a while, so don't know if this is planned or not. But meanwhile, they get the pit road. We got a battle on our hands onto the oval section of things. Trying to see that is Jeff Evans, Precision Racing Esports Black, and Robert Gamble, the Aerokinetics Purple side by side. And the BMW, Peyton Schofield, Apollo Racing Club, looking to go 3 wide.
3 abreast on the front straightaway here at Daytona. The BMW's thinking about it. Tucks back in behind the 2 Lamborghinis, now to the inside of the PRL Esports team car. On the brakes a little bit later, and Apollo Racing Club up 1 spot.
Took advantage of that situation for sure. Evans going to fall back a little bit more, back 3 spots from where this team started. Bradley Hawley, the silver teammate to Evans, and then Ryan Carwell's trying to stick his nose in there, trying to find somewhere to go. A few drivers in different situations. The PR Esports Black machine went 3 spots back. Apollo Racing Club, Schofield's up 12 spots from where he started, so a tale of 2 races so far.
On board with Satellite Racing red car. We heard the clutch go in on this 64. Now, if I recall correctly, didn't they make a change to prevent that from being very effective? They must still think it does something, but clutch in at the end of the straightaway, saving fuel on the 64.
We have to see how much of an effect it actually takes. Alex Gal, we don't know how far they can go. We'll definitely see when they pit, because it's definitely a team that will probably try to push the issue on fuel as far as they can. And they can really do whatever they want at this point with the gap they're building up. It's almost 7.5. It really is 7.5 seconds. Back to the composite racing Carter Kundinger machine, who doesn't have too much help from the Blue Chew Black machine of Camiller, as those two are pretty spread out still.
Eric Thomas still chasing Marlowe and Zimmer for the battle for the podium in GT. Is up front, Ross Booth and Andre Wolf continue to run nose to tail, and this is just an excellent stint by both of these drivers. Establish a 3.5 second advantage over the third place GT car, and just running very smooth, clean laps at the moment, and they're a hair quicker than pretty much the rest of the field, so still expanding that gap, not only on third, but on everybody else.
The Penguin entry 201, Matt Kingsbury got a warning for blocking. Didn't see who, but I don't think he's around anyone right now, so it's something to monitor, I'm sure. But right in front of him, he is right behind that battle with Evans, Holly, Carwell, among others, as we look at a few more battles. Trying to look around the track for anyone and everyone. This is the battle I'm looking at because, oh boy, this is a little bit of the rekindled Hornets' nest, I would say.
I'd say that's a great way to look at it. PRL Esports, their black and silver cars. Then Ryan Carwile, you mentioned, that had that issue early, trying to gain some ground back in their Bombshell Racing Team Lamborghini. And this is a pro class entry, so they're pretty far down the order as far as overall running position goes. 19th in GT, and a quartet of Lamborghinis sandwiched by some BMWs on either end.
Yeah, the spin didn't help, and a little bit of damage is for sure hurting, which is kind of preventing him probably from doing anything. He's just kind of, really, I think Carwell's constrained to sitting in the draft and just riding, and there's not much he can do move-wise. This MTV livery looks very smooth. Product placement, thumbs up from me, I would say.
Some damage on it, though. We want all those cars to come back in one piece.
Yeah, don't show that.
Up front, and the LMP2s are coming back around again to start putting, well, they've already began, but they're going to continue putting down the GT cars a second lap down, just not even half hour into this race. So the pace difference is significant. A 36-1 for both of the Satellite Racing Team cars last time by, and around the outside of, that was one of these, is that one of the Aerokinetics cars?
I think it's Blue Chew.
No, you're right, Aerokinetics, yep, Russell Burton. And Torque Sim Sport and M. Plower trading spots again. This battle for 7th is getting hot. Lars Wheel and Patrick Volkel, as well as Eric Trush. And now another driver wants to get in this mix of Satellite Racing with Ryan Walker 3 seconds back from this battle as they get involved in this. And the 74 car, Quality Control Racing, Tristan Teresiano, kind of splits the middle here.
Yeah, Pitt, I don't know if they repaired anything, but they're back on track. Still on the lead lap compared to the leaders in the entire class, Gal and Ellis, but it's not by much, as those leaders are coming up pretty fast. They're actually coming up on that Hornets nest we were talking about rather quickly, but that Hornets nest has kind of subsided. They're all single file, no current side-by-side battles, as everyone's about to get back onto the oval.
Just about a half hour into this race. 3 hours, 33 minutes remaining in this 4-hour event for the MTEC Endurance Sports Car Series. 45 cars took the green flag. All 45 are still running at the stage, which is a testament to the quality of racing we've seen so far. Just one multi-class incident so far, but we know that's not going to be the case by the end of this, as watch the leaders in the middle of that GT traffic down into the bus stop.
Gal's going to get a pretty good gap here. Whoa, Precision Racing Silver. Bradley Holly went wide. I don't know if he was getting out of the way or just lost on his own, but no harm, no foul. Keeps it off the walls and really pointed straight, so good save there as the leaders continue to get through this as we get back to the battle into turn number 1. I think that's Lars Wheel, the M. Plower, Eisenblut car, then Eric Troche battling, getting really close, getting really acclimated to each other in turn number 1, but good move by Troche to kind of put it in there.
Ferrari versus Audi at the front of the field here. This is inside the top 10. Trading for third place, Quality Control Racing 79. And Michael Gonzalez in the number 1 from the tail of the field up to now 5th place.
Yeah, those two have been trading spots back and forth for a little while now, and I think Lance Loomis, the Precision Racing blue machine, is also just along for the ride. I don't think he's been swapping what those two with Watkins have for the time being. And then 8th place Adam State's trying to get back up there, but he's just a little bit off that slipstream.
And needs a couple more tenths of a second to get there. Russell Burton and PRL Esports Silver, Bradley Hawley trading positions. Again, the silver team car, PRL Esports, was off at the bus stop last time and just trying to get back underway here as the one tucks in behind. This is a pretty tricky corner as well because you want to be real tight to that apex on the inside, and running wide will cost you a lot of time. So the LMPs can sometimes be impatient around that corner.
I was calling it Le Mans chicane. Are we contractually obligated?
No, you don't have to, but I actually don't hate that name. A lot of people dislike calling it the Le Mans chicane because they're like, oh, it's called the bus stop. But in my opinion, it's not a bad name. I think it's a pretty fitting thing to call that corner, and I'm fine with calling it that. Jack Alesi, trouble for the Tin Top Motorsport car.
It's a lot of trouble. Not getting back going either, just sitting there. They were well off the rest of their class. So
just understeered off, and they just understeered. I don't think they hit anything. Maybe they were trying to draw the yellow, but they rolled to a stop, and they have retired the car, or at least come back to pit lane, so they're not going to get a chance to get back rolling again as Ryan Carwile attacks Gamble in the 222 Aerokinetics car. This is side by side through the kink, or out of turn 1 rather, with the 24 car. That's the Blue Chew Blue 4th place LMP2 right in the middle of it all.
You can only see maybe a hardware failure on the other LMP, but we'll have to see later as Camila really struggling to get through these guys. Finally finds a hole, gets by Gamble. Peyton Schofield up next, who's battling with Nicholas Gowan, the Ruby Gowan Racing car.
Trouble at turn 1. We're looking at a replay of Russell Burton. I think, was he tied up with somebody else here? There was a Ferrari.
That's to the outside.
Down into turn 1. There was 2 team cars here. Oh, he makes contact on entry, and then the Ferrari slams the wall and comes back across the road. What car was that? I couldn't quite get the number on that car. Here it is, the Century SimSport car, Oliver Evans. And that car has a ton of damage, as we can see on the replay here. But going back and looking at it again.
Yeah, Russell Burton's already retired, so they would likely be done, and I wouldn't blame them. Huge hits for both those guys.
And then another big impact into the tire wall for the 253, so that car is going to be hurting a lot. It's missing that whole nose, and early issues for Century SimSport and for Aerokinetics Blue. They're going to retire, it looks like, but Tony Draper got some work to do if he climbs in this car at all later this race.
Yeah, I would say so for sure. Jack Alesi had that incident. I think he actually, it wasn't a natural disconnect. He might have had hardware issues. I think he did, because that didn't make sense for him to just not get back going with no damage. So see if they get back into a fight. And oh look, another Hornet's Nest.
Yeah.
Elias Roman, Lance Loomis, Brett Stevens, Adam State in there trying to mix things up, trying to get by one another. Kirk Crum in there, back in 9th in class, trying to get through these guys as well. Yeah,
Kirk Crum is actually, this 88 Bombshell Racing Team Odin car has taken longer to move forward than I would have expected. 11th only to 9th in class. Big send up the inside here. But they've got a couple cars on their horizons. There's Satellite Racing White and PRL Blue with Lance Loomis just off in the distance.
We're seeing those the drivers, Michael Gonzalez, Richard Watkins, they were helping one another, but they're almost like a second apart at this point, so going through the slower traffic definitely hurt them. It's also a gap between 3rd and 4th. Composite Racing Carter Kundinger is about 3.5 seconds in front of Camiller, the Blue Chew Black 024. We saw this 024 kind of struggle through that traffic as well, so that's why that gap is as big as it is.
Big line of GT traffic. Aerokinetics Purple and Bombshell Racing Team Thor, Ryan Carwile, 2 Lamborghinis, nose to tail, and Penguin RC with Matt Kingsbury behind the wheel, running in 18th place. Now, I don't believe they got a chance to qualify the car, so they started 24th, now up to 18th, so +6 in the first 33 minutes of this race. Not a bad start for the 201.
wonder if this was a 24 if Carwell would be bump drafted. We saw that happen a lot of the bigger splits, and it could bite you, as we probably saw if you were paying attention on Twitter, but none of that happening today. As Carwell tried to duck to the outside to maybe look at a move or just put Gamble off his game a little bit.
Yeah, they've been fighting for a couple laps. Gowan and Brett Stevens just up the road as well. There's going to be a trade-in position here. CMS Racing's team going down a spot, give the spot to the 208, Gowan Racing Ruby. And here comes Gamble. Still pretty tight around the GT field. They haven't really separated out like I would have expected. Still long trains of cars that have made traffic a little bit challenging for the LMP2s, but the race leaders, Satellite Racing, again, they've got the advantage of having teammates nose to tail, but they have not had any challenges navigating the field. We go back up to 7th place, Satellite Racing White and PRL Esports Blue. Lance Loomis in the draft now. He's got that Kirk Crum. No, it is not Kirk Crum. That's the 74 car of Quality Control Racing, Turriciano, who's a couple laps down.
Is one full lap down, so unfortunately for him, whatever that damage was cost him that lap, and he's probably just running in line to maybe try to salvage something, but the damage is definitely hurting him. You can see really the bottom of the car all bent up, and it's definitely throwing that car for a loop, no pun intended, although he hasn't spun yet, knock on wood.
On board with Lance Loomis. And PRL Esports Blue has got Darian Roy in the car today as well.
These drivers not really swapping spots or anything, not working together how I would think, as Adam State, I wouldn't say surprising to see him way off his teammates. He didn't get the qualifying effort that he really needed to stay close to those guys, but he has made up for lost time. He's up 6 spots from his starting position. Same thing for Michael Gonzalez. He's up a few more spots. He's actually up 10 spots before we started. So those two doing a great job getting through the rest of their field as far as their competition goes.
Apollo Racing Club chasing Bombshell Racing Team Heimdall with Elias Roman. Peyton Schofield behind the wheel of this car. There's an LMP2 squeaking down the inside there. Max Ducklow and Kubalay Ceylon joining later today as they try the outside here on the return to the oval. Crossover.
Gotta love the crossover. One of my favorite moves. Couldn't make it work quite as well there, but he's still gonna be right on Roman coming through oval 1 and 2. We'll see if he can do anything into that bus stop chicane, whatever you want to call it, bus stop chicane, Le Mans bus stop chicane. You might as well combine the 2 words, but that's not the point right now. He is going to go for the battle here. He's going to go driver's right, set up to try to get driver's left. He's actually not going to get challenged by Elias Roman there. Roman gives the spot up accordingly.
Yeah, smart racing there, tucks in line. Too early in this race to be fighting through the bus stop. I always say with the inner loop and bus stop and at Watkins Glen and here, that it's not a component of the racetrack that you race through it, you race to it. And if you're not the one that has the advantage, unless you're really desperate, you should back out and fight it a different day.
Yeah, bus stops are kind of like a game of chicken at times, because it is not a point of the track you want to go through too wide. But if you're going side by side, you don't want to be the one to back out. You don't want to be the one who gets sent from everyone else. That guy backed out. He didn't want to race for it. You don't want to go through there side by side. We've seen it go bad in the past. It will never go well almost at all. The only option through there is 1 wide. As we saw earlier, had the incident there between the 2 classes clashing with one another. So not somewhere you want to get too cute.
Elias Roman drops another position to Gowan Racing Ruby. Nicholas Gowan behind the wheel. We haven't really mentioned a whole lot about this team yet, but Josh and Nicholas piloting the 08 Pro-Am car today. And the silver livery glinting here in the Daytona sunlight, chasing now the Apollo Racing Club of Peyton Schofield car. And up to 8th place again, the persistent battle between Eric Trosch and Lars Wheel continues.
They are not too far behind Adam State, who did get to that 6th position, so put him up 7 positions instead of 6. It has pulled away pretty quickly, but I think Watkins is going to be able to stay with him just barely, as these 3 right next to one another. Well off Michael Gonzalez in the 1, who's another 2 seconds off Camiller. That was a pretty wild moment.
I don't know if it was very close to a slowdown. I don't think he got hit with it, but the exit of the bus stop in particular, if you get that off track there, you're almost certainly going to also pick up a slowdown penalty, and I think Wheel just got away with that. And here he comes with a great run now to the outside of the 271 Torque Sim Sport car. There's a couple LMP2s hit pit road right around the time when you'd expect to start seeing them, around 40 minutes in.
Yeah, I think a lot of people 10th on back him in. That was Nate Grzelski, Blue Chew Black, Danny Fredericks, Quality 063, Martin Zeiderveld, Apex Missers, and Quintana in the World of Sim Racing team. Those 4 at least come down, made it, I believe, 23 full laps, and we'll see if anyone else wants to come down a lap after. I'm interested to see what the Satellite Racing drivers do, of how much they're trying to save.
I think they'll go as long as they can, and certainly you're not going to do a driver swap this early in the race. They're going to go for at least 2 stints here.
I think all 4 of the drivers who pit, same boat. They won't make any changes. No need to this early, like you said. I think Alex Gal's coming in now. Overall leader is in.
Wow, okay, so here they go, and it looks like they're going to leave their sister car out on the racetrack. But Satellite Racing Red comes on into the box. We'll see if anybody else comes in. Looks like Composite Performance will also hit pit lane. Nice slowdown there by Carter Kundinger, and Blue Chew Blue comes on down. Penguin RC Simulations, busy place on pit road.
Yeah, Black. I'm not colorblind, I swear, but this is pretty much the rest of the field. State, Watkins, Crum, and the BRT Odin car. And that's the perk of being in the drought for that long. It was Alex Gal who was kind of the guinea pig and all that, leading the way for the majority of that time. And Alex Ellis has definitely gotten at least 1 lap out of it. Trying to see if we might have had a penalty. I didn't actually see. The 074, Quality 074, stop and hold.
Oh, banging doors into turn down the back straight, or on the front straight, I should say, Connor. Torque Sim Sport and M Plower banging doors mirror to mirror on the front straightaway. That was wild stuff, and they're still not done yet.
A little early for that. Teresiano just spun one of the horseshoes. He got a fence for passing under yellow, but no matter that, we're banging doors pretty early here at Daytona. I wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, watch this again as they come out of NASCAR turn 4. 00 on the outside, 71 on the inside. Right here.
Bang. I'd be happy if that was the end of Daytona 500, but you don't want to be doing that right now.
Oh, here comes.
Way too early.
Oh, Alex Gal down the inside here at the West Horseshoe, and sneaks up the inside, pushes out the 71, though, and the 00's back. This is a great fight. These 2 guys have been on it.
Yeah, this is really solid stuff. Alex Ellis does go another lap in the Satellite Racing blue car, so that's something to look at. 2 extra laps is pretty huge as these 2 get back onto the oval as their battle stays side by side. No one wanted to give any sort of room, but they finally do have to sort it out for the oval section, but not for very long.
Recycled NRG on and off pit lane already as these 2 drivers continue. And how much longer do you do this before you start to get frustrated? They're banging doors again!
I would say they're already frustrated by the looks of it. 1 time is all right. It's kind of, I think it's an incident or an accident, excuse me. This is not an accident. They are probably not happy with each other. And this is for 23rd overall. These drivers not willing to give any inches. And we're not even an hour into this thing.
Let's see if they do it again here on the front straightaway. Up onto the front stretch.
Not this time. I think he's going to get the pass done without contact.
Rush tucks in line.
I wonder if that swerve is a way to say, hey, stop battling me this hard. It's way too early for this. They might make contact again. I thought they were going to. I think there was a bump there from Troche to Wheel.
Big sideways moment out of turn 1 as well. Here's a look at this. This was coming. I'm not sure if I've gone back far enough here, but
it was on the back stretch.
Yep, here they go.
Right here. Bang, again. It kind of went into him, I would say.
Message sent, I think, and probably received.
Like I said, not even an hour in, and I would say temper's probably already flaring. That seemed pretty obvious that he was a little frustrated with the racing, but that's how it goes at Daytona sometimes.
I know it's Saturday. It's not short track racing, though, that's for sure.
They practice on a short track later today, though. Separate series. Never mind that.
Blue Chew in the 024. Patrick McDaniel behind the wheel. Now, this was a driver change at only the first stint. So McDaniel climbs in. A little surprised by that, actually, unless they feel that McDaniel's got a little bit more pace in this very close race that the 24 has been locked in. But the one of Michael Gonzalez has gotten around them up into 4th place now and sets his sights on Carter Kundinger, who's 5 seconds clear of this battle.
Interested to see where the overall leader, Satellite Racing Blue, comes out. Alex Ellis did come down. He came in lap 26, so I think he got about 2 laps extra as he's finally coming back onto the track. And I think Alex Gal, with less fuel, will maybe get the position back. He will pretty soundly, as those two are not going to be too close to one another this time, but I'm sure they'll find each other easily.
And splitting the difference here in the GT battle, so Andre Wolf and Ross Booth have yet to hit pit lane. Most of the GT cars have not, except now. Here comes the Implower team, Patrick Volkel for Torque Sim Sport. And about 45 minutes in is when we're starting to see the GT cars make their first stops of the day.
This is hopefully a good time for Lars Will to collect his thoughts a little bit and stop getting frustrated with the battle, calm down, get some tires. I believe he is getting tires. Just kind of chill out a little bit and then get your head back in the game. You cannot really let emotions get to you this early on.
Yeah, and thankfully it doesn't look like there's any damage on that car after they're trading paint a couple of times, but you don't want to get yourself in a situation at an aero-sensitive track where you're banging doors unnecessarily, but Wheel will return to the racetrack now. I didn't see that car go up on jacks, actually, Connor.
Thought I saw it, but maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was a graphical glitch. Thomas Baker went wide out of, I believe, turn 3. He kept it, well, he didn't keep it straight, but he didn't have any other issues after that. The Airconnect's pink 262, a little bit of a struggle. Pretty far back in class, actually multiple laps down.
Had contact with the 24, I believe that was.
Mr. Contact there. We'll have to see. Is it the 024? Blue Chew Black?
Yeah, the 024, Connor, is Blue Chew Blue. Blue Chew Black is the 14 of Gruselski.
Maybe I am colorblind. I don't know why I keep mixing that up. It's very clearly blue.
But Gruselski...
I apologize.
No worries. Gruselski, 14th the 9th today. And Blue Chew Blue, in their Pro-Am entry, has been running a little bit more consistently up towards the front, but of course they were able to qualify. Torque Sim Sport on pit lane. That's the 8 Shirts car. And Tin Top Motorsports on pit lane. Jamie Kingscott on pit road.
And here comes a number of drivers. I think that was Brett Stevens, Peyton Schofield, Apollo Racing Club. James Whitehouse, Century Semi Sports is in as well. A lot of drivers getting ready to make their stops. Graham Brown, we haven't talked about him. Blue Chew GT Blue. There, I got that color right. He's in pit road as well.
There he is in the 270 car. Now, BRT Heimdall had Elias Roman, and Andrew Mickey climbs in that 286 Ferrari, so that's another first stint driver change. Penguin RC is in. Matt Kingsbury looks like he'll remain in the car, not up on the jacks for the 201. There's NRG in pit lane as well, NRG Supplements. Kingsbury leaving the box.
I think Mickey getting in a car that will be the only change that I've seen. Yes, I think so. We'll see later, but so for now the only change as everyone gets back going. Still have a few more drivers to pit as still looking at those overall leaders who did come back together. And yes, they are working together again with a much bigger gap, almost 14 seconds back to Carter Kundinger now, who's even still on his own. So no way he can really catch up. He's kind of at their mercy.
In front of the GT field, the 2 leaders here have not yet pit. They continue to make laps at mid-43s. There's a fire-breathing McLaren. We love this car. I'll be sad when they retire this car, Connor. I like the way it sounds. I like the way it shoots fire because, as we all know, cars that shoot fire are better than cars that don't shoot fire.
I would advocate for that as well.
Alex Ellis, stuck behind some GT traffic, had a bit of a moment there chasing the Lamborghini and the BMW. Let's have a quick look.
Lost a little bit of time, but he should get it back as they kind of got too wide through this kink, or at least looking too wide. Just caught, not really actually, just caught him at a bad time in this kink, and right there they went side by side. But I think the Lamborghini just didn't make the corner the way he was intending. I think that was a Lamborghini. I think it was Anthony James kind of caught him by surprise.
That will separate them to about 0.7 of a second. They were pretty much nose to tail, and a lot more GT traffic on pit lane. Composite Performance, Eric Thomas on pit road. Satellite Racing, Ryan Walker on pit lane. BRT Thor, Ryan Carwile, and many, many more, with the exception of the top 4 on the racetrack in GT. They have elected to stay out for now.
Torque Sim Sport, Eric Troches, and he's already exiting himself. I think Aeroconnect's green. Daniel Dennison, I feel like that might be a driver change. I don't think we saw him earlier. If he was in the car, we didn't really talk about him too much, but he is having a solid run.
Aerokinetics Green, Daniel Dennison, I believe this is a driver change. They had Lucas Souza in before.
Yes.
So put the 298 with a different driver on the timing and scoring screen. And here comes Torque Sim Sport by Wagner. Andre Wolf into pit lane. And Ross Booth stays out, leads his first lap in the GT category today.
Almost the same situation that the leaders were in earlier, where Ross Booth was kind of the one really riding it out and saving the fuel he could. So we'll see how well this affects the composite performance 91.
And back into some battles now with some pit stops already elapsed. Ryan Walker and Patrick Volkel nose to tail. This is for 12th and both Pro-Am entries in GT.
Pretty close to each other. Peyton Schofield up the road, giving slipstream to Walker here, but not, I don't know if that's for position. I'll see the scoring update. These drivers got pretty spread out, but they all have some sort of slipstream. Eric Trost has gotten a little bit on his own here, as Lars Will has gotten well ahead of that Torque Sim Sport machine, as those two will probably not be banging doors anytime soon, or at least that's what Lars Will is hoping.
Twin Turn Sim Racing and Torque Sim Sport by Hubner. Trading positions there, give the 290 the position as Twin Turn Sim Racing backs way out down into turn number 1. As you see, the background, McLaren returned to the racetrack, who was your leader 4. I'd expect to see composite performance on pit lane either this lap or next. Ross Booth getting into some lap traffic now, GT traffic this time.
Yeah, I would think he would come in this lap or next. I don't think he'd go any further.
Yeah, he's lifting and tucking in behind the Ferrari.
Definitely should see him here. Nick Ruselski, Blue Chew Black. He got a warning for dangerous driving, but didn't see what it was. Regardless, he is 9th overall, as Ross Booth does come in for his pit stop.
So from the lead in GT, the composite performance car on pit road. Meanwhile, out front in overall lead is Alex Gall and Alex Ellis, the Satellite Racing Team red and blue cars. And the dominant cars in LMP2 so far, a 14.7 second advantage over composite performance's Carter Kundinger in the number 13. Now Kundinger will be paired up with Dominic Dornenberg. They'll jump in a little bit later. And then 4th is the number 1 Penguin RC Simulations car. Now this car has been pretty quick and quicker than the 3rd place car of composite performance the last few laps around. So Michael Gonzalez, and he's got Blake Reynolds, who we've seen be very, very solid and quick in the LMP2 class before. So Gonzalez has been a threat. He's driven up from the tail of the field in LMP2, but once Reynolds climbs in, or any one of the other drivers on this team, they're going to be mighty quick and probably be at least a podium contender, if not a race win contender.
I think it'll definitely be a podium contender for sure if they can keep the pace up. I think Justin Nasir will be the driver who gets in. I don't know if Blake Reynolds is running tonight. I think he's running FTF qualifying, which is something I did yesterday. So I don't think we'll see Reynolds, but either way, they have a great plethora of drivers to choose from, and Nasir's another great choice as well. Gonzalez really doing a good job starting this race. Not the best qualifying effort, but up 11 spots, really making up for where the time was lost, wherever it was.
Peyton Schofield on the back of the Torque Sim Sport by 8 Shirts car. This is for 9th in GT. Runs wide on the exit. Here comes the BMW to the inside.
Go too wide through here. Always so tough to be able to do so, but it looks like they're going to be able to make it work as Trost to the inside. Schofield trying a crossover, but Trost did a great job.
It's so hard to cross over at these hairpins. They're almost 180s, and it's pretty hard to execute a crossover when you have to apex so late and give up so much on entry. It's really easier just to wrap the inside around, but it's very difficult to expand that run to the next corner. Here it's a little easier, but not much of a straightaway to play with. So Schofield's going to have to tuck up underneath them. If he can get it better on the brakes, he'll have overlap. Not quite, and Trush turns in confidently that the 242 Apollo Racing Club BMW wouldn't be to the inside.
Very bold, but very smart to not have any contact there. No reason to push it right now, as they're just ahead of Ryan Walker to Satellite Racing GT3. Michael Gonzalez about to pass all 3 of them. You'll see him fly up on the outside in just a moment, or it might be the inside. I think he's going to have to go below double yellow. Legal in this. There he goes, flying by. Made some time up before it. Is trying to look through this LMP field at other drivers continuing. Chris Bell in the Satellite Racing White Machine. Didn't note that driver change, but he is now in That's 68 for Adam State. Oh, we had a spin. Carwile, I think, actually spun through the bus stop.
Bombshell Racing Team Thor. Carwile's had another spin earlier today as well. That happened at turn number 1. Here's a look at what happened. Kind of all by himself, it looks like for now.
See if that changes. I don't think it will. Look at all the room he has. It's the curb wrong. He hit that first curb wrong and it set him off for the entire bus stop.
Yep. Grinds to a halt. And we'll drop a couple more positions. So Carwile's had some trouble today in the pro category car. And here comes Matt Kingsbury around the outside into turn 1. Those drivers in separate categorizations in the driver lineup.
Able to make that work. Kingsbury tried it. Couldn't do much with it, but they will stay in line. Bradley Hawley, the Precision Racing Esports Silver 227, who's going to sort of lead this line as they're all on their own, these three at this point. Danny Fredericks coming up on them to get by them. I haven't talked about Fredericks a lot today. The Quality 063. He started 10th and right now currently running 11th overall. Really sideways. Looks like he's really struggling. And Bradley Hawley just went off in front of him, but he's able to get by with no issue. Sort of an average day for Hawley. Not Hawley, excuse me. Kind of average for Fredericks so far. It's kind of just stalemated right there.
Yeah, teamed up with Mitchell Bolt in the 063 Quality Control Racing car. And running P11 right now, and no other really major battles, with maybe the exception of this one, Chris Bell and Lance Loomis. This is for 6th place. And both these cars in the pro categorization in LMP2. Watch the speeds climb here as well, Connor. Nearing 200 miles an hour in the slipstream.
Can get pretty darn close, as you could see the draft advantage, about 7 miles an hour right there before Loomis lifted to stay in line. That's how huge that slipstream makes a difference. That's why we get so many good finishes here, because it makes such a difference having that draft at the very end of a race.
Battle in GT, Apollo Racing Club, Torque Sim Sport, and Satellite Racing AM. Ryan Walker still behind the wheel of that Satellite Racing Lamborghini and chasing the Ferrari and BMW ahead of him for 9th.
Kirk Crum coming to get by all of them, trying to do it orderly. Hard to do. We've seen a lot of awkward moments in this kink where these drivers catch them. Really, the last place you want to catch someone, he's going to swoop to the driver's right to get by Troshin. Likely have Schofield in the next corner to split up this battle for the time being. Yeah, still surprised that this Bombshell Racing Team 88 has been this far off the pace. Best lap of a 35.6, which is 0.8 of a second slower than your race leaders right now. So they've really been a threat in the past, but today it just does not seem like they've got the setup nailed. They are running down at the bottom end of the top 10. Yeah, just really nothing they can do either. No one to really help them get back up there, and they just don't have the time. Crum last time by was probably getting through traffic, but at 37.3 as well off the leaders. Wow, this is a spin. James Whitehouse has gone around another one coming out of the oval. Out of the infield, excuse me.
Century Sim Esports has had some trouble today with their sister car that was already damaged, and looks like just a self-spin for the 105 and rolls to a stop. You've seen a couple cars go off there, Connor, but again, you're limiting. You don't want to have your traction control so high that it's hurting your acceleration up onto the banking, but you also want it high enough that you're not going to lose the car that late, because if you overcorrect and go to the outside, there's a wall right there that'll hurt. As we watch this battle for 9th again, Apollo Racing Club by Torque Sim Sport. It's just a dangerous spot to lose grip, especially when you've got LMP traffic behind you that's waiting for that moment to get back under power.
Yeah, it's a very tough situation, but if you're all going to spin out, it's really the best place to do it because you have so much room to your left. We saw earlier that if you don't lock it down, it can be an issue, but as long as you just get off track, you should have no issue. So really no one was around him either. I saw someone, like they had severe damage, I think. I couldn't see who it was, but they hit it hard coming back out from the bus stop. Anthony
James in the CMS racing car. Is there a bunch of damage on the nose of this 78 car? Were they just involved in something?
Some on the nose. Definitely looks like been involved in something.
I think this is a bus stop issue for CMS Racing 278. Here's a look at it. Coming into the bus stop, there's a touch. I think is that the Gowan Racing Ruby car?
I think it is, but I don't think that's what causes it. It's already done. Nope. It hops to curb. Oh! Wow, really hard hit. That was worse than I thought. That's going to probably be a game ender for him. I think it completely jerked the toe out of it.
Yeah, that thing is definitely damaged, so they're going to be in pit lane for a little while. Second place battle. There comes Michael Marlowe and Matthias Zimmer going back at it with some Blue Chew Blue traffic behind them in the LMP2 shape. And the Porsche has to give the spot up to the 24. That will let Matthias Zimmer get up to second place. So, by the way, Ross Booth has cycled to the lead. Where is our overall leader from before?
Trying to see.
Down in fourth place.
Simon
Oh, they
Grafson
did a driver
now.
change. That's why. Yeah.
It's about to say there's no way, but yep, just a driver change, which is something that I would assume probably next stint Ross Booth would step out of the vehicle, but we'll just see how long he wants to go.
Started first in class. And Graf last time by was the fastest GT3 car on the racetrack, so they are moving back forward. Have about 3.5 seconds up to Michael Marlowe's Porsche to get third place back onto provisional podium. Go back to LMP2, Lance Loomis and Chris Bell. This battle has been kind of sitting still for a while. They've been playing the game, following each other in line. Loomis bailing on the run on the front straightaway to stay in the draft of Satellite Racing White. And they are making up ground. It's smart because Blue Chew Blue is running slower than them. So, big moment there for Bell.
Wow.
But I think they're making up ground, so no real reason for Loomis to get out ahead.
Yeah, not at all. This is exactly what you need to do to get positions back and get back in a fight for higher positions to work together like this, so not surprising at all. Nate Grzelski, Blue Chew Black, is trying to get up there. He is so close to slipstream from Loomis, but not quite there. He needs some big corners if he wants a shot at it, as those two are working together quite well. McDaniel in the Blue Chew Blue machine, 37.7, about 8 to 9 tenths slower than the drivers behind.
So 1 hour into round 5 of the MTEC Endurance Sports Car Series here on Sim TV. Kyle Heyer and Connor Horn bringing you the action. 1 quarter down, 3 quarters to go in this 4-hour endurance event, GT and LMP2 competition. And so far, Connor, we've seen a couple of minor incidents and one major incident down at turn number 1. And that was Century Sim Sport, Oliver Evans involved. And that car, I believe, is actually back out on the racetrack, and indeed it is, with repairs done to the 253.
Back on track for sure. Oliver Evans. It doesn't look too bad now. Obviously down a lot of time, but they're at least back on track. And that was really the only incident we saw. And really the only incident we've seen at all containing 2 cars, as it looks like race control calling for the full course yellow right now.
The 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 35 seconds. And curious to also keep our eyes on any protest information, and there's a couple that are already out, but full course yellow flies with 1 hour for 1 hour in, 3 hours to go.
Everyone slows down. Alex Gao gets the field slowed down as all pit lane entrances closed for the time being, so I won't see anyone duck in the pit lane to try to pull a fast one for sure. Just going to see the rest of the field try to catch up, as a 203 is the first car to get waved by. It's Brian Boomsma in the energy supplements machine, who got in the car for Adam Preston, I believe.
Big break for Carter Kundinger in the composite performance car. Will close right up to the Satellite Racing team, who did a great job establishing a lead, but it all goes away. And this is what I love about full course yellows, Connor. It is something missing from the official side of racing in iRacing. On the road side is that people complain about yellows and how long they take, but it is a strategy component that exists, and it's just all about how the implementation works. So I'm all for these to bunch the field back up as you would get in the real world. You saw at Daytona we had a yellow within 2 minutes of the green flag launching a couple of weeks back. So 1 hour in, full course yellow brings the field to a halt, and we'll get a restart here after a little while.
As everyone who needs a wave around will get waved around and get a little bit of lost time back. Equality 255 is the next one. 253 as well, which is Century Sim Sport Oliver Evans, who we were talking about, gets one of those laps back, but very far down the order, so it won't matter too much for them as everyone starts to catch back up. This is huge. I'm excited for this. It's for Michael Gonzalez, that Penguin machine, because they were so fast. They just didn't qualify as well, but now they're up to 4th, and they have a shot to maybe do something and maybe gain some even more time and maybe even more spots on this restart whenever that happens.
Yeah, they weren't even allowed to qualify because of a penalty, so they've made good work of this first hour of racing and put themselves inside the top 5 and in position now to challenge Satellite Racing, where, you know, if this was an old-fashioned iRacing endurance race, Satellite Racing really had the key to this, where they have 2 team cars up front. They're able to save fuel and work together and leapfrog, and now they're going to have the distractions of Composite Performance, Penguin RC Simulations, and perhaps Blue Chew Blue with Patrick McDaniel behind the wheel. And don't forget Satellite Racing's 3rd car, Satellite Racing White, with Chris Bell and Lance Loomis behind the wheel. They were making really good ground on those leaders prior to this yellow flag.
Yeah, Chris Bell was doing great as well, up 7 spots for that team from the start. Adam State did a lot of that work for sure, but Bell was putting down very solid times with Loomis behind as well.
So under yellow here with 2 hours and 56 minutes remaining. And most of the field still working on catching up, the GT class in particular, working on getting bunched back up. There they are at the tail of the field as the LMP2s come up onto the front straightaway.
Pit lane is open this time, so if they want to pit, they will right here. I would assume you'd see almost everyone pit here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a free driver swap at this stage, right? I mean, you get plenty of time to do that. You're going to lose some track position, but you're not going to lose the time associated with it.
Carter Kundinger, the lone driver to stay out, I believe.
So they've got a different strategy at this stage. They're going to not take the opportunity to pit, which will then separate them. Now, you could assume that they weren't going to win on pace alone, right, Connor? I mean, Satellite Racing had this thing kind of locked down from an overall pace perspective, so why not try something different? What's on the line, really?
Yeah, might as well. There's no reason not to, for sure. So, not the worst of choices. It gives them track position. It gives them at least somewhat of an advantage. So at least someone has an advantage over the Satellite Racing teammates, because they were in a position where they were dominating this race. So I understand it for sure. As we'll probably see maybe some driver swaps, but maybe not too many. It looks like a lot of the front runners stay in. Paul Darling gets into Satellite Racing blue car, so that's one of the driver changes. Gonzalez stays in. Adam State gets back into Satellite Racing white car. I thought he might have scraped the wall on pit exit. I didn't really see, but State's back in.
It's Adam State behind the wheel of the 68. Paul Darling in the 67. Looks like quality control has Richard Watkins still behind the wheel. And other than that, I don't see a lot of changes in the LMP2 category. We'll take a moment to step away. We'll be back with the restart here in a couple of minutes.
If there's one place that defines American motorsport, it's here. The sandy beaches a few miles away held races for decades. It's where NASCAR was born. They need a place to race, a superspeedway so fast and so huge that the cars could run flat out all the way around. 1 million square yards of earth was moved to create the banking. The void left behind became Lake Lloyd. It built the foundation of NASCAR. In the decades that followed, Daytona became hallowed ground. The trophies here mean more than any other. Win the 500? Put your name on the Harley J. Earl Trophy. Win the 24 hours and strap a Rolex on your wrist. The banks are not always kind. They're not always fair. And while Daytona wins bring a statistical highlight to any career, it's the losses that make it seem pointless. But for every untimely ending, there is a triumphant healing. For every emotional victory, a mind-numbing realization. I won
Inch the
at
big plus will
Daytona.
get. Won the last TCR race of last year, Road Atlanta, starting things off in
The checkered flag
exactly
waved
the right
for
style.
me.
It is victory for Tom O'Gorman and the LA Honda World Team.
While it may be a highlight, it is only the beginning.
Yeah, how could you not be smiling? I mean, if you'd have told me yesterday about this time that we'd be sitting here, I wouldn't have believed you. It's just the best day ever.
Back live from Daytona International Speedway, Kyle Heyer and Connor Horn bringing you the MTEC Endurance Series Round 5 from Daytona International Speedway, the World Center of Racing. Under caution for the first time tonight, full course yellow. About 1 hour into this 4-hour event, Connor. It's been spicy up at the front of GT and in LMP2, but a couple driver swaps and some drivers staying out. Carter Kundinger in Composite Performance takes over the lead here with 2 hours and 51 minutes remaining.
It'll be a little interesting. Tyre's a little bit older, but Tyre's a little bit older by, I think, 17 laps at least he's had on these tires. Maybe 1 lap less, but definitely no more, as pretty much almost the entire field pit around 23. So we'll see how it holds up in cleaner traffic, or at least clean air for a little while, as Alex Gao, the Satellite Racing Red 64, won't have a teammate to work with for the time being. Paul Darling in Satellite Racing Blue got into the 67 for his teammate Alex Ellis, who stepped away. So that will change their strategy maybe a little bit on this initial restart.
The field getting waved back around and dropping to the tail to reorganize everybody for the restart. Quick update on who is where. At the front, the pointy end of the field in LMP2, it is the Composite Performance number 13, Carter Kundinger behind the wheel, Alex Gao and Lance Loomis, the rest of your podium for Satellite Racing Red and Precision Racing Esports. Then in the GT categories, leading the way is the Composite Performance number 91 with Ross Booth. This is a GT Pro entry. Second place is a GT Pro-Am entry. That's Torque Sim Sport by Pugner. Matthias Zimmer behind the wheel, and then another Pro-Am entry, Twin Turn Sim Racing, Michael Marlowe behind the wheel there, top 3 in your GT class. As for your Pro-Am entries in LMP2, it's Blue Chew Blue. They've been kind of in the front of the LMP2 Pro-Am entries for a little while. The 024 in 4th overall, then Quality Controls 079, Richard Watkins running second to Blue Chew Blue as far as LMP2 Pro-Am runs. So when we come to the restart here, it'll be about 2 hours and just under 50 minutes to go. And we kind of have mixed up the strategy a little bit. This Composite Performance car is on a much different fueling strategy than everybody else, and really is only, what, 20, 25 minutes away from stopping again?
Yeah, it won't be very far away for sure. They went 23-ish laps on their first stint, so logic would dictate if it went green, it would be 46, but it's really only going to be about 9 to 10 laps from now at most, so they won't have the track position for too long. But Kundinger in this Composite Performance 13, he's going to have to use it as well as he can, keep track position as I'm trying to think of the word, as long as he can, to make sure a strategy can maybe have a chance of working.
Field rolls out of NASCAR turn number 4. And Carter Kundinger is going to lead them back around. Pit stops have been executed here. We should be getting set to come back to green flag racing this time through. Carter Kundinger has the field in hand, but has a half tank of fuel. The car's a little lighter than everybody else's, but also has to pit a lot sooner, and they have yet to do a driver swap on this number 13.
Going to pick up the pace here, but not going this time. The logic would assume maybe next time we're going, as it'll help Kundinger save a little bit more fuel, maybe get another lap out of it.
Yeah, that's, I guess, one thing I didn't consider is the fuel saving here for the 13. They can go a little bit longer. And that might be their play, Connor. Instead of adding a pit stop, they might be able to remove, a couple laps from a run and then also take advantage of the track position.
We'll see if that works out for them. They're going to be the only team on this strategy. So we'll see how this works out, as we will be going green next time by as they increase the pace speed.
And having a look at the weather, and track temperature hasn't really changed a lot since the start of the race. 84 degrees on the racing surface, and curious how the rubber is kind of setting up here. You can see the track darkening in a couple of spots, but and marbles accumulating on the outside of the racing line, but it hasn't really completely weathered in like you'd expect, to where it's extremely slippery offline just yet.
Yeah, that should happen maybe in the next hour, maybe even in the next 2 hours, we'll definitely see that, but not quite there yet, as we've probably yet to see the most battling in these specific corners. So it should get interesting once we get a little bit later, but not quite ready for that yet.
Field climbs up onto the banking out of NASCAR Turn 2. Thanks for joining us here on SimTV. If you've not subscribed yet, this is a great time to do it under caution here before we get back going to green. Got lots of programming on SimTV upcoming. The continuation of the playoffs for the Area Cup Truck and Lodge Box Series next week. And if you're a road racing fan, the DC Region SCCA has been having some fantastic GR86 Cup car racing on Wednesday nights. And of course, the FSS Esports Spec Miata Series. 0.03 of a second was the margin between one of their races last week. Commentary with the esteemed motorsports announcer Greg Creamer. That is on Thursdays before the Area Lodge Box Series. And of course, the MTEC Endurance Series, our next round about a month from now in March. We'll see you there on the other side. The Global Sim Racing Network will take you through, though, for the remainder of the season. Big shout out to the GSRC guys. They do fantastic work, and excited to be covering the MTEC Endurance Series with them on alternate rounds. Field getting set for the restart here, lining up again, pace picking up again, about 70 miles an hour, and we'll see if Carter Kundinger can hang on again. Satellite Racing's Alex Gal was the leader for the majority of the first hour of racing, led 31 laps out of the 40 that we've completed so far.
And really, that was to let his teammate in the Satellite Racing blue car, not Paul, it is Paul Darling, obviously, but it was the other driver, Alex Ellis, who was letting save fuel. So going to be a different scenario this time. They have a little bit of work to do to get back together here, and Kundinger's going to have to do everything he can to keep that track position.
Carter Kundinger in command of the field. And back underway. Green flag back in the air for the MTEC Endurance Series from Daytona International Speedway. In the background, the 14, Nate Gruselski around the outside of Danny Fredericks, grabbing a spot there. Here's the one on the outside. That was tight, and for the lead, the 64 has already gone through. The 13 slid, and here comes Purell Racing Esports Blue with Loomis to the outside at the horseshoe.
Yeah, Kundinger's already sliding up very, very sideways. Didn't warm up the tires enough, I think. He's sliding all over the place, loses another spot to Loomis and Precision Racing Blue Machine. That did not go the way he wanted to, for sure.
GT field, spin behind. And contact, and this time Kingsbury is going to get into Ryan Carwile. Carwile's a victim of that one. They bounce off each other. They'll get back rolling, but it was the 200 car, the 201 that was out of control and slid into the side of the 184 Bombshell Racing Team Thor car. We'll go back and look at that one in a little while, but Bruce Jackson is off course in the 222 back to pit lane.
I think he was involved in the initial incident. I think he pushed Kingsbury off, and they kind of came together. So that's what happened there. Meanwhile, Alex Gal, Satellite Racing Red, back to the point. Lance Loomis now in the runner-up position, while Carter Kundinger, after already losing those positions he wanted, he's kind of now, I wouldn't say survival mode, but he's definitely in a mode where he's trying to preserve what he has.
Tight racing in the LMP2s here because of the big-time draft on the straightaways. Here comes Kundinger. He's going to tuck in line behind the two car now. Maybe a little bit of co-opetition here as they drive up onto the front straightaway. He's going to stay in line in third place.
Then further back, I believe it's the fifth in line, as that's Adam State. Who's that driving back? Richard Watkins drops way back, loses a few positions there. I think he overcompensated as they're so close. Contact was made. Him and Gruselski came together in turn one. Slight contact.
Gruselski crosses over to the outside of Adam State now into the horseshoe, and will he try to cross him over? We documented how challenging it is to build a run. He will not get enough of a run to do the crossover straight up there. Satellite Racing's Ryan Walker chasing Heimdall and Tin Top Motorsports' Jamie Kingscott side by side for 10th place in GT.
Definitely one of the battles right now. Mickey and Kingscott almost dead even. They're banging doors behind them. Jeff Evans and Aaron Beaver. Aerokinetics Pink. I think Beaver just got in the machine. Haven't talked about him today, as him and Evans had a little bit of contact as well.
Side by side through the kink. Big moment there as the Tin Top Motorsports 47 squeezes through. You mentioned Torque Sim Sport Pink. Had frantic moments here on the restarts. Everyone knows these are prime opportunities to get track position, but nobody's waiting around. Look at the big dive here from Precision Racing Esports Silver with Bradley Holly behind the wheel past the 270 car, a Blue Chew GT Blue. And is that the Pink Dazzle car? Who is that That's a lap down car, I think, that they went on by.
And that was Air Kinetics Pink, I think.
Yes.
He is a lap down. Or Oliver Evans, one of the two. Could have been both for sure.
Battle on the front stretch here, Recycled NRG. Bombshell Racing Team Odin and Quality Controls 063 and the Apex Misters car. 4 drivers.
Man.
They're going to try it 4 wide, I thought.
Oh, no, that's not gonna work.
Contact. Spin and slide the 19s hard into the wall.
Wow, yeah, that was Teresiano trying to force the issue. He's had a number of incidents today with race control, and Garen, Batten, Recycled NRG, they are totaled. That machine cannot drive anymore.
And he was kind of a victim in this, just gets shuffled over and then slams into the inside wall, skids across the road, and that car is going to be absolutely destroyed. And if they get that car back on track at all in any capacity, that is a miracle. Look at that thing in pit lane.
Absolutely totaled. The suspension's completely broke. Everything about the front end of that's broken. That's just a little too aggressive from Teresiano, and that was a teammate, his quality teammate.
Right,
he forced the issue 3 wide on.
That was what I was going to say, is those were team cars that got together and then took out a non-team car, which is kind of the worst case scenario in any case. Here's the 024 and the 1 side by side down the backstretch heading to the bus stop. Looks like Patrick McDaniel will tuck in behind Michael Gonzalez in the 1 Penguin RC Simulations car.
Middle at the front, Alex Gal is putting another gap on Carter Kundinger. Kundinger actually got back to the second position, didn't see what happened, but Loomis conceded the position back, so Kundinger back to the runner position, trying to get maybe a little bit of slipstream to keep the Satellite Racing Red 64 in check and not let him get away.
Patrick Volkel gets by Andrew Mickey and the Bombshell Racing Team Heimdall Ferrari. And back up to LMP2. Look at this battle on the front straightaway behind the 1.
I've seen this before. Front stretch battles don't work all the time, but we'll see. Look at this. How is this going to sort out? Almost 3 wide again. Paul Darling gets the better of all that as Gonzalez is well away from it. Patrick McDaniel, the loser in that, giving up positions.
On the brakes, 68 of Adam State working his way through. Paul Darling in the Satellite Racing blue car. Now this car has led a couple laps this race with teammate Alex Ellis behind the wheel. Although Satellite Racing Blue has changed cars, their Satellite Racing Red teammates have, or changed drivers, I should say. They have not changed drivers on the other team. And Apollo Racing Club, Peyton Schofield, by the way, this 242, look at the drive that he has had in class, 29th up to 6th in GT.
Very, very impressive for sure. Making quick work of a lot of drivers early on as well. It's right behind Eric Troche, the Torque Sim Sport by H-Shirts machine. Trying to get by. I'm trying to find a way by. It looks like he has a little bit more pace, but just needs to find the way by as Michael Marlowe has a look behind that BMW as well.
Really impressive climb and good clean racing for the Apollo Racing Club car. There's a little bit of damage on the right front of the splitter, but I don't think it's affecting them massively. Here's Blue Chew Black, Nate Grzelski under fire from Adam State. State's going to swing to the outside on the front straightaway, very close as they side draft through the tri-oval.
And him and Paul Darling can get together and work as teammates. That could be pretty huge, but he doesn't have the momentum to really complete that pass. Just gets back in line behind Grzelski as Patrick McDaniel tries to close back in. He lost 3 positions last time by just, I think, really just trying to avoid any sort of incident as he's trying to stay with this slipstream as the leader does start to skirt away a little bit. Alex Gal, no one in his slipstream, so someone, Kundinger and someone, or maybe 2 separate drivers have to start to work together to get him because that 64 is going to be gone.
Yeah, Alex Gal right now looking at his lap times, a 1:35.141 to a 1:35.915 on Carter Kundinger and 0.3 faster for the third place car. So I almost wonder if this 13 is holding up this train. It certainly appears that way, but if they were faster, they probably would go by him. Although it's not that simple all the time in sports car racing.
Well, I didn't see if Loomis did anything wrong or made a mistake anywhere, but it might have just been a slipstream or maybe him trying to save fuel, but he did get by Kundinger, but Kundinger got it back as he is gaining back. I think this must be a ploy to save fuel, so he is content with running in the third position for now as Alex Gal starts to scoot away as pretty much like you talked about. I don't know if Kundinger's really holding everyone up, but he certainly is not going to have the pace compared to everyone behind him on those tires. So it's good. The good thing for everyone behind him, he's still not too far away from his pit stop.
In the GT category, it's still composite performance. Ross Booth behind the wheel. He'll hand things over to Robert Cast later in this race. They have been really the dominant force with the exception of the Torque Sim Sport car. That was Simon Graff that climbed behind the wheel after Andre Wolf led a whole bunch of laps in the first stint of the race. Back up to LMP2 traffic because of pass for position. Richard Watkins and Kurt Crum have traded spots, and Quintana in this World of Sim Racing team car, they're back up in 11th. Remember, they had early issues. They had to hit pit lane for a penalty and then had some contact with another car down at turn 1. And looks like they've managed to recover as the battle for third is on. The one car gets by Lance Loomis, and Michael Gonzalez sets his sights on the top 2.
Gotta wonder if Gonzalez is a little bit impatient, doesn't want to see the leader pulling away while Lance Loomis saves his fuel. Loomis loses 2 positions. Paul Darling gets by as well. So I would expect to see Gonzalez and Darling sort of surge here a little bit to get to the 13 composite performance machine.
Nate Grzelski and Adam State right in behind as well. And really the majority of the LMP2 field is still within drafting distance of each other, which kind of changes the cadence of the race. For 4th place into turn 1, composite performance is Eric Thomas, defending from Apollo Racing Club, who continues their forward climb. Or is this rearward now as Michael Marlowe chases down this group?
Eric Trost, he got offline and had a big slide there. It's really the first instance where I've seen someone get offline and really slide badly. That's why Trost lost the other position to Schofield. So he's got a little bit of work to do to keep the tires under it. Don't want to hurt him too badly after they just pit as he waves the windshield wiper. Don't know if that's upset or just having a little bit of fun, but dropping back a little bit.
It'd be news to me if people were using windshield wipers to signify that they're upset, but
That just means they're mildly upset,
okay.
not as much as flashing the
Not
light.
enough to hit the headlight button, I see.
No, I totally know these things.
Into the infield, Nate Grzelski up to 5th place. Remember, this 14, Blue Chew Black, they are the points leaders in LMP2 Pro. They did not get a chance to qualify today because of their penalty heading into the event, but they are up to 5th place after starting at the tail, 14th place in LMP2. And just like the one, they've been very quietly and slowly making their progress forward.
Yeah, Kundinger last time by half a second slower than Satellite Racing Red, so I think I am starting to see the pace disadvantage, and it is hindering, I think, at least 4 drivers behind Kundinger. I think Gonzalez can get by if he gets the slipstream at the right point. Paul Darling is obviously going to be fast in that Satellite Racing Blue car that was running runner-up. He was really in the hot seat for maybe cutting a pit stop out, so he should be pretty fast by Ennis as well. Grzelski, Loomis, I'm not sure about. He hasn't had the pace at the start of this run. He did get up to 2nd, but he's dropped ever since.
Back in GT for 4th place again, composite performance playing defense here for 4th place. Peyton Schofield in behind, then Eric Trosch, then Michael Marlowe.
Well off 3rd in class, Simon Graff, who's kind of gotten away on his own. He is behind Matthias Zimmer, the Tour Sim Sport 290 BMW. Those two are on their own, still trying to catch Ross Booth as they're going to go door to door. There's going to be contact there between the BMWs. They are able to make it work. These BMWs very sturdy. You can get away with that sort of, as long as you don't do it too much.
Eric Trosch sees some opportunity here as these Beamers battle up onto the banking now. It's going to be a drag race to the bus stop. But again, that's a place you race to, not race through.
Oh.
We'll see who's got more wing in the setup today.
Spin in turn 1. Danny Fredericks went around to quality 063. A little bit of contact. I think that was the Apex Missers, Martin Zeiderveld, but no harm there as this battle still rages on. Just a harmless spin as we'll see what happens into the bus stop.
Looks like Eric Thomas will hang on to it. Let's go back and look at the incident that you mentioned here with the quality control 063. Was there a touch? Nope, just gets in hot on the outside of the 9 of Apex Missers and loops it.
I think he got spooked, if anything. They got very close, and then no contact was made, but it kind of threw him off his game. But no, like we said, no harm, just a harmless spin as Eric Thomas still trying to defend Schofield. No 3 wide here, but Trost will give a little bit of a bump to the BMW on the inside.
Challenging braking zone again, and Michael Marlowe is eating this up. These 3 drivers fighting for a position that's just going to bring him closer into the fray and back up into a chance for a top 5.
Schofield wide, didn't have the preferred line, going to hurt him. Eric Thomas going to go defensive there, very late defensive move. Eric Trost sees opportunity to pinch on the outside of this horseshoe and try to make it work, but not quite enough traction.
That was really defensive down into the horseshoe.
The leaders looks like they're now finally getting into some of this traffic. Took a little longer this time, but Lax Gal is starting to get through few of these guys, and it will probably help his. Ooh, that was close. Anthony James, Michael Gonzalez almost had to come together, but he is going to get through traffic very easily with the amount of room he has between the rest of the field.
Hundinger and Gonzalez. Second and third. Then it's Satellite Racing Blues' Paul Darling. And Darling has actually caught the one. I think he's a little bit quicker than him right now.
I thought Gonzalez would be able to close up a little more on the 13, but that hasn't happened quite yet. In fact, he's almost out of slipstream range, just barely in it right now, and it's definitely playing into Darling's advantages, I think.
Blue Chew Blues' Patrick McDaniel spun, I think it was kind of a messy downshift or something, but locked the rear brakes and spun to the inside of the Western Horseshoe and back rolling again in 11th.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an awkward moment for sure, but just lost a lot of track position. Kind of unfortunate to lose track position like that, but at least he has a clean car to go along with it. Just has a lot of work to do at this point. As we look at Simon Graff, this is the battle for, I believe, second in class right now. Him and Matthias Zimmer all on their own, trying to keep pace with Ross Booth.
Ooh, a little bit too far inside there. You heard the diff kind of freak out as he hit the grass with the right rear tire. And he continues his battle. As for fifth place, Ruselski and PRL Esports Blue with Loomis trading spots once more. And Paul Darling has some pressure now from the 14. And if I recall correctly, these were the same two cars we saw fighting at the front of Road America the last time SimTV broadcasted this series. But we're familiar with these two going at it.
What a battle that was, as these two are trying to go at it. It's Loomis trying to get up there. I don't think he has the pace to really battle that, or he just doesn't want to battle. It's a saving fuel, so we'll have to see how that goes as Ryan Carwell is in the middle of all this. Carwell is probably the most troubled of anyone else in the field today, unfortunately, for that livery, because it is a beautiful car, but he has had a lot of incidents, some of his own doing and some where he had no control over it, as Gonzalez tries to find a way through to try to keep pace with the 13.
Now let's see if we can go back and see. This was, I believe, on the restart here, and there's the contact from the 222, and then that sends the 201 off, and then right here he's going to slide back across and clip the 84. Then the 222 gets involved again. That was the Aerokinetics purple car, so here's what the onboard looked like from him.
I think he got a black flag for unsafe rejoin as well. The 222 did. So you see he's fine after the contact. Now nowhere going to be bam right there, and then another bam right there. It's just a little bit of a chain reaction. That type of stuff can happen.
That was again on the right after the restart here. Back up to fourth place. Apollo Racing Club's Peter Schofield holding off Eric Thomas and Trush, who goes down the inside and takes the spot away. By the way, Carter Kundinger has hit pit lane with composite performance, so their car is finally hitting pit road for their scheduled pit stop off sequence.
The unsafe rejoin was the Aerokinetics green machine, so I was wrong about that. I apologize. That was a separate instant, but yep, 13 is in. Kind of maybe a little bit further than what I expected him in, able to keep a lot of fuel in it under the yellow, and we'll see how this works out. They're going to be the only ones on this strategy, so it's going to be very, very lonely for composite performance from here on out.
Oh, trouble for PRL Esports Silver. Bradley Holly's in the fence. This is at the Western Horseshoe.
That looked like a pretty decent hit, possibly.
And, oh, the one to the inside. Was there a touch? Not quite, but he gets kind of pushed into the grass and then spins across it. That was a big, heavy impact for the 227.
Yeah, that was a big impact. Gonzalez saw a gap, and he wanted to make sure he could keep up. He flashed the lights, but that's not going to do too much when it's a bang-bang sort of play.
Yeah, that's such a gray area in terms of multi-class racing here at Daytona. When you talk about the infield section, that kink, if you're there, it's not even straightforward if you're fully alongside, especially if you spook somebody. It's especially challenging. But a GT3 car on cold tires especially will have a real hard time making that corner at full throttle. It's a very touchy area of the racetrack, as we got this battle here for fourth place. Apollo Racing Club on the inside, Trush on the outside into turn one. Crossover by the Ferrari and throttles down. He's going to have a great run here to the International Horseshoe.
We'll see if we can do anything with it, how defensive the Schofield would want to be. He's going to get very defensive, shuts off the inside move into a horseshoe there. Troche try to do another sort of crossover move, before Eric Thomas has anything to say about it, but not much of a run getting out there as the overall leader starts to close in on this battle.
In the background, you can see him there, Alex Gall in the 64. He's been in the car for an hour and a half now. Maximum drive time is 2 hours, 36 minutes. So they are within their distance now that they could throw in their co-driver and be set to the end from here.
Yeah, no issue with going overtime for sure. Gonzalez had a big wiggle getting by Cibiella, but no issue there. I would assume next pit stop, it's going to be definitely within the next 2 stops where Gal will step out, and we'll see if the pace improves or maybe falls off a little bit with the alternate driver. Trying to see that it is Gabriel Roos, I believe, is going to get in. So we'll see how the pace differs between driver to driver, because we've seen this car is very, very fast today.
Lance Loomis right now just saving fuel, playing it safe behind Adam State. No real pressure provided to the 68 ahead of him. As we approach 2 hours and 25 minutes to go, almost to the halfway point already. That's how quickly things are going, as on the front straightaway for second place, 2 Torque SimSport cars, one in the Pro category, one in Pro-Am, and give the spot to Simon Graff.
These drivers are maybe trying to work together a little bit, but they're really not gaining that much on Ross Booth. It was only about maybe a tenth and a half last time by. So I don't think they're trying to really race each other, but even working together, it's not working out too well. Ross Booth has a lot of pace today.
As Zimmer doesn't have a lot of rear grip. We saw the rear end moving a lot at the exit of the horseshoe there. You can see the horizon just kind of skip across the camera shot. That BMW eating up some rear tire today, it looks like. The McLaren, again, this car led a whole bunch of laps in the first hour of the race, and then after the pit stop, they switched drivers, something the Composite Performance team didn't do, is to see Gal, the overall leader, approach in the background. This means that Graff is now only 3 seconds back, and they've already done 1 driver swap. The difference is Composite Performance might just be doing 1 swap, and whereas this Torque SimSport car, I believe, will have to do another change before the end of the race.
Yeah, I think for sure they'll have to do another, so it'll all factor into the end result once we get to the very end of this one. Really, the last hour, we'll see how it pans out. But it's 107 Graff Torque SimSport. They're in a good spot right now, if you ask me.
On board again with Lance Loomis. I like the strategy they're playing, keep themselves in contention, but not battling too hard up inside the top 5, wasting fuel or anything of the sort. Here's a battle again. Go figure, the 242 and 271. Joe Field and Trush.
And Trush gets out of line, trying to get the slipstream from Kurt Crum, and that's going to work pretty well, as he's going to easily clear Schofield before they even get into turn number 1.
Pulls down in front of him. They're bringing in the 212 Composite Performance car, Eric Thomas. Slip and a slide on exit for the Torque SimSport car, and here comes the BMW again to the outside.
That huge collision we saw in the front straightaway, 074, I believe, got a stop and go. Teresiano got 5 minutes stop and hold for that, unsurprisingly, as we still look at this battle continuing. This has been an absolute dogfight, really, in this specific part of this fight. A lot of side-by-side battles.
And for the World of Sim Racing team car behind, where do you go? BMW's in the marbles,
Whoa.
tucks underneath him, and around he goes.
Eric Thomas almost got a World of Sim Racing team machine on his front bumper. That could have been bad, but they're able to make it work, as Eric Troche is the big winner through all that.
Puts the Ferrari offline, entering the banking. Bombshell Racing Team Heimdall and Patrick Volkel. These two have kind of been nose to tail for a while. And Blue Chew GT Blue with Graham Brown. Paired up with Andrew Parente. 29th overall, 15th in class, and chasing the battle for 13th.
Trying to get up to them a little bit, but doesn't have a lot of the slipstream advantage. Andrew Mickey trying to defend. Patrick Volkel not going to have a look, obviously, as these three kind of been right next to each other for a few laps now. It's kind of been just these three, with Oliver Evans kind of just sitting in tow numerous laps down.
And here we go again. Apollo Racing Club, Joe Field to the outside.
trying to make it work, tries to crossover, cut it as close as he could to crossover. He's going to have a little bit of a run into a horseshoe. Chokes is going to defend that. Schofield's going to look outside, big dive outside to try to keep even. Got even, but is not going to have grip out there to hold it.
Got in the marbles, and that's going to open the door for Eric Thomas. Now it's 2 BMWs side by side. I promise you there's not enough space in the kink for 2 BMWs to go door to door.
Maybe Porsches, but not BMWs.
Speaking of Porsches, just behind is Michael Marlowe, who is, seemed like every battle we've been talking about him, he's always chasing a group of cars, and here he is again, facing the battle for fourth.
I think he's really just letting them battle and keeping the tires on his Porsche. If I had to guess, Terrace, I don't know how to slide behind him, but I think it's all by design. He's just letting them battle and just waiting to pick up the scraps if I had to guess.
Blue Chew GT Blue is on pit lane. They're going to do a driver swap. Andrew Parante getting behind the wheel.
It's the first time we've seen Parante today. Don't know if we're going to be close to anyone else pitting soon. It's the first of that class to pit at all, at least scheduled, of course.
Apex missers, actually hitting some apexes there through the inner loop. And for third place, Gruselski and Darling. They've traded positions, by the way. Darling's fourth. Big slide there for the 14 on exit. And Darling closes the gap back up.
He has to slide through the entire corner, and he was lucky to be able to hold it. Darling had a huge entry. I don't know if that's by design, but he's going way offline to get the best, the best rotation through one possible to get the exit. It definitely worked there, and it's probably keeping the tires on if I had to guess. So Darling trying to play to his advantages, but still not able to really do much with Gruselski as far as working together. They're not gaining anything on Michael Gonzalez, who's on his own, about 1.8 seconds up the road. A little bit of incident there. Who was that who was able to keep it off the walls?
Jamie Kingscott went around for a big moment, didn't loop the car, but got in a little hot into turn one, and it's getting especially greasy over there now with the marbles. You can see them building up at the exit of the horseshoes now. Trying to find a spot where we can get a good look at it, but I promise you there's lots of marbles offline now, and if you're getting off groove, you're going to have a pretty hard time clinging to the car. Gruselski and Darling into the bus stop. Oh, that was real close to a cut for Gruselski.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of drivers continuing to defend towards the racing line to avoid having to be in that bad area of the track where all the marbles are. So we're really not going to see anyone trying to protect the outside move. It's just going to be all about shutting down the racing line from here on out.
Darling looks like he's playing the game also. There's the clutch in, down into turn one, saving some fuel.
Thought I saw someone spinning. I think it was just Evans coming out of his stall, but another driver, like you're talking about saving fuel, playing the game. That's what you have to do at Daytona, especially at this point in a race where who knows what the strategy is to be at this point if you can cut a pit stop out at all.
Yeah, I mean, the caution kind of threw a wrench into some things. It also kind of offset our pit window by half. The only car that I can think of that's very obviously off that strategy is the 13 Composite Performance car. I don't know how it helps them, but here's some more pit stops. Torque Sim Sport. Matthias Zimmer, and he was the second place car. Here comes Apollo Racing Club down pit lane. So GT pit stops underway.
Schofield in. We'll see if they do a driver change. Jacks do go up, but could be an illusion for sure. I don't think Schofield will get out.
I would expect, here we go. I would expect the driver to change at this stage. And yes, Max Ducklow will climb in the car.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'd be surprised if they weren't. Ducklow in. Trying to see if any other drivers getting in. Richard Regan for Precision Racing Esports Silver. I don't think we've seen him today, but they're down the order. They might not even be running 9 laps down for all I know. But he is in the car, ready when he needs to.
5 cars are out, by the way, out and retired. Recycled NRG with that big impact for the 019 Aerokinetics Purple with Bruce Jackson. Tin Top Motorsport Aerokinetics Blue, and then Gowan Racing Amethyst out with crash damage here in the first 2 hours of this 4-hour event.
Through all this, Alex Gal still continues to, I would say, lengthen his lead. I think Gonzalez actually did gain last time by as Gal got through traffic, but the gap is still very large. That's 64. The Satellite Racing team was just on it today. There's no other way to put it. 3 cars in the top 5, and they very easily could have them all in the top 3 with the pace they've shown.
Yeah, 4.7 seconds is the gap from Gal to Gonzalez. And again, we have not seen the 1 change drivers yet. Same with the 64. We have seen that with a couple other teams, including Satellite Racing's sister car. Paul Darling, again behind the wheel, one of the only front runners that has already done one of their driver swaps.
They might only need to do one to the end. Not completely sure. We'll just have to wait and see as Darling and Krzelski continue to battle for this position. They stay bumper to bumper. It's half a battle and half working together as they get by Ducklow, who's getting off of the pit lane.
Composite Performance's 212 car is on pit lane. Franco Margarella is in that car now. The driver swap in GT. And again, I think we saw a lot of drivers the first pit stop not change drivers very obviously. Now, this stop, I'd expect a lot more drivers to change out. So you're going to see a lot of changes on the ticker in the next 10, 15, 20 minutes as teams come on down and put their next hot shoe in the car. At this stage, if anything, I just want a fresh driver in there. After this long in this race, you're starting to kind of wear yourself out. An hour 45 in, Connor. This is when you start to feel the exertion. You're sweaty, probably. You're hot, especially if you're in VR. An hour and 45 minutes is plenty. And pushing much beyond that, you're probably going to start hurting your time.
Yeah, I feel for the VR guys for sure. I could never do that, but yeah, definitely the point of the race where you start to wear down a little bit. Definitely a great point near halfway to get some fresh arms and fresh legs in there to maybe better your driving performance or at least your team's performance. So definitely a good time for that. Lucas Souza gets in the Air Kinetics green machine. That's the other change. Still waiting for the rest of the field to come down. There might have been a few more GT3 cars that were off strategy, definitely more than our the Lara class. So definitely a lot of different strategies in that class right now, as it looks like some of the lead cars coming in. Eric Trusch, Michael Marlowe coming together.
And Souza's getting back in that Aerokinetics green car because he was in it at the drop of the green flag, I believe. So
Yes.
trading back at 2 hours and 15 minutes to go. Torque Sim Sport is in. That's the 8 Shirts car. And Twin Turn Sim Racing's Michael Marlowe is also in. Sebastian Eisenberg will climb in the 223 for Twin Turn Sim Racing.
We shouldn't be too far away from seeing the rest of these guys like Satellite Racing Red and Blue Chew Black. Shouldn't be too far away from coming in. They went 23 laps without Slipstream, specifically the leader. We'll have to see what happens. I think Michael Gonzalez just got a 60-second stop and hold for racecraft offense, is what the call was in race control.
Huh. Well, that's probably... I wonder if that's going back to that incident with the silver team car down there at... that was the PRL Esports silver car. Let's go back and look at that again while we've got a moment and see if potentially there was more to this. So here they are heading down into the kink.
I don't think there's more to it other than what we saw. And I haven't seen any other incident from Gonzalez in this one car today. It's definitely a little bit of a dive.
I just wonder if that's where that penalty came from.
Yeah, Gonzalez got on the radio confused. I was like, what? For what? So he's confused as well. That's the only thing I could think of that it would be for. He hasn't really put a wheel out of place other than that incident.
Yeah,
so.
I guess I could kind of see the confusion. I mean, not to disagree with the race control. They can look at it far and more in depth than we can, and they have their guidelines for drivers to follow. But that was one of those situations that was awkward, yes, and it certainly hurt the GT car. But the door was open. Whether or not you thought that one should have jammed it down there, that's another discussion. But that is a borderline one, and it's unfortunate for the one team for sure.
Yeah, it's without another full course yellow, that might take him out of the race. Full 60 seconds. That'll drop him almost to last in class. So that's really catastrophic for that to happen. And I'm sure they're trying to argue it, but likely to no avail. Those decisions are usually final, but they're having a good run. Meanwhile, the lead's up to 5 seconds for Alex Gal, who should be closing on that stop soon. Might be in the next 3 laps.
Paul Darling was alongside Gruselski on the front straightaway that time. I don't know if they're changing their strategy now that they're a little bit deeper into the run. Here's Torque Sim Sport by Bugner. There's Matthias Zimmer. I don't think they've traded drivers out yet. Daniel Zahner, the other driver that's supposed to climb in. NRG supplements. Brian Boomsma's gotten out, Adam Preston in. This is for about 12th in GT.
And then a few more pit stops in GT3. Robert Cast is finally in the Composite Performance 91. So they finally done their driver swap. It's Ross Booth out, Robert Cast in for the assuming race leaders.
68 car squeezing by on the outside. Now, Composite Performance, again, they led a whole bunch of laps now that the Torque SimSport car had changed their drivers, and here they come, speak of the devil, onto pit lane. And I imagine that Simon Graff will stay in the car this time. But the McLaren that led the majority of the first stint of the race back up on the Jackson pit lane.
Appeal for the one team set, no surprise there. We'll see what the result is, but Graff does come in. There will be no driver change, as we'll see where those two come out. Those look to be the two teams we really look at. The Composite Performance 91 and the Torque SimSport 107 looks to be the battle for the rest of this day. We'll see what Simon Graff can do on this run.
Battle for the lead in GTs. I know we're kind of cycling through pit stops here, but the lead nonetheless. Ryan Walker and Jamie Kingscott. Now Walker has been in this car since the drop of the green flag. He's got Ryan Robertson waiting in pit lane to take over and absorb this battle for this position as Michael Gonzalez and Ruselski, they were nose to tail and side by side for a moment, and here's Paul Darling. So this battle for second is hot right now.
Didn't think Gonzalez was in clean air, but they seem to have finally caught up to the one. Whether got distracted or not, might be distracted, maybe seeing red, because look how much that one car, the rear end, sliding way out from under him. Really no control. Ruselski and Darling are trying to pounce.
And Ruselski was about a tenth quicker than Paul Darling, but Michael Gonzalez was about 7/10 slower than both of them last time around. So certainly either distracted or made a mistake that we didn't catch, but under fire, 5.7 seconds behind the overall race leader.
And it's only that gap is only going to climb higher and higher if they can't get by Gonzalez and try to work together and, you know, really try to work together and climb up, because that 64 is so fast. It's going to take slipstream and swapping to get to him. And even that might not be enough, because that 64 is flying.
Big fuel save for Paul Darling. Again, when you're chasing a group of cars like this, you don't have to charge the bus stop at all. And Darling has been on track for about 24 laps. So again, similar. Everyone here is on a similar strategy. Look at them passing GT traffic. The rate of change here. Look at the difference. And they're going to hit pit lane. At least the 14 car is. And Darling is going to accelerate around this big line of GT traffic. That's going to be Andrew Mickey. He'll pass on entry.
Not clear quite yet, but you'll get him by the time they're looping through turn one, or at least by exit he will. Very slidey out of turn one offline, but you're going to see that the rest of this race, as a few of the other drivers came in. Lucas Souza for Connects Green, he's getting back on track. Another driver who got back on track, I think it was the 9 Apex Missers. Frank Smith's now in that car.
Second round of green flag stops in the middle of being underway. Remember, we had a caution, a full course yellow with 3 hours to go, nearing up on 2 hours remaining in about 10 minutes time, and that will be our halfway mark of this race. Battle into turn one, Torque SimSport by 8 shirts and Composite Performance's Margarella in the 2-1-2 for 15th in GT.
That battle sort of spreads out. Margarella very deep in, under braking, but not close enough to Baker to do anything with a Torque SimSport 271.
And then up to 4th place in GT, Mickey Volkel and Ryan Carwile is there in this mix. And despite having a whole bunch of incidents on the record today, some his fault, some not, Carwile is still clinging and without a ton of damage. So they might be able to get a decent result out of this when he turns the car over to Giancarlo Schooler and Murphy Nichols.
Here comes overall leader. Gal is in. Should see a driver change here. Saw a driver change with the 88. Kirk Crum out. Eric Mickey's in. And I would assume Alex Gal's stint should be over.
Yeah, I would say at this stage they're going to just put their other driver in for the next half of this race. Alex Gal will be getting out of the car most likely, or he'll go another stint. No, he will not. So he will hop out, and into the car is Gabriel Roos in the 64. So there's a driver change.
And Michael Gonzalez is out of the one as well. Justin Nasir, as I expected, is going to be the next driver up for that team.
So Paul Darling will have to come into pit lane, but we're not expecting a driver change for Satellite Racing Blue. So I'm going to imagine they're going to gain some ground, if not take the overall lead of this race, based on the fact that they were trailing the Satellite Racing Red team before, then got a caution and were trailing. So with this time saved, having done the driver swap on the pit stop, they should cycle to be the leader.
That would probably work out well for them as far as the gap goes. They should have a decent amount of time over the rest of the field, so that's what pays off for when you do that driver swap early and catch that full course yellow at the right time. It can really play into your advantage, so we'll see how this does work out for Satellite Racing Blue.
Quality Control Racing's 063 is on pit lane. Mitchell Bott getting behind the wheel of the 063 in LMP2 Pro-Am. It's like Patrick Volkel's worked his way around Andrew Mickey on the banking. And here's Mitchell Bott and the 63 on the track now.
And State comes in, the 68 Satellite Racing white car. Don't think there'll be a driver change there, so we'll have to wait and see. The teammates come in at the same time.
Yeah, Chris Bell was in this car earlier, so I don't think we'll see a switch. Oh, they will. They're going to put Bell back in the car, which is a little surprising, actually. Here's Precision Racing Esports Blue, Lance Loomis, and he's going to turn the car over to Darian Roy.
A little surprising to see a few of those swaps, but that's all due to preference. Never know what the driver's dealing with behind the wheel. He might think that he's not doing as well and his teammate could do much better, and it's worth it to make that driver change at that point. So see how it works out for Bell.
On board with Sebastian Eisenberg. Took over after Michael Marlowe right up inside the top 5 in GTs for quite some time. Has yet to cycle back to where they were running prior to the pit stop sequence beginning, but chasing the Torque Sim Sports 8 shirts car with Andreas Banker behind the wheel.
To their outside, Austin Young and Tom Guest are cycled NRG 019 back on track. Not in a battle with Austin Young, who's gotten into a Blue Chew Black 14.
They're 41st overall right now, dead last, well, second to last in class. The only other car out of the race in LMP2 is Jack Alessi and Tin Top Motorsport Prototype. This was, again, the car that we saw hit the wall big time entering turn 1. That was way a long time ago now. I'll find again when that was. I don't know if I have it on my bookmarks.
See a car with the front wheels showing. It was definitely that incident. It was a huge, huge hit. Really an incident that didn't need to happen, so it's unfortunate for them. They'll try to make up for lost time now.
Yeah, I wonder if it was... No, wasn't that particular incident. This was another one that we saw. This was the one over at the Western Horseshoe.
Trying to see, I don't know which team that was, but that was an odd one. Almost looked like a hardware failure. I think it was Jack Alessi, the Tim Top Prototype, that just randomly went out of the race, and they have not continued since.
Argarella and Eisenberg battling for 15th in class in GT. This is BMW versus Porsche, battle of the German makes. And I think Eisenberg is kind of playing ball here. He seems like he's full throttle. And big clutch in for, almost like it was not intentional there, and he's back on power now, but he's saving big time fuel into turn 1. And for the lead in GT, this is Satellite Racing's Ryan Walker and Jamie Kingscott. I think both of these cars have yet to make pit stops. They are 26 laps into this run.
Yes, all of them yet to make pit stops, but it shouldn't be too far away. I would say within the next 5 to 10 laps for these two, but the battle still goes on regardless. Look at the run. Kingscott got a little bit of a shot to the 265 Satellite Racing machine of Walker there.
Yeah, jumped on the brakes for a moment just to slow the momentum so he didn't slam draft the 265.
Yeah, made sure not to hit him, actually. It was very close, as they're both going to come to pit lane at the same time. Maybe a little bit of a strategy ploy for both these teams.
That will bring those guys back into pit lane. By the way, the cycling has, I believe, gotten close to completing. Gabriel Ruse back on top of the board in the 64. I thought Paul Darling would have cycled to the lead, but he's 9 seconds back behind Ruse and Austin Young for Blue Chew Black. So Darling didn't really get the advantage I thought he would have gotten. But Austin Young and Blue Chew Black, again, this is the points leaders in LMP2 Pro coming into the weekend. And they started way at the back of the field, Connor, and they've just had a nice, clean race, put themselves in contention.
Yeah, really solid race, just keeping clean and getting through the rest of the field. Not the fastest car today, They did cut 8/10 out of a lead of Roos, but have shown to have the most speed today. They've been fast, but not the very fastest, but they can just keep their nose clean. That might be all you need to win a race here at Daytona. We've seen it happen time and time again.
Justin Nassier in the number 1, the Penguin RC Simulations team, another driver and team combination that started at the tail of the field. Do we know where their protests and appeal stands at, Connor?
Not quite yet. We know there is a protest, but they definitely haven't served a stop and hold quite yet, so definitely still got to be pending, I would assume.
Getting away with it for now, up to 4th place. Another team that started at the tail of the field and has done a pretty good job keeping the nose clean, save for the one moment that might end their race. And that was that pass on the PRL Esports Silver team down at the kink, which resulted in the PRL team having a really big hit. And they are back on track now, about 7 laps down to their class leader.
That might have been a strategy ploy by the Penguin Simulations team as well to file that protest and get their pit stop in before having to serve it. So maybe a little bit of strategy to potentially help them or prolong the inevitable.
Yes, I mean, just delay it, right? I mean, it can hurt you now immediately, or if you protest, it can hurt you later. And at least you buy yourself some time to argue your case. As Ryan Robertson, this is Sasha Loslavic and Pete Harrod. I was told the name pronunciation for Sasha here, and I want to try to get this right. Sasha Milosavljevic. Savljevic, yeah. Milo Savljevic, yes.
Haven't talked about him today. I don't think he's been in a car until this stint as they go side by side. Him and Pete Harrod, essentially some esports car. I believe they're on the same lap. They'll go door to door potentially into turn number 1 or maybe quarter panel to quarter panel here.
This is for position in class for 9th, maybe actually make that 8th spot as the 9, Apex Misters Frank Smits is in behind him in LMP2.
With nowhere to go as well, just got to bide your time in these situations. You're not in a battle right now, they are, so you have to be as courteous as you can, but also you do have to force the issue a little bit to not get held up too long, just wait for the battle to kind of subside for a minute as Frank Smits makes that nice and tidy as he should.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty patient, all things considered. I'm not really sure what else he could have done in that scenario, though. And by the way, up in front in GT, up after all the pit stop cycles have sequenced, Simon Graff and Robert Katz, team drivers for those that led the entire first stint of the race. But the order is the same, 107, 191 at the top of GT, both pro entries.
But right next to each other now, sort of not on the same strategy, but very close to one another on track at this point. Graff trying to pull away. They're very similar times last time by, but Cast just barely out of a slipstream right now. Well, not out of a slipstream, but he doesn't have too much of it, but it is keeping him there for the time being. Still looking at that lead overall, as Gabriel Roos, his first laps are very good ones. He's keeping that gap in tow. Alston Young did cut into it a little bit, maybe by 0.2, but the gap is still very strong.
Halfway through the MTEC Endurance Series, round 5 here at Daytona International Speedway. 2 hours down, 2 hours to go. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Connor Horn. It's been an exciting one so far. 4 classes fighting amongst 2 different car classes, and we are halfway through our second broadcast for this group. Of course, the Global Sim Racing Network will pick up the remainder of the season, save for, I believe, one more race in March. That'll be us about a month from now. But great racing so far, Connor, and actually surprisingly few incidents, all things considered. Great racing here in both categories. GT, though, only a second apart after 2 hours of racing.
Yeah, really clean racing. The only instance we've really seen between two or more drivers, they've really been in turn 1. It's been a trouble spot getting narrowed down into turn 1. We've seen issues today, but we've also seen issues with slower traffic maybe potentially getting in the way. But all in all, very clean race, very fun race to watch. There's battles all throughout this race so far.
That was my experience at Road America as well. The time just peels off the timing and scoring when the racing is as thrilling as this. We've got some strategy components as well. And speaking of strategy components, Carter Kundinger in this Composite Performance 13 car. What's going on here, Connor? They put themselves off sequence early, not pitting under that yellow flag. It has not worked for them so far. They're still 13th place after being in the top 5 for the majority of that first run.
Yeah, we'll be completely honest, it is kind of confusing to see them this far down the order. It doesn't make sense. They must have just spent a very, very long time on pit road or something, because Kundinger's been running solid times in the mid 136s, but this hasn't panned out for him at all. Maybe he had a penalty that I didn't see, but I feel like I would have seen it by now. It's not going to work out for them because they're going to have to pit again pretty soon, and they're going to probably go down an extra lap. This has not worked out.
There's another team that has kind of fallen down the order a little bit is Blue Chew Blue. They started 4th in the LMP2 category, and they've dropped to 10th, and in that given up position to the CJ White-driven Quality Control Racing 79. They've lost not only their track position overall in LMP2, but also in class in the Pro-Am Championship.
CJ White the Quality 079 in the same boat as well, started 3rd, back to 9th. So these two drivers started on row number 2. They're all the way back to row number 5 to put it into perspective. Staying right next to each other, but falling down the order accordingly, unfortunately for them.
Battle in GTs heading into the International Horseshoe, almost 3 abreast here. Just outside the top 10, Schwartz, Gowan Racing Ruby, and Apollo. Slide for the 242 Apollo Racing Club car.
Wow, that was a heck of a catch to keep it from looping and hitting Gregory Barwick in the Quality 255. Heck of a correction. Able to make that work, and you'd never see 3 wide through there, but they were able to make it work on the entry, and then on the exit it got a little hairy.
Yeah, you can see him right there on the edge of the marbles. That's the fascinating thing here. Watch right here, he's on the edge of the marbles, and then that's when he loses it, Connor. Just got a little bit too far out of the groove and goes around for a half spin, recovers up to 12th, but this car was running as high as 4th in class, and now has dropped down to 12th with the sequence.
Yeah, absolutely nothing going right for them right now. Just, I don't know, a little bit struggle with the car at some point. It seems like having all these marbles on track has really thrown their game off, but still fast, still has plenty of speed, but definitely struggling for grip when they didn't earlier, so maybe not keeping up with the track as well as they should be.
Up in front of GT, there was a second between the leaders there, but now it's down to half a second. Robert Cast is reeling in Torque Sim Sports' Simon Graff. And I think the slipstream is going to help finish the job off here. We'll see how much they play ball or if they'll go to battle now. It's only 5 seconds back to Torque Sim Sports' sister car with Matthias Zimmer behind the wheel.
Yeah, we'll see if Zimmer can get back into this. He was working with, I believe, his teammate. Trying to see that was Andreas Beckner, but Beckner and Zimmer very far apart. Definitely probably off sequence with driver swaps and all that, but they were working together, but it wasn't really working for those two, and now the top 2 are kind of on their own in a way. One Torque Sim Sport driver up there. They're really kind of dominating the front of this class with 3 cars, in the top 4.
Yeah, really good start to their day. They got to finish it off, though. Still half of this race left to go. And there hasn't been a lot of dramas at the front of the GT field yet. There was a little bit of battling earlier there was some paint trading going on between a couple of teams, the 00 and the 71, if I recall correctly. That was M. Plower and 71 that was the Torque Sim Sport car that we're looking at here, the Ferrari.
Yeah, that was very exciting when they were doing that for about 2-3 laps straight. Subsided for the time being, as this is a battle for, I believe, fourth in total class. Beckner and Margarella right next to each other. Sal Sanchez Flores in the world of sim racing BMWs had a tough day of multiple laps down. Getting the slipstream off them, Beckner is, to just try to keep up and not give up this position for the Composite Performance 12.
About 2.5 seconds back is Sebastian Eisenberg for Twin Turn Sim Racing. The turn 1 downshifting the Ferrari. A little bit of a defensive line there, but Margarella not ready to make that pass quite yet. A lot of cooperation I've seen tonight. At times we've had a couple drivers banging doors as we've documented, but also a lot of drivers that just seem content riding in line and playing the game that is Daytona, saving fuel, staying in the draft, most importantly.
Sal Sanchez Flores got a warning for blocking, so I assume Beckner and Margarella don't want to stay behind him for too long, kind of impeding their progress if they had any. So these two kind of battling the slower traffic compared to themselves. Sebastian Eisenberg, like I said, he's trying to get back into that fight. And just behind Eisenberg, Pete Harrod and Ryan Robertson right next to each other for position.
And they've been battling for a while, since the pit stop sequence in particular. They were actually battling for the lead in class before they hit pit lane. Really the closest battle now is the 271 and the 212 Torque Sim Sport 8 shirts in composite performance. This is the closest one on the racetrack for 4th in class.
Yeah, because of that slower traffic, Sanchez Flores giving Beckner slipstream. It's really impeding any of Franco Margarella's performance. It's really impeding any of the progress he has towards making that position up. So it's going to be a little stagnant for a while until they can get by the 115 or he makes a pit stop. Then the battle will be on for sure.
Noting some extra cones at the exit of NASCAR 4. You see in the bottom of the racetrack there, iRacing had an update a couple of days ago after the fiasco in the 24 hours of Daytona. Banking, or actually the apron rather, will give you a slow down penalty for driving down there beyond about 100 miles an hour. So those areas have been more clearly coned off and now carry an additional penalty. We won't see any of that funny business today with live stewards and I'd say a pretty high level of camaraderie amongst this group.
Live stewards.
There's a thought. There's Ryan Carwile and Andrew Parente. This is for 13th in GT. I think there's some fear about live stewards in iRacing official races that if the top split gets them, then everybody should get them. But I also think that the broadcast split, they're already getting that. So you might as well commit to at least making it a fair race.
I mean, yeah, if you're going to broadcast it for the world to see.
Whoa, slide for Parente. And around he goes.
I think he caught grass on the inside, harmless, but he's going to lose a lot of time in some positions. Anthony Flores goes by. So we get a little bit of a replay. Looking to the inside, trying to get clean air on the nose, and I think he got lost, to be completely honest. I think he's trying to get clean air on the nose compared to Carwell and just clip some grass. Yeah,
it's really easy to get the right side tires there on the grass and then upset the differential in particular, and then it freaks the traction control out, and then you go around for a spin. So he'll correct it and carry on. He loses just, I think, one or two spots, and we'll get back rolling.
Well, battle that's heating up is for second overall. Austin Young, Blue Chew Black, has been giving up significant time, a full second slower than Paul Darling in the Satellite Racing Blue 67 as those two start to converge on one another.
Yeah, Paul Darling was really playing the game earlier, not making passes on LMP2 traffic, but with the 14 slowing down, he's got to know that he's quicker. Well, these two fight. How about front straightaway battle into turn one? Margarella and Baker.
Finally getting by Sanchez Flores, so these two can battle amongst themselves as Sanchez Flores probably ordered to give those positions on track up as these two get away. The windshield wiper up for Beckner. I think saying thank you, let's battle now.
LMP2 fight back for second. It's a little closer now that Darling had the run. So now I'm curious if Darling will be willing to sit in behind because he knows he just ran down Young from a couple seconds back. So sitting in behind him, I feel, would be a mistake at this stage. I think he might have better pace on his own, but you have to be able to clear Austin Young and then drive away from him, which might be an additional challenge.
The really only way he's going to drive away from Austin Young is if he catches traffic at a bad point after passing him, and that's not going to help your battle when you're the one who's getting stuck in lap traffic, slower traffic, excuse me, that's Max Ducklow. They're getting by. Ooh, Darling, very wiggly offline there, as we're going to see that in every corner that's like that in the infield, where if you're offline, you're going to struggle. But yeah, you can get by him's one thing. Yeah, catching him's one thing, passing him's another thing, and then the third thing that no one talks about is actually getting away from a completely different story.
Especially at a place like Daytona where there's two huge sections of just slipstreaming. As, by the way, the 13 car, that's Composite Performance, they finally made their driver swap. Dominic Dornenberg gets in, and they were just a couple minutes away from needing to make that pit stop and encroaching on the maximum drive time of 2 hours, 36 minutes. So Dornenberg will climb in that 13 and likely take that car to the end. So they're done with their driver swaps. A couple other LMP teams are not. They have to switch back to a prior driver to meet that drive time restriction. But I don't know that they're in a great spot given all the time they've given up on recent runs. Back into turn one again for fourth. In GTs at least. Eric Mickey, by the way, I'm not sure if we covered this, but Eric Mickey's in the 88 now, the Bombshell Racing Team Odin car. And the 88 in this particular instance has climbed up almost to the top five. They need to go run down Bell.
Excuse me, sorry about that. Margarella and Beckner kind of touched out of a horseshoe as Anthony Flores has had an off, but I don't think any damage is done as the leader, Gabriel Rush, just came up on that battle between Becker. I keep saying Beckner, it's not Beckner. This isn't Travis Beckner.
No, I was going to say, I was like, you're pulling that name from the area series, but this is the 86, the 286 and the 270. And they just have a coming together in the bus stop there, and the 86 did a great job reeling it in, but then they get tagged from the the PRL Esports blue car of Darian Roy, and that's what sends the car around there.
Yeah, luckily, really no harm, no foul. Contact was made. 2 wide there is really tough to do. Anyways, almost does a good job getting back on track, trying to avoid a slowdown penalty more than anything, but it's just a kind of an awkward situation.
Not really much that, and they've got big time damage, Connor.
Oh, wow, they got really messed up. Yeah, toe is definitely out. That's going to take some repairs. I was wondering what happened. I think they spun again, trying to get back to the pits, actually, on the apron. I think that damage might have came from hitting the inside wall. I don't know if that was there before they hit the inside wall out of oval turn 4. I don't think it was as bad.
Yeah, that car is going to be severely damaged in any case. And going back to the 2 cars' involvement, Darian Roy, I don't really think he did anything wrong there. He had momentum, and you could probably view, I mean, it's tough, but that 286 was kind of offline. You could probably justify that or call that an unsafe rejoin, but it's debatable whether or not he was really off track at any point. Either way, he was way slower than the traffic approaching, and it's a high commitment area. There's not much Darian Roy can do to slow down at that stage without really impacting his own performance in own corner.
Yeah, he really chalked it up either to an unsafe rejoin or just a racing incident, because what really started that is the racing incident that happened in the bus stop. That's just a tough, awkward situation that really no one could do anything about.
Yeah, and actually that you bring up the racing incident in the bus stop there. I don't really think that was, I mean, I think the 286 kind of pinched there at the apex, but it's so tight through there. The fact that they were side by side at all was impressive without immediately crashing. So I'll chalk that up to, drivers just going for it here. It's a race. They signed up for a race, and stuff like that will happen, but the impact on the 286 was certainly a lot more than the other drivers involved.
Yeah, and hitting the inside wall on the front straightaway definitely did their car in for sure. Unfortunate, but what's done is done. We move on, and still looking at some battles that might be heating up, cooling down, whatever it is. One that's cooling down is that battle for second. Austin Young's kind of pulled back away from Paul Darling through all that traffic as the pit lane is closed, and we have another full course yellow.
All right, full course caution, second one of the day. And 1 hour and 45 minutes remaining in this race, and that will slow down Gabriel Ruse. So now, what does this do for the composite performance car, Connor? They're a lap down to the leader.
They're going to have to take the weight for sure. Their strategy is kind of already out the window. They might have no choice but to kind of get back on sequence. I don't know much more they can do. They've really put themselves in a bad spot. I'm still confused as to what happened on the first pit stop, because it's not like they were slow on track. They just lost so much time entering the pits somehow.
They've made 3 pit stops. Is that what we expected them to make today already? Or yes, everyone else?
The first one, and then they didn't pit, and then second and third. So yes, that should be what they're on.
Okay, so no strangeness there. So full course yellow for the second time today. That's going to slow the pace down. We'll give everyone an opportunity to pit, and then we'll restart with probably about 1 hour and 35 minutes to go, and that's going to be a one stopper from here. So if you pit now, you got one more pit stop to the end. If you just pit, if you're the 13, for example, you're still outside of your window. You can go about 40 to 45 minutes on a tank of fuel, I believe. And what that means is that you're about 20 minutes short on fuel, so you're going to have to come in again, Dornenberg would. But I think everybody hits pit lane this time, unless you're trying to somehow take advantage of a wave around or something, but I think your strategy is pretty set. And we're not done with yellows also. We could get a third.
Yeah, definitely not done as well. I think I found what happened on the first pit stop for Carter Kundinger. I think he might have been caught speeding because of how frantically he got to pit lane. So that will definitely do them in. They hit the cones at 73. I think pit speed's 55. Might even be slower on this configuration. So that would do it.
So let's go back and have a little bit of a look at some of the things that have happened so far this race and kick things off. This was way back at the beginning of the event. There's the Gowan Racing Amethyst car having some trouble and spinning back up onto the racetrack, getting collected. Here's an issue heading into bus stop here. This is the Blue 2 Black team making contact with the 99 Aerokinetics car. They had a bit of a moment.
And the big hit as well, almost similar to what we saw with the one machine earlier, and another mistake in the bus stop. We've seen a few incidents here as well, a little bit of an off right there. Those straight lines and trying to see what team that was, but really no harm, no foul at that point.
Banging doors, the Torque SimSport car, and I believe that is the, what's the other car there? Torque SimSport and is that Composite Performance? That's the 00, the M Plower team that were battling door to door and banging off each other a couple of times. Some dramas here on board with Paul Darling as he was chasing his teammate. Again, the team cars nose to tail for the majority of that first run. Then a little bit later in the race, we saw the 105 car go around for a loop. Then this issue here with the TMS Racing Endurance team car. I think they also had an issue here, similar spot. Issue for the recycled NRG team. This was that hit down at turn number 1, and that was the biggest impact of the day, Connor. Huge impact after getting hit from a couple LMP2s to the outside. They came back across the racetrack and then slammed into the 19, sending them across the racetrack and absolutely destroying their day. Tom Guest is back on the racetrack, though, 16 laps down to the class leader.
A couple of quality teammates he got slammed into by as well. The 074 was the culprit of that. He's had a rough time. That was Tristan Teresiano in the cars at that point. Andy Tyserson now, but he's had a rough one. This was one of the other main incidents with Michael Gonzalez behind the wheel of the Penguin LMP2, trying to see who that was he got into, trying to remember. But that was the real incident that we kind of talked about a little while ago, where we saw a potential 60-second stop and hold for that one car, but hasn't been served quite yet after that incident. This was the most recent incident.
Yeah, this was the BRT Heimdall car. There's where the damage came from. It was from the 2, and it just drove in the right rear corner of that car and has caused that car to be on pit lane and likely going to retire that one from the event. So that has been kind of your update so far, as we are 2 hours and 20 minutes into this 4-hour race, and your timing and scoring has the drivers as they run. Names first, and we'll rotate through the teams, but Gabriel Ruse, Austin Young, Paul Darling, Justin Nasir, Chris Bell, the rest of your top 5, Eric Mickey, Darian Roy, Donny Fonte Pedra, CJ White, Patrick McDaniel, the rest of your top 10 in Prototype. Torque SimSport with Simon Graff behind the wheel, leading in GT, the Robert Cass, Matthias Zimmer, Franco Margarella, Andreas Baker, Pete Harrod, Ryan Robertson, Sebastian Eisenberg, and Sasha Milosavic in the Tin Top Motorsports car, followed by Gowan Racing's Nicholas Gowan, rounds out your top 10 in GT.
Pace speed's going to get increased here. We'll see if they do come by to pit next time by. All these drivers were pretty close, especially the LMP2s, were pretty close to their next pit stop window. Actually, they might have been maybe halfway through their stint now that I'm looking at it, as pit road will open this time by halfway through their stints, similar to when the last yellow came out in the 13 pit. Maybe it would have worked for them if they didn't speed, but we now don't know how that would have worked out for them. And we'll see if there's any strategy here. I wouldn't expect much.
Yeah, so here's the deal, right? The prototypes can go about 40 to 45 minutes on fuel. If you pit now, you're going to get a restart with about an hour 30, hour 35 minutes remaining. That means that you're still going to have to pit again. If you don't pit this time, you're going to go to about an hour and 20 minutes, and you're still going to have to make another pit stop. So I think you have to pit now. You can make a driver swap. This is a great time to do that. Everyone's made a driver swap at this point. I look squarely at Satellite Racing Blue as a team that should potentially put Alex Ellis back in if he's not going to get over the maximum drive time. My fear is that he might, because our first caution was an hour in, and we have an hour 38 to go. The maximum drive time is 2 hours 36 minutes. So they're about 2 minutes away from being able to make that swap and have Ellis complete the race. So Paul Darling, however, might also go over that maximum drive time. So I don't know what the Satellite Racing Blue team wants to do here.
Yeah, Paul Darling's actually been in the car longer than Alex Ellis, I believe, at this point.
Yeah, an hour 20, right, compared to an hour. So, but if they switch now, they have to switch with 2 minutes remaining in the race. So we'll see what they do.
13 stays out again, but he's a lap down, obviously. No strategy here. Everyone else is going to come down, get fuel, get tires, maybe a driver swap. We'll have to see. As car 13 assumes paint speed, he will obviously wave around, but not quite yet. As we'll see if Darling stays in.
So busy pit road, and we're going to cycle everything through for you here when they come out. Looks like Jack's going up on most of the cars in the field here. I think this is a great opportunity to take tires, especially if you're doing a driver swap.
I think Darling will stay in, actually. He hasn't gotten out quite yet. Comes a few more of the GT cars sharing pit stalls today, obviously.
So what I'd expect is that Darling would just go until the next stop, and then he would turn the car back over to Alex Ellis. But Satellite Racing 1-2 out of pit lane. They've put the Blue Chew Black car back to third place. That was really well done by Darling to have a very efficient pit stop. And Satellite Racing Red and Blue back on top as they were in the first stint.
Probably the last thing Austin Young wanted to see as well, to get those two teammates back together. Really going to be hard to split them up. We saw how well those teams worked together earlier and got such a big gap on the rest of the field, and they could do just that.
GT
again.
Looks like Precision Racing Esports Black out front for now, and Plower, Satellite Racing, GT3 Amp, Torque Sim Sport, and Composite Performance are the rest of your top 5. We're going to take a quick break, get an opportunity to take a swig of water and run to the lube before we get back rolling. An hour and 30 minutes remaining in this race, just about. We'll be back after this.
If there's one place that defines American motorsport, it's here. The sandy beaches a few miles away held races for decades. It's where NASCAR was born. They need a place to race, a super speedway so fast and so huge that the cars could run flat out all the way around. 1 million square yards of earth was moved to create the banking. The void left behind became Lake Lloyd. It built the foundation of NASCAR. In the decades that followed, Daytona became hallowed ground. The trophies here mean more than any other. Win the 500? Put your name on the Harley J. Earl Trophy. Win the 24 hours and strap a Rolex on your wrist. The banks are not always kind. They're not always fair. And while Daytona wins bring a statistical highlight to any career, it's the losses that make it seem pointless. But for every untimely ending, there is a triumphant healing. For every emotional victory, a mind-numbing realization.
Tom O'Gorman fighting for every
I won
inch that
at
he possibly
Daytona.
get. Won the last TCR race of last year, Road Atlanta, starting things off in
The checkered flag
exactly the
waved
right
for
style.
me.
It is victory for Tom O'Gorman and the LA Honda World Team.
While it may be a highlight, it is only the beginning.
Yeah, how could you not be smiling? I mean, if you'd have told me yesterday about this time that we'd be sitting here, I wouldn't have believed you. It's just the best day ever.
The major series, the MTEC Endurance Sports Car Championship, takes on Daytona International Speedway. It's time to get back racing after our second caution period in this event. 1 hour and 34 minutes remain in a 4-hour race. Satellite Racing Red and for a moment Satellite Racing Blue was up front as well, but they have come back down pit lane and elected to make their driver swap. Connor, I mentioned that they were about 2 minutes shy of making that drive time. Well, they put Ellis back in at the expense of their track position. Big move there by the 67 team.
I would have to assume that's a big mistake. I think they realized too late what they needed to do. Maybe they thought they were under the threshold and wouldn't need to make another or something like that, but that definitely can't be by design to pit and then do the driver swap, losing critical track position because the teammates are about to be together and maybe being able to work together to get away from the rest of the field again. But that's really helped Austin Young.
It almost could have been intentional, though, because I mentioned they were just 2 minutes shy of making that driver swap. They had to make a driver swap again, so they were behind their sister car on the driver swap strategy, right? Because Gabriel Ruse does not need to get out of this car. They've already satisfied their minimum drive time for their other driver. They had not for Alex Ellis. Paul Darling was going to go over if he went to the end of the race. Ellis would have gone over if they pit when everyone else came to pit lane. So they elected to pit, keep Paul Darling in the car for a lap, then come down and put Alex Ellis in the car. So Ellis is good to the end, but Connor, you're right. It puts them down in 12th in track position. So Ellis has a lot of work to do here, but he is one of the fastest guys on the racetrack, and he should be in pretty good shape.
Ellis put in chat that his teammate disconnected and got in the car. Paul Darling, it almost looks like Paul Darling might have had an internet issue, and that's why Alex Ellis got in the machine. So not only is he going to be at the very back of 12th position, back in 12th position on track, that's an end-of-line penalty for pitting when pits were closed. So he's going to be behind all of this sort of traffic.
Oh, that's
this
not
is going
good.
to kill their race.
That is not okay. So that didn't work out at all like the way I thought we were going to. So trouble for Satellite Racing Blue after being up front for the majority of this race. Gabriel Ruse and Satellite Racing Red, they are up front. And we're going to get the 1 to green this time through, I believe.
And that's a really crushing blow. Like Paul Darling said, he dropped, not a disconnect. So that was not planned. I had to assume that wasn't by strategy. It didn't make any sense to me. So that is really going to put them behind the 8 ball. And they might need another full course yellow to get back in this race, starting at the end of the line. And meanwhile, after that, no one else stayed out before the pits were actually open in the top class, but in GT class, we did have, I believe, 2 drivers stay out. It's Nicholas Schwartz and Precision Racing Esports Black 217, and I believe Joshua Easy and the M-Plower Eisenblue 200 also stayed out, while 3rd place, I believe, Ryan Robertson Satellite Racing was the first driver who actually did make their pit stop under yellow.
Yeah, so here's a look at the pit stint information. And you're right, 17 laps and 16 laps respectively for 2nd and 1st. Everyone else came to pit lane. The driver that was leading prior to the sequence was Torque SimSports' Simon Graff. Now, this McLaren has led a whole bunch of laps this race, as has the Composite Performance 91 driven by Robert Cass. Now, it's going to show 0 because it only shows overall laps led, but they both have been the dominant forces in GT. They're going to restart 5th and 6th. And again, it'll be 1 pit stop to the end from here for basically everybody everywhere.
Yeah, this is going to be a very key restart because we're not close to the end, I would say. Still a long way to go, hour and a half to go, but really a low chance of getting another full course yellow. Still possible, but we really will just have to wait and see. This is a very crucial restart for the entire field, and it's a really crucial restart for Blue Chew Black and Austin Young. Green flag will be coming out this time by, but it is huge if that Blue Chew Black 14 can do anything with Satellite Racing, who have dominated this one.
Austin Young and Blue Chew Black warming up their tires. Remember that this 14 team was leading the points overall coming into the day. I'm certain they'd like to end this day with a victory, go on top of it. And again, sprint to the finish here, Connor. Yes, you mentioned there's a long way to go. 2 stints. It's not particularly a short run to the end, but it's also not that long. This is kind of within the range of a regular single driver race. So if you've got your fresh driver in here, you're in pretty good shape to the end of this race. And it's about time to get very aggressive. So we haven't really seen all that many incidents so far, given the size of the field and the length of the race. I think we're getting ready to see a whole lot more as drivers get extra aggressive here to make it to the end of the MTEC Endurance Sports Car Series Round 5. Field comes around NASCAR Turn 4 up into the acceleration zone here for the restart. That's a long line of 40 cars still on the racetrack. Green flag back in the air at Daytona. We're back underway. Gabriel Ruse leads through turn number 1. Behind them in GT, Nicholas Schwartz in Lamborghini has an advantage of 0.7 of a second. A good restart there for the 217.
He did a really solid job getting a little bit of a gap there. He actually looks to be inside of Ticehurst. No reason to do that. It'll hurt him a little bit on exit, but still a great gap to Easy in the 200. And I believe the Audi, who's a little bit of a struggle through the horseshoe. Ryan Robertson trying to take advantage, but can't quite yet. There's also a good jump for Gabriel Ruse, but Austin Young keeping in tow. Closest we've seen anyone to Satellite Racing so far today. See how long this lasts.
Alex Ellis has a very busy lap on his hands here, getting by lap traffic as quickly as possible to get back up towards the prototype cars that he's chasing down. That's a pass for position ahead of him. Apex Missers Frank Smits. But all this GT traffic they have to contend with as they climb back up onto the NASCAR banking.
Oh.
Gabriel Ruse has the advantage, but here comes Austin Young. Will he take a look to the inside?
Oh, they're 3 wide up ahead of him. Frank Smits went 3 wide. That was a move. I'm sorry, I was looking at that. That was incredible, but this is the battle for the lead. Roos able to get away, but Austin Young will have a little bit of a slipstream to maybe use to his advantage into turn number 1.
Alex Ellis slicing and dicing. A nice clean gap here to get through the inner loop, the bus stop. Smits ahead of him. And this is kind of a gift here to be able to pass a lot of the traffic. Battle for the lead. Here comes Austin Young, and he's going to play ball right now. He tucks in behind the Satellite Racing car.
And there was a bump there, but he is looking like he wants to just sit behind. But we've seen how fast Satellite Racing Red has been all race. We'll see if he can stay in that slipstream, as well as starting to notice a little bit of a cloud cover coming over the track. Really not much sun beating down on this racetrack. Whose advantage is that? We'll have to see.
Joshua Easy putting pressure on Schwartz for the top spot here in GT. And behind them, Simon Graf up to 3rd place in the McLaren in the background.
Yep, by Ryan Robertson well before the start-finish line, got that move done. Robert Cass not able to make really any moves, not able to keep pace with Graf just yet, as he has to deal with Frank Smits and Alex Ellis getting by at this point of this battle.
Moments after the restart, it's always chaotic. Look at Quality Control Racing 63. Mitchell Bott past Miller in the Blue Chew blue car, and they're going to battle up onto the banking again. Swipe left, swipe right. Here he comes.
Miller was in way earlier, now finally in, probably for the rest of this race, if I had to guess, as they're going to go side by side into the bus stop. This is going to be very tight, getting close and personal with one another, flashing the lights. I believe that's CJ White up ahead.
Side by side into the bus stop. Look out, they're still door to door.
That's not going to work. Camilo might have gotten a cut there. Dominic Dornenberg is going to take advantage of that, back on the lead lap, so that's for position for 13.
For Dornenberg, yellow was very helpful, gets them back in position, and they can now just make up ground naturally. So here he comes up on the outside of Quality Control Racing for 9th place on the front straightaway through the tri-oval.
And Camiller's got the slipstream as well. He's going to dive to the outside, had to swerve, I think, to avoid contact as he was flashing the lights there, as these 3 under a blanket. Dornenberg and Bott dead even in the 1, but Bott really sends it in there to get that job done. Now it's side by side for the position behind 10.
And in GT, here comes Joshua Easy, clears Schwartz into turn 1. Audi past Lamborghini and to the point here in GT.
2 different players at the front right now. You see Simon Graf trying to get there, but those 2 are working together pretty well. It's going to be a little bit harder for him to get up to those 2, but he is still in slipstream range. And Robert Cast is struggling a little bit more than Torque Sim Sports 107 right now. He's having to deal with the Tin Top Motorsports 147. Ryan Robertson is starting to sort of fade here.
And, by the way, the top 2 in GT Pro-Am entries. The first Pro car is Simon Graf in 3rd place.
That shows how tight this field is. In all reality, these drivers have been all over each other all race long. Still trying to look at any battles formulating. That battle between the LMP2s, Mitchell Bott's got it for now. Dominic Dornenberg trying to close back in. And Christopher Camiller is kind of hanging on by a thread at this point as they sort of swerve out. Bott does to break a little bit of draft. On board now with Simon Graf.
3rd place in class, top running pro car, and now has a big run on this Lamborghini in 2nd, Nicholas Schwartz. Look at the performance of the McLaren. It is a slippery, lightweight, and its lowest power car in GT3, Connor, but is the lightest by far and very slippery and around the outside heading into the bus stop. But the U17 fights back.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to do that there. He might have a better run. No, he's not going to get that good of a run. He really went wide in the middle of the bus stop, and Robert Cast is all over him just like that. Probably the break the 91 needed to keep close to the 107 as he flashes the lights, and now he's got 3 hungry drivers right behind him.
Here comes Robert Cast. Composite Performance and Torque Sim Sport battled all the first stint. Switch positions for stint 2, then now they're put back a little bit on strategy, but the Porsche's running out of steam in a way the McLaren does not. And look at Satellite Racing's Ryan Robertson, and to the inside, big dive from the Audi Tin Top Motorsports car.
Sasha Milosavljevic, Tin Top Motorsports, what a daring move. I didn't expect that at all. I don't think Robert Cast did either, taken by surprise. And it also that's gonna really work out. There's no other way to say it. It was just a bold move, but we're gonna see more of those bold moves as we get closer to an hour to go.
We briefly checked on the battle again between Quality Control, Composite Performance, and the other Quality Control car. They have not yet sorted it out completely, but neither have the 2 overall leaders, Gabriel Roos and Austin Young. Young seems like he's willing to stay in line, but saving fuel potentially to have an advantage in that final pit stop.
And that's going to be huge. Flume's huge as well. We have not seen anyone keep up with any of the Satellite Racing guys. They've either been by each other on their own or just flat out faster than everyone in the lead. So this is huge that Austin Young can do this and kind of save a few laps of fuel.
The braking zone for turn 1, again lifting very early. Bombshell Racing Team Odin and World of Sim Racing around the outside in the marbles, and they're going to lose grip out there.
No!
Big slide,
Ow.
tire marks left. They were already out of the groove by the time they entered turn 1 there, Connor, but he did a great job to hang on. Here's the onboard.
Yeah, that move might have worked 30 minutes in, but that's not going to work right now. He had such a big run, had to take it, forced outside, which you really don't want to do at this point in the race. And you can see how much he fires it in. I think the closing rate to Chris Bell played a factor in that as well, which threw him offline, but a very good correction.
Back in behind Darian Roy, the Precision Esports blue car.
Got a battle for the GT lead as well.
Sure do, into turn 1. Schwartz and Easy back at it.
Oh, they're going to hit. He's going to spin. Schwartz is around. And here goes.
Oh,
Graf hit
contact
him.
with the McLaren.
Yep, Graf hit him a little bit. Don't know how much damage there is, but that could have been way bigger than it was, and now everyone's stacked up.
That was a big deal. How much damage does Simon Graf have on the nose of the McLaren? Don't see a lot, but it doesn't take a lot to take a car out of contention.
I think it looks like it's mostly right front fender, if any, but I don't see anything that wasn't there before. I think he got away with one, as it was a very tight battle, and it got even tighter into turn 1. And that's why having so little grip out there is so important. You're trying to keep that guy tight to the apex because you don't want to go wide and slide. But that type of thing can happen by doing that.
Yeah, the 217. Gonna pick up some damage in that. Simon Graf cycles to second, but 1.6 seconds behind the Audi of Joshua Easy.
I think Easy actually got the worst damage out of all of that. He clipped his right front fender, actually did clip Nicholas Schwartz a little bit, so he does have some damage. As a car got the 063 Mitchell Bott got a warning for blocking. That must have been the same battle with the 024, but that was wild for a second there.
NRG Supplements is in pit lane, I believe, changing drivers to Brian Boomsma. As far as I can understand.
I think so. He was in the car earlier, so I think that should be a change. I don't think he was in it last stint, so this should be a drive change.
This is telling here. So Graf in the McLaren getting out dragged here by an Audi. Well, not quite. So I wonder if that little bit of damage is affecting just a little bit of the top end on that 107 McLaren. I don't think it's definitely not catastrophic, but it could be a factor in this race. Look at behind Composite Performance, Margarella, and the Energy Supplements car. No, Boomsma was on track. It was an internet connectivity related issue.
Oh, really sensitive inside of Margarella there. This is a hornet's nest right now after the initial restart, but they're making it work so far, even though there was contact. There's also another group back with Max Duclo, Andrew Parente, and Daniel Zahner, who are also in their own battle a little bit further back from these guys. Whoa, 3 wide in the Western Horseshoe just about as well.
And look at this LMP2 battle. World of Sim Racing, Danny Fonte Pedra, CJ White, and Darian Roy. 200 miles an hour off into turn 1. Every time you jump on the brakes, it's a gamble.
And all the way down to 65, just like that. It happens that fast. Behind them, the Dornenberg and Mitchell Bott, a little bit of a battle as well. The 13 has really benefited from that yellow back in the game, up back into the top 10 overall, trying to gain a little bit more time. CJ White from 7th is around.
Let's see what happened to this car.
Seemed to be on his own.
Locked up the rear brakes here, maybe? No, just got in a little hot and just looped it.
A little bit hot and a little bit offline as well, so that's going to be a dangerous combination for the rest of this race for sure, but once again, one of those harmless spins. We've seen so many of those today.
So keep an eye on the lap times here of Simon Graf. There's a 44.4 to a 45.1 the leader Easy just did, so he's got pace still. So no worries there. Back up in front in LMP2. Wonder if Austin Young is just going to roll behind the 64. He's got the Satellite Racing Red kind of in the catbird seat here. If he just sits back here for this run and then follows them all the way to the checkers, they'll win this battle back to the line, but that's a long way away. Margarella is stopped at the International Horseshoe.
Meanwhile, Austin Young actually is going for the lead. They are side by side in turn 1, but we'll see what happened to Margarella first as Young clears no issue, no battle there. We'll see if there was contact at all.
Yeah, maybe down here.
Right there.
Tight fit there for the 5. That's what did him in. Oh, spin, turn 1.
Oh, huge. Dornenberg, Camiller, I think Mitchell Bott. They finally came together.
That was a fast, high-speed incident here. They're all kind of running nose to tail. And they come into the camera shot here. And does the 63 get into the back of the 13? Yes.
Oh, yeah. Same thing from earlier, really.
And the 24 had to go a long way around to miss it all. And here's his view.
I think actually he didn't hit anything. I thought he was involved, but I think it was just a very smooth avoidance and a very scary one at that, because he's probably going to see nothing right in front of him right here.
Wow,
not what you
that
want to
is
see.
Excellent drive, though, by Camiller to drive around that incident and keep the fenders on the car. That was a critical moment as we go back to, as you mentioned, the LMP2 lead, where Austin Young drove around Gabriel Ruse. Ruse didn't fight it too much. Maybe he wants some fuel save now. And you can hear it on entry to the bus stop. He's already saving fuel.
It is a little bit surprising to see Austin Young do that, but we saw earlier from the Satellite Racing teammates that, I forget which one was in front specifically, but the one who was out front pit 2 laps earlier and did get the lead back, but not by much. So maybe he assumes that if he has the lead in pit stops, he'll be able to keep it or something like that.
Oh, Dornenberg around again in the bus stop.
Ooh, he must have pretty severe damage with the rear of it.
Oh, boy.
He's going to have to go through the cut-through to get back on track.
Was it the 79 again, maybe? Or the 67? No, just on his own on the outside.
Whoa, that's a dangerous spot to spin around like that. That could have been so much worse.
And Gabriel Ruse and all that. Now look at them side by side in traffic. This is the battle for the LMP2 lead. 3 wide through the infield.
That is insanely tight. They're going to make it work. Here comes, that's Blumenkrantz in the Quality 255, who's going to split up the battle for now. Young and Ruse bumper to bumper as they're about to get towards faster GT traffic eventually as they're nose to tail through all this.
That was dicey stuff. Austin Young hangs on to the lead for the moment. And in GT, it's similarly close. Easy and Graf nose to tail.
Yeah, Easy's finally been reeled in. Graf and Milosavljevic were really working together well with Slipstream, and now they're all back in it. Not just Graf, but Milosavljevic. Robertson's there as well. Robert Cast lagging back, but he is still in Slipstream range.
And look at this. Backer and Boomsma nose to tail for 6th. Energy supplements.
They might be trying to work together to maybe get back up to those guys and try to stay in the lead fight, but not working together much in a turn 1. They might go door to door. Here comes Boomsma with a little bit of side draft.
I see lots of positions changing hands right now in the timing and scoring. Wish I could show you all of them at once.
I mean, Octobox.
Yeah, just a multi-view of everything. Oh, little contact down there, a little bumping and banging between the 203 and 271. And the leaders into the infield.
Yeah, this is not too far away. These guys, the main overall leaders, are not too far away from catching this battle for GT lead as well, as Easy's trying to hold on with everything he's got, but now he's got 4 cars behind him who want this race lead.
GT battle is fierce right now. Easy, Graf, Milosavljevic, Robertson, and Robert Cast. And this 91, when he gets back up here, he's going to be hard to get back by as well. This team has been rock solid today, first driven by Ross Booth. Following the Torque SimSport car that was driven by Andre Wolf at the beginning, he's going for the lead on the back straightaway, tucking in behind the Audi. And look at the advantage this McLaren has. It's always been quick on the straights. He's saving extra fuel here too.
Yeah, he is definitely in the best spot. I don't think Easy can really fight too much with it. The only thing he can hope for is that Tin Top Motorsports, Satellite Racing, they start the race. Simon Graf himself and maybe hurt his chances of getting the lead, but I don't think that's going to happen as they are pretty spread out. And look at the run. It's almost a 5-mile-per-hour difference out of Oval 4, and that advantage only grows. I think Easy might be pitting here.
Down below the line, here he comes to pit lane. They will have to pit again also, so keep that in mind. Remember, I think they were one of the teams that stayed out.
Yes.
That was an expected pit stop run. Gabriel Ruse closing in again on Austin Young into turn 1. and traffic again in the infield.
Thought this would have played in Nasir's advantage. Maybe he could close in, but he has not really done well in traffic, so not closing in as much as I thought he would. So it should just be down to these two, pending anything crazy for the time being. It will be down to these two. As big slide, it almost looked like from Roos there.
Cars around in the back drop.
Oh.
I didn't see who that was. Oh, that's the one car.
Dana and Mickey. Dana and Mickey were in. I don't think the one car was in it. Maybe he was. Did he reset? No, I don't.
Here's a look
There
at
might
it.
have been 3 cars in it.
Yeah, I think there was. Here's the 88. Oh, there was a spin ahead of him, of Mickey, and he just kind of drives into it.
It was the one who spun. Must have been.
Yep, to the big overdrive and clips the 90, turns him around, and he drives away from it. And the 290 didn't really have anywhere to go, but then kind of got collected by Eric Mickey on the recovery. So that was some dramas within the top 10 in prototype.
Yeah, no big contact there, so no big damage. But if the one got away with the incident earlier, I don't think they'll get away with that one. That was just a little bit of a mistake from Nasir. Dove it in too hard and locked up with nowhere to go. So that's going to probably cost him a lot. It's a pretty big mistake to make, unfortunate.
Easy to lock up the tires in these LMP2 cars. Carrying so much speed, no ABS like the GT cars have to lean on. But you'd think after almost 3 hours of racing, you would have really dialed things in, but fatigue may be playing a factor in this now. Look at turn 1, look how packed up this is. Austin Young trying to pick his way through GT traffic, and Gabriel Roos trying to squeeze by him and the traffic. Here we go, 3 wide into the International Horseshoe.
These are the two classes. These are both the battles for the lead, really, right now. This is going to help Simon Graf get away a little bit here, if anything, as here comes Austin Young, who maintains that lead. Gets by Milosavljevic, and next up, Simon Graf. We're just flying through these guys. Gabriel Roos just trying to keep pace the best he can. Ooh, Young's going to get held up big time here. It's going to give an advantage to Roos, maybe.
Simon Graf moves to the right. Here comes Young to the inside. Ooh, and Roos has to wait on it. Loses some valuable time here. Young is wide, but still gains a couple tenths of a second through that exchange.
Yeah, that was a pretty big moment there. He's going to stay in the slipstream, so really no harm, no foul, but he'll have to work a little bit, won't be able to save as much behind the 14 if that's what he chooses to do. As we were looking at the third place driver, it looked like Nasir had maybe a little bit of a chance to get to them, but now very far back is 8 seconds back is third place Chris Bell now. So Bell's benefited from all that to get back into the podium.
Robert Cass passed Ryan Robertson into the bus stop, moves up into third with the composite performance car. Just has the Tin Top Motorsports 147 to pass, and then he can set his sights on the Torque SimSport McLaren that they've been battling all race long. Look at this, 3 wide into the bus stop. That ain't gonna work.
I wouldn't think so, but they're going to be able to maybe sort it out in time. Alex Ellis just had a moment behind Andrew Parente, but they did sort it out before the bus stop. Wow, Mitchell Bott went really sideways to get through there.
Roos back on Austin Young's tailpipes here after half a lap of drafting. They're an issue for, PRL Esports Black on pit lane with Schwartz. Overdrove the pit box there. We'll lose a little bit of time on that exchange.
30-second stop and hold for Mitchell Bott, the 063. I believe that was for the turn 1 incident we saw. So that he will have to, I assume, serve that next time they come down.
Oh, Frank Smith's making contact there with the double 8 of Eric Mickey. A little bit of a rub in there. Carbon, scraping carbon.
Yeah, that was insanely close. They got very tight I think they were trying to get by the BMW of Margarella, and that's what caused that. But they were able to sort it out, luckily, with only a few instances of banging doors.
Track is really dirty offline, too, so if you put a GT car offline, you have to be cautious following, because you can have them spin back across the road. Look at this for the lead. Blue Chew Black, the points leading team. Where were they all race? They were just kind of lingering. Remember, they had to drive from the back. Nate Kuselski
slow down.
Oh, there it is. Change for the lead, and Roos will take back over. But I was just about to say they drove from the tail of the field and to the lead, and now back to second.
And that might be out of contention. He might lose slipstream from that. I thought I saw him almost spinning out of the bus stop, and it definitely was a big mistake. He just missed the apex big time. He tried to stop as soon as he could to kind of negate the loss he'd get, but he's going to have to fight hard to stay in slipstream now because he doesn't have it. Oh, Roos really slipped there. That'll help him for sure.
Yeah, 7 tenths back. He's still in it for now, but how long will that last for? battle for second. Tin Top Motorsports in the Audi. Composite Performance in the Porsche. Milosavljevic and Robert Cast.
Yeah, and this is big. This is really, Simon Graf is really loving life right now. Look at the gap he's put down. It is pretty huge. 43.8 last time by. That was about 1.3 seconds faster than the Tin Top 147. So he is really opening that gap up now that he has a little bit of clean air and really not battling as much.
How about Brian Boomsma, this Energy Supplements team? They started 22nd in GT today, and here they are riding in P5 in class. Big slide for one of the satellite racing cars. I think that was the blue team of Alex Ellis, who, by the way, is up to 8th in class. They would really love another full course yellow at this stage, though.
I think they'll need that to get back into a fight for the win. Meanwhile, the fight for the lead right now, I think Austin Young got away with it. He will stay in slipstream. It almost looks like he has damage to the under the car. It looks slightly different than Roos. He did have a big hop.
Look at the splitter. The front arrow on that car seems a little lopsided. Doesn't seem to be hurting him that much, though. He's been able to close back on Roos, so I'm going to assume that it's not a big enough deal for them to have to come to pit lane and fix it. But I guess in clean air, I wonder how much that'll affect their downforce level.
Yeah, they might not be able to lead. That might be the issue. You can definitely see the left side of the bumper and that bottom you're talking about. Pretty damaged, but he was still 5 miles per hour faster in the slipstream. But like you're talking about, leading, it might be a whole nother story, but we'll have to see. I think at this point, if he knows he has that damage, he might not be able to lead. Now you just feel safe behind him.
Dominic Eisenberg in the twin-turn sim racing Porsche. And Pete Herod in the Century Sim Esports 105. This is a battle for 7th in GT.
Oh, spin in one. Boomsma just went around. He's off track and gets out of the way in time, though. Oh, no, he hit. Oh, who'd he hit? I think he hit Eisenberg. I thought he was going to spin, and Pete Herod almost hit him as well. That was a tight rejoin.
Here's a look at it. Oh, he got into the back, trying to get off the back of Robertson. And then right here, he's going to accelerate into the Porsche, and that'll be almost certainly be a penalty for unsafe rejoin.
Yeah. And Pete Herod did a really good job getting on the brakes to avoid more contact.
Up front, overall, it remains Gabriel Roos and Austin Young locked in a fierce fight for the top spot in GT. It is Simon Graf and his Torque Sim Sport team. They have done a phenomenal job today. Andre Wolf got in the car early, led the entire first hour of the race on the caution flag. They switched drivers. Some other teams did some different strategies. Looked like Composite Performance had the car to beat for a while, and now it's back to Torque Sim Sport leading in one of the only McLarens in the field.
But it's really the dominant car today. He has so much more speed on the oval compared to the Tin Top Motorsports machine, for example. Into the bus stop, he hit 173. Milosavljevic only hit 169. So that's the huge difference right now in their speeds. And that's why he's pulling away, because they can't get by the 147.
This McLaren is the oldest GT3 car in the field. It is the lightest and the lowest power, but is also very, very slippery, to the point where it can actually be challenging to control at some tracks. But here today, it has been the weapon of choice for Torque Sim Sport. They have used it very effectively against their opponents today. About a second differential between Roos and Young, though that 64 Satellite Racing red car putting a gap back out. And again, speaking of dominance, 81 of 98 laps have been led by the 64.
And from that incident in the horseshoe, just in this year, one team did get a drive-through penalty for that. Sort of unsurprising, but they will have to serve that eventually.
Closing in on the final hour of racing here at the MTEC Endurance Series, round 5. Coming off of 12 hours at Sebring, or excuse me, at Le Mans, this is going to feel like a sprint in many ways for the drivers in the field. Just a 4-hour, a third of the distance of that race in France just a little while ago. And here's the battle for second in GT. Robert Cast, not as fast as we would have expected. They're about 6/10 off of Graf's pace following the Audi, the Tin Top Motorsports car.
Yeah, not really seeming like he urgently wants to get by either, but I really do believe this Tin Top. Oh, he's going to have no choice at this point. Nope, he actually hit the brakes, and Ryan Robertson will be the one to take advantage.
Certainly did. Let's have a look on board with Ryan Robertson. what he saw of the windshield.
The dirty air must have hurt Milosavljevic at some point, and then, ooh, look at that. That was probably pretty scary. Definitely didn't plan on getting a 2-for-1 there.
Well, he'll take it, I'm sure, up to second place. And again, this is the lone Pro-Am car inside the top 4 right now. So they're leading not only, they're leading in their Pro-Am categories. We'll go back to the battle for 8th, Andrew Parente and Pete Herron.
Here, trying to mount something here. Parente very wide through 1. That'll let Herron mount something here. He's going to have a little bit of look into a horseshoe, but really not there. No look into the horseshoe. He'll just stay in line. Sven Urban and Torque Sim Sport, pink 282 BMW. Not too far behind, and Margarella still trying to recover from his somewhat incident.
And for 7th place, Darian Roy and Alex Ellis. Ellis is going to go the long way around into the bus stop. Roy gives it up. I think that was a smart call there. He knew that 67 was fighting back from a long ways down. They're 17 seconds behind their sister car. And in 7th overall, Connor, again, a full course yellow would save the day for Alex Ellis. But still, I think with that issue that Paul Darling had, it really put them in a hard spot here. They might end up with a top 5 still, but it has been a fight. Here comes the one on the pit lane.
Yeah, here comes the one likely to serve the... I don't know if this is the planned pit stop or the drive-through here. We'll have to see.
Too short to be the pit stop, so it'll be the drive-through, I'm almost certain.
Yeah, meanwhile, Brian Boomsma did get a 3-lap stop and hold for the unsafe rejoin. Another one that's not surprising. Cannot rejoin like that, as that will really hurt his race. You're talking about he was doing a very solid job, but it seems like it's going to go away here rather quickly.
Well, drivers down towards, a little further down the field we haven't talked a lot about today. Thomas Baker and Aerokinetics Pink paired up with Aaron Beaver, facing the Quality Control Racing 255. Eric Blumenkrantz behind the wheel. This is the only Mercedes AMG GT3 in the field, and I am sad because I love the way these things look and sound, and we haven't had a lot of opportunity to look and hear it today.
It is a very nice car, but unfortunately they haven't been giving it the best of runs. 32nd overall. Not the lap down to his class.
You mentioned not the track that this car is going to exceed at. I think they came in doing that, knowing that.
Mitchell Lott is very upset about his penalty from the lap 1 incident, but I don't think anything's gonna happen about that. But yeah, this car is one of the most sleek looking on the sim, but unfortunately the race just hasn't gotten their way today. Trying to maybe have a look at Josh Gowan in the Gowan Racing Ruby Ferrari.
It is not for position. They are on separate laps at this stage of the race. Blumenkrantz and Thomas Baker down a lap from their class leader.
Not too far behind them are the overall leaders. Austin Young's kind of rubber banding. At times he's a second back and almost out of slipstream, and then there's times where he is right back on the rear of the 64 of Bruce.
Alex Ellis just ran a really quick lap, a 35.617, which was faster than everybody else on the racetrack, gained a full second on Gabriel Roos since the last time we mentioned it, which wasn't that long ago. So still an hour to, as we cross that 1 hour to go mark, Connor. I don't think it's out of the question that Ellis gets back to 3rd with Chris Bell not that far up the road. I think the bigger challenge is going to be the front 2, Austin Young, Gabriel Roos, without a caution flag to help him out. Yeah,
without a caution and without something major happening to the leaders, I don't think he has a route back into the battle for the lead without a yellow. I don't think they have to do any sort of driver change as far as I'm concerned, so maybe that'll help them. But I don't think that's going to get them back in the race for the win. But you never know. We might see another yellow. We really don't know. So it's really not over. And you just think what could have been if they didn't have that internet issue with Paul Darling. It would for sure be in the battle with the top 3 right now. It could be 3 cars under a blanket.
Under an hour remaining in the MTEC Endurance Series, round 5 from Daytona International Speedway. 4 hours of racing, 3 hours in, 58 minutes left to go. Kyle Heyer alongside Connor Horn. The battles for the lead are exceptional in both categories. This is the difference after 3 hours and 2 minutes of racing. Austin Young hot in the tailpipes of Gabriel Roos for the top spot, and even behind them, 3 positions being exchanged here. Darian Roy, Frank Smits, and Christopher Camiller. Great stuff in prototype and in the GT category, Connor. But Simon Graff has a 5-second advantage over Ryan Robertson, but then behind him in GT, it's Cast and Sasha Milosavljevic right behind. It's going to be a good fight all the way to the end.
Yeah, that McLaren flexing its muscle here at the end of this one in the final hour, just absolutely gapping the rest of his competitors. So really, really excited to see how fast this 107 is. He's done such a solid job all race long.
Darian Roy and Christopher Camiller down into Western Horseshoe here. Ooh, big slide, lots of traction control for the 024. And remember that the 24 is fighting that 79 quality control car for the win in Pro-Am. So there's still something they're racing for despite them running down in 8th overall.
Interested to see what Blue Chew Black does. Austin Young's been in the car for about coming up on 40 laps. I don't know if they need to do another swap.
Well, if they made that swap at the first caution, they would have to do another swap. But I think, if I recall correctly, a lot of these drivers, you see the pass for the lead down here at turn 1, a lot of these drivers made that pit stop and switched drivers right around the halfway point. And in that case, they'd be good to the end. Split it right down the middle.
Yeah, his last swap was under green. It wasn't under green swapped, though.
Gabriel Rue's not giving up yet around the outside here, but now what do you do?
Got to tuck in line with Daniel Zayner right ahead. Nothing else he can do. Austin Young, it doesn't look like he has the speed. That damage has to be hindering him a little bit. We'll get a much better view of it. Whoa, a much better view of it once we get back on the oval. I thought Dornenberg was going to go into Zayner there, but we'll really see what the 14 has here.
So they're racing really to the next pit stop, and the window is to be 45 to 40 minutes to go. That's when we'll see everyone hit pit lane for the final time. And if we were to get a full course yellow after that, the chances are good. Then you might see drivers come, maybe put their hot shoe back in the car, or maybe put a fresh set of tires on, depending on where they are in the sequence.
Remember from Road America where some drivers didn't take tires to get track position. The drivers who did take tires actually were able to win that battle. I think you're going to need tires to go to the end of this one. I just don't think if you're Austin Young, you can win this race. Or even Gabriel Roos, whoever, if they differ on strategies, whoever has the fresher tires will likely prevail. I just don't see a way the tires can hold up.
Provided that you have the track position to do something about it. I don't think you're going to win from the back of a restart with fresh tires, but if you're right next to somebody that does, I think you'll win that battle. Look at this. Here comes Satellite Racing Blues, Alex Ellis. Remember, they're rebounding from that issue they had with Paul Darling having a hardware issue, and that meant that they had to do a driver swap at an unplanned time. Ellis is good in the car to the end of the race, just barely, but going around the outside of the World of Sim Racing team, and they are not giving it up in the 51.
No, they are not, nor should they. That's for position. Ellis in the marbles is going to lose that battle every time for the rest of this race, as Fonte Pedro does a great job defending it, not giving him an inch at all, able to maintain that 4th position. Ellis almost sent it, he almost slid it, almost spun it, but he was able to hold on, but loses track position. Here comes Frank Smits.
We'll see if Smits will sit behind. I don't think he had quite enough of a run to do anything about Alex Ellis. Ellis is still running incredibly quickly, though, and his gap to the leader has basically stayed flat since the restart.
And that's all from going into marbles, if I had to guess. Getting into marbles just that little bit through turn number 1, got his tires all sorts of out of whack, and he just does not have the grip through the infield for the rest of that. And it just threw him completely off his game, and really, he's lost Fonte Pedro now for the time being.
Yeah, if you don't believe us about the marbles, let's have another look at this heading down into turn 1. We're going to pause this and show you how dirty the outside of turn 1 is. Right there, well, you can't see it from this perspective. Right here, you can see right in front of him the marbles on the racetrack, and that's what did him in with the grip levels down there at the first corner. Side by side with Smits, who went in. Oh, look at this. I don't think they're happy with each other now.
Ooh, probably not. Gabriel Roos comes in from 2nd, so he's the first to blink, unsurprisingly low on fuel as this battle starts to rage on. I don't think they are happy with one another. I think you're right about that. Here comes Chris Bell and Satellite Racing
Pit
White
stops.
Machine. Yep, Fonte Pedro, and both of them come in as well. So almost all of them come in. Ellis wiggling on in.
Earlier than I thought to pit lane, but maybe they can go.
Oh, they hit. Ellis and Smits hit there. I thought they were going to turn each other.
I think they've probably had enough of each other after that in-lap, but
yeah, I'll say.
Longer run to the end than I was expecting them to do. I thought they'd go about 45 minutes, but here's they will make that stop a little earlier than expected. And in GT, I think with a full tank of fuel, you're good to the end here. We'll just see when everyone decides to come on down.
Yeah, Austin Young probably can't stay out much longer than 2 laps at most, so we'll see what happens here as Gabriel Roos gonna get back on track. Lars Wheel is back in the M. Plower Eisenblut 200 Audi, so he's gonna be the one to finish this one for that team. Paul Darling is getting back into Satellite Racing Blue 67 as well.
That was a little unexpected. I think maybe they were worried about drive time again. I think because I think the goal would have been to have Darling be in the car until now and then put Ellis in the car, but they had to do that swap when Darling had problems, and that would have been too long for Ellis to be in the car. I thought at first it seemed like it was almost intentional, and then we went back and looked at it. You saw that it was not intentional, and it actually kind of wrecked their race, but they're recovering pretty nicely.
Yeah, they're making it work so far. They're still one of the fastest cars, so that helps as well.
Yeah, definitely helps when you're fast in a race. That's usually a pretty good way to find yourself back up front. Here's battle for 7th and GT. This is Blue Chew, Andrew Parente, and Pete Herod.
The Blue Chew Black overall leader is in Austin Young. No driver change. He should be into the end, I would assume, if they're not doing a swap here. As Christopher Kamieler also came in. He was another driver who made an extra lap, which is important.
And no jacks on the 14. They're just going to take fuel and a driver swap if or not. Probably not, since Austin's still in the car. And there's Gabriel Roos around him. And Austin Young rolling. A big gain there for the 64.
Yeah, that is way bigger than I expected. That's going to be maybe 5 seconds.
More than that, closer to 10.
Yeah.
Here's Ryan Robertson and Robert Cass. They still running nose to tail. They are not going fast enough to run down Graf. That leading McLaren is just super fast. I think Cass might have to give up the shot of running them down on pace alone, unless they find something here on this final pit stop.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I'm just surprised he's been doing this as much. He must really be trying to hit a fuel number because he's not been battling whatsoever with anyone who's ahead of him, just saving. So he must feel like he can hit a number that no one else can.
Pete Herod and Parente back at it again. 2 Ferraris into turn 1. Ferrari not a bad choice here for Daytona, I don't think. Of all the cars to have in your lineup, I think the Prancing Horse, pretty good choice, although we don't actually see very many of them up in front. There is a 5th place Cork SimSport car. That is your front-running Ferrari at the moment.
I feel like no matter the track, the Ferrari is almost like the middle-of-the-road choice, if I had to guess. I feel like it's usually one that you kind of fall back on sometimes.
It's definitely not the most inspiring sounding car, and as far as choosing awesome sounding cars go, you're more likely to land on the Audi, the Lamborghini, or the Mercedes-AMG. But some people, the handling of the Ferrari and twin-turbo V8 that just makes a vacuum cleaner sound, but it is a quick and undoubtedly beautiful car. That is not necessarily the best at anything, but kind of a jack of all trades.
Gabriel Roos, they had a much quicker stop. It was almost, the 12-second difference was almost on pit road alone. That's the difference between their out laps, at least. So, I don't know if, because I didn't see the jacks go up on the 64. I don't remember seeing them on the 14 either.
They weren't up on the 14. No tires taken for Austin Young. I'm not exactly sure how they lost so much time, but I know that they are fighting an uphill battle now. They were in a great position trailing that 64, but now just too far back. And they had to have saved some fuel too, right? They could have short fueled maybe a little bit. No, maybe not.
I would assume so. The only thing I could think of is that the 64 team maybe took less fuel in anticipating another pit stop and pitting at the very earliest point. That's the only thing I could think of. It doesn't really make sense because Austin Young didn't speed. He was well below the pit speed, so it wasn't that. Maybe they were repairing damage. That's the only thing I could think of is repairing that front end damage. But at this point, it didn't look like it was affecting him too much to the point where he needed to.
Hearing that the NRG Supplements car, their appeal was denied on that previous incident. They will be serving their penalty. And LMP2, things have kind of fizzled for now. The closest battle is Bombshell Racing Team Odin and then Apex Misters in the World of Sim Racing Team within about a second and a half of each other. And Bombshell Racing Team Odin, have they made a pit stop recently? Yes, they have. And they are up to 4th place. Eric Mickey giving this car a really good run towards the end of this event. And their day has been very slow progress also. Started 11th, up to 4th. And Kurt Crum took him a while to get forward, but now look at Mickey. Up to P5 or up to P4 inside the top 5. And provided they can keep the 67 Paul Darling car behind him, it might even manage to steal a podium. Satellite Racing White is up to 3rd place. They've also come forward in recent laps. Good strategies there.
Yeah, it almost looks like Kirk Crum must have been struggling. He was at least struggling to not get track position. He couldn't really make any passes, but Eric Mickey was able to kind of find a way to strategize around that, and they found themselves near a podium position, which is really solid. And 5th place as well. We haven't really talked about Apex Misters too much as far as being up at the front, but they've had a quiet day as well. They started 8th. They started near the front. They kind of dropped back at the beginning, but they found themselves back up 3 positions to 5th. So a very quiet, solid run right now.
Satellite Racing's GT3 team is in. That's Ryan Robertson. Tires going on the Lamborghini. Frank Smits closing in on Odin, as you mentioned. Really good run here for Apex Misters, and he's actually going to battle Bombshell Racing Team's LMP2.
Yeah, I would think this would be probably a battle at this point. Getting really nice and personal with the side draft there. He's going to make it work. He's at least going to get the advantage, but he's going to be in the dirty stuff into turn number 1. We know how risky that is doing that. He sends it to the inside. He's going to clear
too
him.
hot.
Oh,
he got it slowed down, actually. I thought he was carrying too much speed in, but did a great job.
One way to do it, I suppose. I thought he was way out of there. I thought he was out of the ballpark, but made it work in a very solid pass there. So now they get by the Ferrari. It's Thomas Baker, 262 Aerokinetics pink.
Eric Trush back in the 271, and we've seen these two cars near each other before, haven't we?
I think we have, and I think we'll see them again and again. It won't be the last time, that's for sure, as these drivers getting really close and personal today.
Yeah, well, let's see if we can go back and have a look at their contact earlier. Or is this a separate moment? Yeah, no, it was going on the back straightaway here. Here it is. This was much earlier in the race, first stint of the day.
That was really their first encounter.
They had more.
Oh, we probably haven't seen the last of it.
Now here's the other one.
At least you're doing it in a straight line, I suppose, but you're going to see it right here, just coming down on them right there. Bang, right there.
Those two drivers, again, nose to tail.
Just like old times.
45 minutes to go, and they're going to get back at it for 8.
Like we said, not the last of their battles, as they're going to go side by side again. It's funny how the two other drivers of these two cars, they didn't have any issues, but these two, they kind of had a bone to pick with each other all race long, and a little bit later in the day, very much later in the race with only 44 minutes to go. As, oh, by the way, here comes Justin, this gear splitting in the middle. Put that on the highlight reel as they stay side by side.
Not a car I'd like, or not two cars I'd like to put my car between after what we've seen today.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. It's atrocious.
Putting your hand down a garbage disposal. Correction on name pronunciation for the Blue Chew Blue team. I'm not going to take the cameras off these two because, again, they're banging doors again. It is Blue? Yes, it's Chris Schmeller is the pronunciation.
Schmeller.
So thank you to
It's a lot more natural for me.
One of our chat viewers. And so Satellite Racing also split their last 2 stops into 2 fuel stints. So they're going to stop again. So we'll see how that pans out.
Yeah, I did not notice, but Adam State did get back in a Satellite Racing white car.
Well, these two continue to fight in GT. Here's another battle. Paul Darling and CJ White down the back stretch, passing some GT traffic, and here comes the 67.
Really not much of a battle there. I think CJ White knows he's the faster car, and not much to do about it.
Yeah,
Well,
and
got a cut there.
we're getting confirmation from one of our chat viewers. I knew that we were going to be going too long. 53 minutes is too long for an LMP2, so we're still going to go into another stop here, which I figured the longest we could go earlier is about 42, 45 minutes. So 53 minutes to go. There's no way that you're going to make it to the end from here. So that means that maybe Austin Young and Blue Chew Black try something to get around the 64, but it's not over yet. It's not just a sprint to the end. We'll still have one more stop left to do. And that will change the reality of the finish of this as we go back to the 200 and the 271.
It just really does not get better than this, does it? Incredible stuff right now from these two. They did, like we said, it's just going to continue to the end. I am still interested to see what, to see the 68 did just pit, I believe. Adam State, you said about the 52.5 minute range.
Well, that was too far to make. I think they can make it from here to the end. Well, not comfortably, but that's probably a fuel tank right there. Side by side through the kink for those two GT battlers.
Oh.
Wow, that's tight.
Yeah, I think State will be close, but we'll see. 271, 200. He's going to try to get the overlap and try that crossover, but we've seen so many drivers try it. It's just not working in these tight corners right now, but he's still going to have plenty of slipstream.
Best battle on the racetrack right now is these two. Sun getting lower in the sky here at Daytona International Speedway, and the track temp has come down about 10 degrees here in the late afternoon. So the track is gripping up, at least on the line. And look at the run that Lars has at the exit of NASCAR 2. To the inside.
A little bit of a dive to the inside, not getting too much room from the Torque Sim Sport machine, but he's going to get the job done before the bus stop. No harm, no foul there. Here comes Troche back.
Chris Schmeller just lost a spot to Benny Fonte Pedra. This is down into turn number 1. There's the pass. 51 on the inside, the 24 just up into the marbles, and you see the car lose the nose and drops into 7th place overall.
Yeah, you just can't afford to give any room up. That's why we've seen a few crashes in turn 1 as well, because with those marbles out there, it really restricts it to maybe even a 1.5 lane corner, because if you go out the full 2nd lane, there's too many marbles out there to make it work. You have to pitch hard.
Same thing there with Torque Sim Sport by 8 shirts into the marbles in turn 1. That will let them plow by. These two are just absolutely scrapping right now, as they have the entire race.
Full course yellow is out once again with about 40 minutes to go.
All right, so that will alleviate any fuel concerns for the LMP2s as we get our 3rd caution and likely our final one. Whoop.
What's this?
Uh-oh, spin in turn 1. That is the Bombshell Racing Team Heimdall car, Elias Roman.
This was after the yellow, I think.
Yeah, just woed it down, and he's kind of in a tough spot to get back rolling. So, we'll see everyone hit pit lane here, except for perhaps if the 68 did just come, as you mentioned. I haven't checked my timing screen.
They came on around 106, and for example, Austin Young
they're gonna come again, I think.
Yeah,
so
they do have to come in again.
Everyone's going to come into pit lane and top off. Now, some of the GT3 cars, however, they can go about an hour on fuel, so we might see some different strategies play out there.
Yeah, I don't think Robert Cast, did he make a stop? I don't think he made a stop, if I remember correctly. So he can pit here. I think.
No, he just pit. Cast did.
Did just pit. Wow, that is huge. That's the case. Because Andre Wolf is back into Torque Sim Sport 107, also just pit.
Yeah, so both those cars are good. Brian Robertson just pit. So the entire GT3 field, it's almost like they knew this was coming. And you probably could have surmised, again, incident-based full course yellow system. So everyone's getting more aggressive and taking more opportunities towards the tail end of the race.
This is big for Paul Darling, Satellite Racing Blue.
Huge.
We know how fast they are. They are back in 9th now, but we know the speed they have, and to get back bunched up with a chance, well, we're going to have pit stops. This is huge. You could get some track position with some strategy. I don't think we're going to see tires from the drivers who took them for sure.
Well, it may, yeah. I mean, again, you're going to be taking a full tank of fuel, and if anyone's making driver swaps, I think Satellite Racing Blue is done, so that means that they might be able to leapfrog a couple teams that are spending a little extra time doing the driver swap. Again, under the yellow, it's a good time to do it.
Well, you're not going to see full tanks because they didn't come down that long ago. So you're really not going to spend that much time. So we might really see just really the splash and goes, if anything. I don't think tires is going to be worth the time loss, especially for the drivers at the front.
Good point. You are watching the MTEC Endurance Series from Daytona. Round 5 of the season on SimTV. Big thanks again to our friends over at the Global Sim Racing Network that will take this series to completion, with the exception of one more round in March that we'll be handling, but GSRC does a fantastic job and has been the primary coverage provider for the majority of this season. I'm Kyle Heyer alongside Connor Horn, and we have had 3 cautions so far, slowing the progress of this race. But Connor, this is it. This is the money stop, and from here on out, it's going to be basically a 32-minute sprint.
I would say a 32-minute dogfight. I think that's the way I would put it. There's going to be some aggressive moves from here on out, I had to guess. So it's going to get pretty wild on strategy, and after the green flag flies, all bets are off. You're going all out to the very end. So we'll see what happens here. Pit road is open. Austin Young will lead them in. Actually, Gabriel Roos will lead them in, excuse me. Then Young will follow.
Well, drivers in the background staying out, trying to get the wave around here. Potentially that's the quality control car. Both of them, I think. Now, the GTs in the background, you see staying out. They are already set on their fueling because they already came into pit road. There's a couple GTs making stops in the background. And prototypes have a busy time here on pit lane. We'll see if anybody swaps drivers out or if it's just going to be a splash and dash.
I think Satellite Racing Blue might be changing. Alex Ellis is back in, so he will do the end of this one, as Austin Young does get off first.
Austin Young in blue chew black. Again, this is the points leader in LMP2. Looks like Adam State is going to get out second in prototype, followed by Frank Smits. And Gabriel Roos is going to come out in 6th place in prototype.
I think they took tires, and that is not going to really do well track position-wise because they didn't take tires under green, if I'm not mistaken.
No, they didn't. But here's the question. 30 minutes of racing, P6, Gabriel Roos behind the wheel. They might be able to make that worth it. If they can get a good launch on the restart, Connor, I wouldn't count out the tires being worth taking here at Daytona, especially with the tire wear we've seen today. The pace has slowed down about a second per run. So maybe there's something there for the 64. We'll see if it pans out for them. But we're getting pretty late in the day, and the sun is coming down. The track temp is dropping almost to ambient at this stage, so it's going to be grippy from here on out.
Yeah, definitely going to be very gripped up. It's going to be interesting. He's definitely got the pace to do it. We know those satellite racing cars have the pace to win. It's just a matter of if they can get it's really going to be a matter of the restart. They got to get the positions on the restart that they need. They need to be aggressive into turn 1, aggressive into horseshoe. They need to be aggressive everywhere. They're going to have to make positions up very, very quickly to make those tires matter by the end of this one.
Beautiful Daytona International Speedway below us. It is a decades-old facility that's hosted everything from NASCAR to IMSA to sports cars, the SCCA, and more. Host of the 24 Hours of Daytona that a lot of drivers were just in a couple of weeks ago. And Connor, today we've had some pretty wild racing, all things considered. And we'll take another moment and kind of go back through and look at some of the things that we've seen in the second half of the race. Let's go back here just after the halfway mark. This was the battle with the Apollo Racing Club car. This got a little messy down here at the International Horseshoe.
Yeah, trying 3 wide through there is almost never going to work, but that's not what gets messy, but that's not what gets the praise. It's that save right there, almost snapping it back, able to keep it straight. What a job.
A little bit later, Blue Chew GT Blue, the Andrew Ferrante, he had a bit of an issue there exiting turn 1. Then Bombshell Racing Team Heimdall, they had their issues here in the bus stop. A bit of a push and a shuffle.
Then I got back here trying to rejoin in front of an LMP2. It's never going to work. The damage to the left rear suspension was done with that hit, and that essentially did them in for this race.
Then going back to Precision Racing Esports Black. Watch this battle here into turn 1.
The the better battles of the day. I think this was initially the battle for the lead. It went south, a little bit of a spin there. Our overall leader got a little bit of damage there, but it could have been way worse than what it actually ended up being. Torque Simsport got away with one.
Composite Performance, Dominic Dornenberg in the number 13, and they've had some strategy issues today, but back up into 13th place and just missing some issues at the International Horseshoe. And let's see, next one on the list here. This is Composite Performance again. This is down at turn number 1, and watch this.
And Mitchell Bach got the blame of that, and that's why dead into the back of the 13, and look at the job the 24 does to get away with that. Another incident, like many today, that could have been worse than what they actually were.
And Bombshell Racing Team's Odin, this was, I believe, at the time, Eric Mickey behind the wheel. This was entering turn number 1. He was chasing one of the Satellite Racing Team cars and heading down into the International Horseshoe here. There was a crash ahead of them. One car spins across the road, and then right here has to stop to avoid hitting the 90.
It was Justin Asiri who had a little bit of a misinput, really locked up the brakes and caused that one into another BMW, but Mick did a good job getting on the binders.
And then watch this. This is Ryan Robertson chasing the second place battle in GT3, the GT category. Watch what happens here on the brakes as the Composite Performance Porsche tries to set up the Audi ahead of him. They get checked up on the exit, and through goes the Lamborghini to the inside and grabs both of those positions. And then back to this battle with the 00 and the 71. Time and time again, they have had some close quarters racing, nose to tail, side to side, and then the 1 splits the difference there. Some great close racing here in the second half of the race.
That's how it's been all race long, and it's only going to get amplified from here with the urgency. We're going to go green with under 30 minutes to go. So this is going to get pretty wild, especially that battle. I'm excited to see those two come together in a battle again. I want to see that come to fruition. It is going to get wild as the lights come on.
Drivers in the cars on the left-hand side of the screen. We'll let that scroll through, and then we'll take you around to the teams once more. Austin Young leads for Blue Chew Black. Then it's Satellite Racing's white team. Adam State behind the wheel. They have been kind of all over the place in terms of the running order today, but they have fought their way forward and put themselves in the right place at the right time. And you mentioned earlier, Apex Missers with Frank Smits behind the wheel. He's done a fantastic job getting this 9 car up into the mix.
We'll see what they can do. It's the highest they've been all race long. A great sequence of pit stops to get up here. Now it's up to Frank Smits to see what he can do and maybe make up some positions and surprise the field here.
And I think we're 1 to green this time through, I'd imagine, with the GT traffic still catching up.
Nope,
No, we're back to green. Here we go. 30 minutes remaining. Gary and Roy under fire. Here comes Gabriel Ruse on the outside on fresh tires. We know he's going to be a factor in this race before it's all said and done. And close quarters for the LMP2s into the first corner.
Very, very close quarters. Andre Wolf has the GT lead right now. Robert Cast is right there for the position at this point. We know how strong that McLaren is on the oval section, but he's got to deal with this Porsche in the infield at this point. He's got to try to fend him off as those two get away from the rest of the field.
Now it's time to party here. If you think you're faster, you're going to go for it. If you think you can beat him to the line, you're going to stick in behind this McLaren, maybe battle him later. Side by side with the 67, Alex Ellis and Kurt Crum.
That was a heck of a dive from Ellis. Kind of came out of nowhere, was very far back, but made it work. But now he's got drivers right into marbles a little bit. You can see him get sideways, but able to stay kind of door to door with Kurt Crum as they lose some ground to Fonte Pedro.
Up onto the NASCAR banking, side by side for 8th. For the lead, Austin Young has it. State wants it. 3/10, 2/10, 1/10 into the bus stop.
And we're not going to see any fuel saving from here. They are good to the end. If they want to battle, they can battle. And it looks like it could be 3 cars here. Frank Smits keeping up for the time being right now. And Christopher Schmeller, excuse me, Blue Chew Black trying to stay there.
Oh, slow down for, looks like Austin Young.
No.
He cut the exit of the bus stop and drops to 3rd.
He's done it again. The second time he made that same mistake. He's just not hitting that second apex correctly. He almost wrecked it that time.
Here comes the number 9 to the outside. They're going to lead a lap, the first one today.
That is huge. Austin Young, Schmeller gets by him as well. And Frank Smits to the outside. Can he hold it in the marbles? He's going to pinch hard. They're going to stay door to door here.
Side by side into the infield now, battling for the lead. 2 drivers and 2 teams that have not yet tasted the 20 end.
Way wide, way wide. Who was that? That was Alex Ellis. I thought he was going to spin, but he saved it. Darian Roy just got bumped from Kurt Crum.
And that's right in the International Horseshoe here. And there's a big amount of traffic coming.
Oh boy, oh, he's got room to do it.
All right, they're sorted, but they're not sorted in GT behind them. Big group of cars nose to tail. Robert Cast, by the way, has gotten by Andre Wolf and all of that, and the Porsche leads.
And all of a sudden, we thought there was only maybe a 2-car race for this LMP2 lead. It's about 5 or 6 cars who can win this right now. Everyone's involved. Frank Smits out of nowhere. Christopher Schmeller is back. Gabriel Roos is still trying to gain some ground. And Fonte Pedro, where did he come from? They had issues from the very start, and they're all the way up here
Watch
now.
this 9-car. Frank Smits is not playing around. He wants to race. He's going to race the 68 to the bus stop. He will tuck in behind. Look at Satellite Racing Red, though. Gabriel Roos is coming back to take his rightful spot on top of the order. Big slide for the 14.
Whoa.
And Austin Young almost threw the race away.
He's trying to throw the race away. He is so fast, but I think he's almost trying too hard in that bus stop. He just cannot get it right. And I'm surprised he didn't get another slowdown there. He's gotten away with it, but here comes Gabriel Roos by. This was the battle for the lead. Now they're just trying to see who can get to the race for the lead.
And Smits again takes the top spot through the tri-oval.
He's going to clear that. That battle subsides. And look at this dive. I don't think Austin Young's
Oh,
going
behind
for
him, the
it.
14.
Contact.
No, he's
They're
going to take
spin.
out Roos into turn 1, and he loops it.
Roos was able to save it somehow. And Fonte Pedro is going to get up to the 3rd position from all that. The top 2 have gotten away. And Austin Young has thrown this race away.
Oh, man. Too hot into turn number 1. Right on board with him. Just gets in there too tight.
And then can't avoid him again. That's unfortunate. It just looked like he was trying too hard at that point after losing track position, maybe driving seeing red. Meanwhile, the battle for GT, Robert Cast, like you said, has gotten it from Andre Wolf in the Torque SimSport 107. And Eric Trost in the 271. He's there all of a sudden racing for it as these 3 separate themselves.
3-horse race for first place in GT. It's 2 cars that have separated themselves in the prototype category. And with all that dramas, Gabriel Roos has dropped down to 4th place. He was about to advance to 3rd, maybe even 2nd, as these front 2 battle, though, 25 minutes ago, were far from over.
Yeah, now 3rd and 4th, Fonte Pedro and Gabriel Roos, they might have to work together if they want to get back into the fight. As those 2 are on their own, they could do whatever they want if they really want to settle it between these 2. But I don't think that's going to be the case. I think they're going to want to battle here. They want to see who can get the lead from one another for sure, as Andre Wolf, Robert Cast still right next to each other back there. But the battle subsides and the battle for the lead still swaps hands lap after lap.
This is great stuff here at the front of the field, battling for the lead after 3.5 hours of racing. Smits into 2nd place again. World Sim Racing team, Danny Fonte Pedra to the inside of Roos on the front stretch, but couldn't hang on to it. Roos gets by into 3rd.
Kurt Crum and Alex Ellis had a little bit of contact there. That's the battle for 6th position. And now it's Fonte Pedra giving the spot to Gabriel Roos there. Roos gets by for that podium position.
It's still on in GT as well. Cast has it. Wolf wants it. He's led the most laps of anybody today in GT. Rush giving the McLaren a huge shove, but they're lifting. Planning.
This is definitely the race for the win. No, obviously it is, but if Andre Wolf gets by Cast, I think it's over. That McLaren is so strong when it has clean air, especially on the oval. I just don't see a way, without defending the lead here, I don't see a way Cast can win it because that McLaren is so strong.
And for the lead again in LMP2, Smits high-low, using the banking to run down the hill.
Oh, gonna crash into Horseshoe. Margarello and Ray Kingsbury have came together.
Let's have a look at it here. Ooh, a long way back for Margarello. That's in really deep. Kingsbury crosses him over, and he gets into the back of him there.
It's kind of turned. There was an incident up ahead as well, a little bit of contact, but nothing near that. A little bit too physical for the end of this race, but that's what can happen with 24 minutes to go.
Yeah, and I'm sure Kingsbury didn't appreciate the dive, and I'm sure Margarello didn't appreciate the contact in return. Here comes Frank Smits again across the start-finish line, and this battle continues, and Roos is closing in quickly, 2/10 a lap, and he's going to be a part of this before too long.
So is Danny Fonte Pedra as well. Look at the battle for 5th on back. It's a 4-car battle. Schmeller, Kurt Crum, Alex Ellis, Justin Nasir's gotten back into it. 4 cars under a blanket back here.
This is great stuff. Bombshell Racing Team, they needed the track position. Kurt Crum had a hard time getting rolling earlier in this race, but now at the time they have to perform, they're up in the top 5 battling for position, but it's a long way up, 2 seconds to catch 4th. At this point, they're just trying to cling to what they've got in 5th.
Yeah, That's the job for sure. Robert Cass got a big gap in GT, so that battle's kind of subsided for now. It's really just the LMP2s who are all over one another, an absolute dogfight to the end.
And especially susceptible to the draft because of how lightweight they are. Smits, again, if it was just these two, I'd say Smits has the obvious advantage, but they're both going to get eclipsed by Gabriel Ruse if they continue battle, and here they go up onto the banking again, not willing to play ball with each other.
Not at all, and it's only going to let Satellite Racing Red and World of Sim Racing Team back into this one. No doubt, Smits maybe thought better of it there, backed out, but you can't really back out for too long. Eventually, you got to get to a point where you stop backing out of those, you kind of got to get aggressive.
Alex Ellis trying to get back up inside the top 5. He needs this position on Bombshell Racing Team Odin's Kurt Crum. Here he comes, side drafting, and while these drivers trade positions, so do the leaders again.
They go again. I think he's not going to have him clear. Nope, he is going to have him clear. They did play a ball there. Slate got in willingly, did not battle Smits into turn 1, so I think they know the situation. I think they might want to settle it amongst themselves. Meanwhile, for 5th, they're still 2x2 into turn number 1. This isn't going away.
And the 1 car's back in the mix. Remember their penalty that took them what we thought would be out of the fight completely. It might not be for a win, but they could get a top 5 out of this. Watch the 2 ahead of them breaking battle into the International Horseshoe.
Oh, they're both sliding. They've already made contact. I would bet money on them making contact again. And meanwhile, CJ White in the Quality 079 is still trying to I think he's just trying to see it out, to be honest.
Side by side through the kink. That was incredibly tight into the West Horseshoe. Big dive for the 1.
No,
on the
that's
88, they
work.
touch, and the 88's going to spin. He straightens back out. They continue.
That's just another instance Nasir just sending it too hard. That's at least the 3rd time we've seen that, and I don't think Kurt Crum's going to appreciate it at all, but it really hurt Nasir way more than anyone else. You can see the damage on the left side of the bumper.
Meller right in the mix now in the 024, leading in the Pro-Am category with CJ White right behind. Remember, that's a battle for driver classification and position. Look at this car off in the background. That was the Century Sim Esports car. There's a little bit of door battling here between Satellite Racing's GT3 entry and Blue Chew GT Blue, Andrew Parante and Ryan Robertson.
Yeah, they've been banging doors for a few laps. I think they were the ones banging doors in the incident in front of the last one. So these two, also no love lost between these guys, as well as I think that's Dominic Eisenberg trying to get into that battle as well. This is another set of about 5 or 6 cars under a blanket.
This is a car that was just clinging to the top 5 all day, and he sees a top 5 ahead of him if he can just snag it into turn 1. Frank Smits leads State behind him this time. The 9 was able to complete that pass and keep the position as we go back to Bombshell Racing Team Odin and Nasir into turn 1. These two again leaning on each other.
This is not going to end well for either of these drivers, and Schmeller and CJ White better be careful to stay away from it when it happens. Austin Young just went wide in the back, compounding mistakes for him, but these 4 just do not want to play nice, that's for darn sure.
This late in the race, 20 minutes to go. How can you give up anything? You've got to fight, but to what extent? It's not worth throwing away 3.5 hours worth of work for 1 position, but for those in the championship, they might be considering that.
I would think so. Meanwhile, back to GT, that fight is getting a little bit more, I would say, organized in a way. Eric Troche, Torque Sim Sport, my 8 shirts, is kind of out of this, not in a slipstream. It's down to the 2 that have really dominated this class. Robert Caston, Jerry Wolf, it's down to these 2.
And almost 180 miles an hour for the McLaren on the straightaway. That thing is just a rocket ship. And well in contention for the lead. Apollo Racing Club, they were as high as 4th earlier, battling Torque Sim Sports. Daniel Zahner now into turn 1, and Nicholas Schwartz right behind him.
Schwartz trying to make up for time. Not really having the run he probably wanted. This is a heck of a hornet's nest. It's probably one of 2 GT hornet's nests I've seen on the track right now. And Schwartz is very deep there, very shallow as well, but he made it work. Spin behind him. Sven Urban just got turned by Greg Kingsbury.
Trouble at the International Horseshoe again. That's typically a trouble spot here, as it has been tonight, along with turn number 1, and that's a big send there, but yeah, wasn't alongside before the corner. The stewards will sort that one out.
The door was surely open, but to what extent was it actually realistic is the question.
Yeah,
I mean, realistic at all.
At Grid Life, the rule is, you know, there isn't a gap that exists if the gap is closed by the time you get there. And you got to establish the gap before you get to the corner. So we'll see what the ruling is on that. But up front in LMP2, Apex Missers leads the way. Satellite Racing White is behind Gabriel Ruse, almost within drafting distance. 1.8 behind sister car with Adam State behind the wheel.
And they play this right, it will be a 4-car race because Danny Fontepedra is kind of towing along Roos there. He hasn't been able to really do anything with the Satellite Racing Red machine since they got by, but as he can just tag along, it could be their race if they can play it right, but they have to keep in tow with Satellite Racing Red to have any sort of chance from the pace I've seen. Alex Ellis, by the way, I think he's faster than almost everyone else, by the way, but he is on his own with no drafting help.
Well, the battles at the end of the race bring him into it, though. He's only 5 seconds back from the leader. In the grand scheme of things, it's not that far. Traffic, and here comes State to the outside through the tri-oval. Going to tuck in tight.
Just going to get in line as he look to the inside. No, stays in line. I think they know the situation. I don't think they want a 4-car battle. I think they want to settle it amongst themselves. If they really wanted the battle, they would be already, but I think they know the situation with 17 minutes to go.
How about World of Sim Racing and Apex Misters? Both these teams towards the bottom of the order for the first half of the day, and when crunch time counts, they are in the mix. In GT, the leader still nose to tail, 4/10 apart. We'll take you there if it gets more volatile than it already is. But I think you're right about Adam State. I almost wonder if he tucked in behind Smits on purpose, knowing that Smits was going to keep trying to pass him. But if State tucked in behind, he could control whether or not they battled, and then they could probably try to pull away from Gabriel Roos. But look at Smits, now has a half-second gap on that 68.
Is getting very, very close. Roos is getting so close each and every time to get close to slipstream range, but it's just not there quite yet. The more State drops back, the more likely it is they get that slipstream, but don't know if they're going to get there quite yet.
2 seconds from State back to Roos, 16 minutes to go. And GT's got a hotly contested battle into turn 1. Ryan Robertson, Will Salvovic, and Andrew Parante, Eisenberg.
Boomsma spun in turn 1 again back there. Gets it back going, really no issue there as this battle keeps going. Ryan Robertson, he did start, I believe, I think he was second on the second to last restart.
Oh no, the Apex Misters car missed the Apex at turn 1, go figure.
Oh my goodness, huge incident there. What in the world was there contact?
No, I think they went in side by side. They had a GT Traffic Gowan Racing car. Gets on the brakes and then he just has to avoid and goes to the right. And they were very lucky that they didn't collect each other there. But that's going to drop Smits down into second place and pull Roos right back into the mix. They did not need that. I think just Smits got in there too hot. The Lamborghini was, or excuse me, the Ferrari was a lot slower than they thought.
Josh Gowan just went way wide in the Western Horseshoe. He hit the wall. I was going to mention how the front end of Adam State's car looked. It looks very bent on the right side. But these two are somehow still really on their own. I don't know. Gabriel Roos didn't really take advantage.
He must have got caught in the same traffic they did because he was within 0.8 of a second of Frank Smits and then dropped much further behind than that. So there was some more dramas after what we saw.
And meanwhile, through all that, everyone got held up. I think the only one who didn't get held up was Alex Ellis because he is still closing in, and it's not over for him quite yet, but he still needs a little bit more help.
How much will the damage slow them down? Will that matter with all the traffic that they're having to contend with? Again, I still think they're racing the 64. I think that's really the car that's the biggest danger to them. Andre Wolf is just very carefully controlling the gap between him and Robert Cast in GT. Oh, change for position at the top of the board again as Smits goes by State. Again, there's more damage to the nose of the 68, so maybe that'll help Smits out.
Smits and State were playing a little bit of chicken there, kind of diving each and every way. I wonder if there will be any sort of warning for either driver there. It was definitely games being played there as these two are right next to each other. 68 deep on the brakes into the back of Smits a little bit as they get through a little bit more traffic, getting towards the GT front runners again.
And all they want to do is they want to see that gap clear. State around the outside. He had to do that move to stick with the 9.
That is very daring, but like you said, he has to do it at this point. You can't let those opportunities go, as now he's got Boomsma in the way, and Boomsma not budging quite yet. He doesn't lose too much time, but it is just letting Gabriel Roos inch closer and closer. Danny Fontepedra has lost his advantage to Alex Ellis. Ellis is there.
Ellis around the outside, coming back up onto the banking, chasing grip off in the marbles, the dirty area of the racetrack, and the 51 will use that to clear him again.
Could not get any better. If you told me at the beginning we'd potentially get 5 cars for the win at the end, I'd say you're crazy. But this is shaping crazy. Look at them dipping and diving through traffic. Alex Ellis wants to position, getting really aggressive. Look at the dive into the bus stop, and Fonte Pedro's going to miss it completely. Ellis kind of spooked him into that move.
Race to it, not through it, and it's going to cost them both a little bit of time, more for the 51. GT leaders are just enjoying a quiet moment before the chaos erupts around them with the LMP2s putting them another lap down here. 12 minutes and 45 seconds to go, and it is a fierce contention at the top of the board with teams that haven't been seen the front all day long.
I think it's going to take Fonte Pedro out of contention. I don't think he can get back into it without more crazy traffic happening. But this is perfect for Alex Ellis, except he's locked up way too far. And now it's not perfect anymore. And now he's got to deal with all those marbles on his car. He just got into big slipstream with Gabriel Roos. That would have been huge, but now he's got to chase him back down.
Took it too far. Meanwhile, in the background, a little contact here. The 00, the M Plower car, banging doors with the Torque SimSport 290.
Not making too many friends today, is he?
No, but fighting for everything he's got.
No reason not to. That is not a battle for position. I thought it was, but it's not, as they continue to kind of swap back and forth. The GT battle is still kind of, I'd say, neck and neck. I would really put it, I think Andre Wolf's just waiting for a moment, if I had to guess. I think he has the pace to pass him, but he doesn't want to do it yet.
It's like a tiger playing with its dinner. He just knows that he's going to get him. He's got the straightaway speed. He's got the advantage. It's going to come down probably to the last lap like we typically see here at the Daytona road course. It's a strategy move to do that if you know you've got the advantage on the straightaway and can nail that bus stop. If you're not confident in nailing your bus stop, I'd much rather just have the advantage and try to pull away if I know I'm quicker right now.
I would agree with that as well. There's no other way to put it. I just think it's the strategy that's always worked here, and the strategy that will work here. Is these guys diving through traffic to break slipstream. Frank Smith's just trying everything he can to keep the lead as they get very close to the GT cars, but able to make it work. And I don't think, if he wanted to, I don't think State would have any sort of run. He does have a run, but I don't know if he wants to take it to the outside. He will anyways.
Remember what happened in the real world 24 hours of Daytona and the battle we had coming to the checkers. Contact in turn 1 with the 64 on the outside. It's going to slow him down as he has to do 3 abreast into turn number 1. The leaders still side by side through traffic. It's chaos here at the front of the field.
Eric Troche is going to get in the way of Smits a little bit. Over-under from State, trying to get some sort of grip out of the corner, but nothing doing there. As I don't know how Gabriel Roos made that work at all. As Alex Ellis is the next one to dive through traffic, cutting through any way he can.
I was going to mention the real world 24 hours. Think about where the LMP2 battle was won. In the closing moments, it was the CrowdStrike Racing LMP2 that had the advantage. Coming out of NASCAR turn 4 and even into the tri-oval, he had the lead. But the slipstream is so great in these cars that the eventual winner of the race drag raced him, entering the tri-oval, beat him around the outside, and won the event. So the LMP2s, Adam State, he's got some damage, Connor, but you can see the advantage he gets in the slipstream is still enormous.
Yeah, it is very huge. It's as long as he can time it right, it won't affect them too badly. He looks to the outside. Smits is not going to let it happen. He's just got to play to his advantages at this point. He's not in the best situation, no, but he knows he can probably outsmart Smits if he plays this just right. But the only problem with that, he might not have time to outsmart him because Gabriel Roos is closing in fast.
Yeah, he's closing in quickly, but again, every time they hit traffic, it kind of keeps up the 64 just as much as it holds them up, but they are through most of the traffic on the racetrack, I think, so they've got a few stragglers here to pick off, but it's not like they have huge packs like they had before. This is the leader in GT, and actually, yeah, so he's still toying with Cast out front, but they're going to go the long way around. This is going to hurt them massively compared to Roos.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is just a perfect situation for Gabriel Roos, but we have to see how he gets through them as the two leaders in GT are going to sort of get out of the way. Cast really tight to the apex, really pinches Adam State there as State gets really sideways out of the horseshoe as well.
And to the left, here comes Roos.
He's there now.
Yeah, Andre Wolf lost some ground in turn 1, gained it all back at turn 3. And these GT drivers, again, I think it's going to come down to the wire between those two. And for these front 3, if I'm Adam State, I'm a little nervous because my team car is behind me. It led a whole bunch of laps earlier in this race, and I've got damage.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do now. He is got to be firmly in the slipstream at this point. It's just a matter of time. At this point, Adam State has to stop playing nice. If he gets into the slipstream, oh well, the only thing I can really do at this point is just go for the win, get the track position. He can get the lead now and keep track position, maybe keep a car in between him and Roos. That might be his best bet.
On board with Frank Smits in the Apex Misters car. Where did they come from, Connor?
I have no idea. They weren't running badly, but they were not near the front all day. They didn't get into the top 5 really until the final hour and a half, I feel like. But all of a sudden, they've just picked up the pace at the right time, maybe set up for the nighttime. Nighttime's the right time, I suppose.
Under 8 minutes remaining here at Daytona International Speedway. The battle for the LMP2 lead is that much. Adam State rolled really good speed through turn 1 that time through.
Trying to look at the times, the leaders ran 36.4s, 36.5s. Roos was a half a second faster, and then Ellis was another 10th faster than that. So Alex Ellis, he's running out of time with how far back he is, but you can't count him out yet.
He's only about 4 tenths away from getting the slipstream off the 64. And Satellite Racing has populated the top 5 with 3 LMP2s. Wonder if it'll come down to a teammate versus teammate here at the end.
You would think it almost has to. I would feel a ton of pressure if I was Frank Smits with all these Satellite Racing cars behind me. I'd be like, what the heck do I have to do to get away from these guys?
The one thing that State has a huge advantage of, though, is he's got the draft off of Smits out front. And so it's eliminating Roos's ability to really draft up to him, because Roos isn't close enough to get the full effect of the draft, whereas State is. So State's able to get another 3 to 5 miles an hour on the straightaway that Gabriel can't get while he's that far back. So as long as he stays within this kind of slingshot distance from Smits, he's going to be in a good shape. But this is a dangerous spot here, half a second back.
Yeah, Roos is so close to getting pretty much everything he needs, and when State kind of loses that ground, it kind of opens up the door for the Satellite Racing Red team to get back in it with that slipstream. Not as fast as State still, because look how much State has. He's going 199, but he's still not wanting to make the pass. I think he knows that he does not want his teammate to get to him.
By the way, Andre Wolf has dropped about a second behind Robert Cass, so I wonder if he got a slowdown or something of the sort, but he is not where he needs to be in relation to that 91 car for that run back to the checkers. So he's got about 5 minutes to collect himself and then run that 91 back down in the Porsche.
I think it was really the LMP2 traffic, Nasir, Schmeller, and Young, who got by them, that really split them up. It hurt Wolf way more than did Robert Cass, so he's going to have to try to find that time quickly. Does not have much time.
Battles in GT, Ryan Robertson for 4th, and Sasha Milosavljevic behind in the Tin Top Motorsports machine. And then Blue Chew GT Blues, Andrew Parante.
Gabriel Roos, it must be so painful. He is so close to getting what he needs slipstream-wise to get into this battle, but one to get on the oval slate is just close enough where he gets so much that it just negates everything he has.
5 minutes remain here at Daytona. So tight, 3 tenths between the LMP2 leaders.
And really only 7 seconds separate the top 6, so how close it's gotten to the very end. It got spread out for a lot of this race, but all of a sudden, everyone's bringing their best shot to the very end.
We're just a couple laps away. Adam State's got a big run, but they're not safe to battle yet. I don't think they'll be safe to battle until maybe the last lap, maybe 2 to go. But you can't get side by side and give Gabriel Roos another opportunity. I think my assessment earlier, Connor, about how Adam's got a much stronger draft and is able to carry more straightaway speed, that's what's saving him from Gabriel right now. Battle behind Blue Chew GT Black and Blue Chew Blue. They've traded spots down at turn 1. Schmeller in the 024. Leading in the Pro-Am category, it's about a handful of seconds back to find CJ White in Pro-Am in LMP2.
And you think what could have been for Austin Young? He definitely had the speed, just started pushing too hard at the wrong time, a little early to push how hard he was. He could have been firmly in this battle.
Sun is setting at Daytona. Adam State lighting up the rear tires in the traction control at the exit of the infield. 1.1 seconds behind him is Gabriel Roos, the driver and team that led the most laps today in the Satellite Racing red car. He's in the sister car, Satellite Racing White, chasing Apex Missers and Frank Smits in the number 9, who has taken a lead and has dominated the last hour of this race. And they're in position to steal this one from Satellite Racing.
It's not even the last hour. It's almost like the last half hour with how all of a sudden they got to the front. You got to think the battle's got to be on soon enough. You know Adam State has the runs to go for it in the turn number 1 if he wanted to. He knows he needs to wait still, I believe.
This is likely 2 laps to go this time through with 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Big sends into turn 1, Connor. They're driving in there so deep.
This is literally everything they have left. The tires are worn out. The drivers are worn out. Everything's worn out. It's only a matter of time at this point until something crazy happens. These two are on their best game. There's no other way to put it.
Accelerating through the infield section into the kink for the penultimate time. They're almost to a safe point where they can battle. I'm not really sure that that's real, though, with Roos so close. If they have one little slip up. Look at this. Look at the run that Adam State's got. He's there, Connor. He's just toying with him now.
I think he's ready to make the move, but you can't do it too early. Meanwhile, GT battle's kind of subsided. Andre Wolf has not been able to show that McLaren muscle we saw earlier. Even with the slipstream from Mitchell Bott, I don't think he's going to get there. He's a little closer, but not where he needs to be right now.
So sitting in behind into the bus stop. Don't get a slowdown. That's what everybody's thinking right now. Look at the run that Smits got on exit. It's all going to go away, though. So here's the difference. 4/10 is the gap. Watch this gap come down now. We're coming back to the white flag here at Daytona, and Frank Smits, he has to have a significant advantage or be willing to throw the block, throw the defense, make race control call it. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go from Daytona.
I think he's going to go for it to the inside. Smits gave him the inside. I'm surprised he gave it, but he might be setting this up for the backstretch if he plays it right. State a little sideways in the turn number 1, but the job is done.
Adam State takes the lead into turn 1 on the last lap. Is that an intentional spot given up by Frank Smits?
Meanwhile, Robert Cast, those LMP2s getting by, really put Andre Wolf back in slipstream range where he might have an outside chance.
Was that a mistake by Adam State to make the move into 1 versus at the exit of the bus stop? He had a really messy bus stop the last time through.
I don't think you can make it before the bus stop. It's kind of an odd situation.
Slide from Apex Missers. That was a big slide there for Smits. So here's what you have to do as the leader going into the bus stop. You have to back up Frank Smits in the middle of the bus stop. And by a big time, you have to jump on the brakes in the middle of the corner in a high commitment turn to make Frank Smits make a mistake, because otherwise he's going to have enough momentum to get him at the exit coming back to the checkers.
He's got a lot of momentum now, but he's not going to be able to make any sort of move, so you're absolutely right. He needs to pull something here because that Apex Misters car is going to have the run to the line.
Oh, good line in for Adam State on exit, though. Big slide. Here it is. Big slide from Adam State. Frank Smits with the run, coming back to the checkers at Daytona. 3 seconds left. Smits to the inside. Adam State up high. He's going to jump back in line behind him, coming back through the checkers. Here they come.
He's got him.
Here they come. Checkered flag waving. Battle to the line. They touch. Side by side of the line. Smits and Adam State. And to the line. Smits got him. Smits gets him by just 50 thousandths of a second.
There's going to be a lot to be said about that block. I don't know what ruling will be, but meanwhile, the GT battle not quite over yet, but Andre Wolf might have needed one more lap. He got back in the slipstream, but it might have been too little, too late. They're going to go through the bus stop for the final time. One clean bus stop, something that Adam State couldn't do.
No, that's not a cut for Andre Wolf. No, he's still in it. Half a second, though. It's so far back.
Don't know if it's going to be enough, but he's going to have a little bit of a run, but he needed at least one more lap, I think.
Robert Cast and Ross Booth did a fantastic job in this race. They were in it when it counted. They were able to drive away when it mattered most. Robert Cast in composite performance win in GT Pro here in the MTEC Endurance Series. Orc Sim Sport by 8 shirts in the Ferrari. They're going to win over Ryan Robertson in the Pro-Am category in GT. But everybody talking about, how about that battle to the line? Eisenberg and Herod by 50 thousandths of a second. 35 thousandths of a second, even closer. But that was fantastic. Let's go back and have a look at the Apex Misters team. We got to go back a little further to catch. So this all starts with a slide out of the inner loop by Adam State right there. Big tank slapper. And goes up the racetrack, and he lets Smits get to the bottom here. He knew that he had to do this.
Yeah, it was perfectly timed. He knew what he had to do after the mistake, get the slipstream out of 4, and it would render what the 9 had useless. But that block right there, huge block right there, that really got him the win. I don't know if it'll be talked about much, but it's definitely what really ended that fight to the line.
I mean, you have to agree that that's a block, Connor, but is Race Control willing to make that statement? I mean, Adam State has this race won otherwise, I think.
I would say so.
But, I mean, again, what else are you supposed to do if you're Frank Smits? You have to do that. You have to.
It's either that or you slow down in the middle of 3 and 4 and let them stay side by side, and even that's not a good situation. So at that point, what can you really do? You're absolutely right. It's definitely a block. There's no way around it, but you can't. There's not much else you can do. That's how close it was. Just exactly one car length.
At 190 miles an hour, nonetheless. That was phenomenal. Smith celebrating on the front straightaway. Seems confident that won't be looked at, and I'm not sure that I'd be willing to take a win away for that little juke, but we'll see what they have to say about that. Checkered flag for Frank Smits and Apex Missers. Let's have a look at our race results here, Connor. What a battle that was. Great stuff to the end. Here's a look.
And at the end of it, we really had 8 capable teams up there that could have competed for the win, all the way back to Blue Chew Black, who almost had, they had a really good shot at it, just couldn't close it out. The number 1, the Penguin team, also had a very good time. Kurt Crum, very, very fast today. So many great battles all day long between these 10 specifically. So awesome.
Looking down at the 024, that was your winner in the Pro-Am category as far as prototypes go. Quality Control Racing's number 79 couldn't quite get there at the tail end of the race. Here's a look down the rest of the order. And in GT, it was Composite Performance. What a job they did to drive away from what we thought was the dominant car, Connor. That Torque Sim Sport car with Andre Wolf behind the wheel, they did a fantastic job. It just wasn't fantastic enough at the end.
It really came down to the LMP2 traffic splitting them up. That's what really put the McLaren out of slipstream range, which really changed the entire complexion of that battle, and it ended up being the deciding factor.
Looking down the rest of the order here, and the rest of the GT field, lots of close racing here back to the stripe, but over and out, a fantastic event. What thrilling races that we get when we have a couple caution flags to throw things into the mix here. I know that some drivers dislike pacing around, Connor, but you can't argue that was some fantastic racing.
Oh, it was absolutely awesome. We don't get that finish without those yellow flags. I understand as a driver, I'd probably be upset about it too, but you cannot deny from a consumer standpoint how exciting it gets these finishes. It was looking a very one-sided race, and at the end of the day, we really, in a way, got a surprise winner. Apex Missers were really not in contention until that final yellow, and they got the track position when it mattered the most.
No, you're right. They really did a fantastic job. And again, I said towards the end, where did they come from? Because they were, they were in the race, but just not close to the front and really contending with Satellite Racing, who I think they kind of flubbed the tail end of this race, Connor. I think they had a much better team than their results show today.
Well, I think they had a lot of things not go their way as well. Gabriel Roos, I believe, was the one. I think he had some sort of incident battling for second, I believe, with the 14. The Satellite Racing Blue Machine, they had the incident with their driver getting disconnected. That's what put them behind. They definitely had the speed to compete for the win, but they couldn't get there in time. So they definitely had their issues at the end. At the end of the day, the real mistake was the slide through the bus stop that cost Adam Slate that win.
Well, let's first talk to our overall race winner. That's from Apex Missers. That's Frank Smits behind the wheel of the number 9 LMP2. Frank, we were just talking about your team. You guys were in the race, but didn't really make a lot of noise until the last hour of this event. You climb in the car, you're up there battling with Satellite Racing, and it was all-out dogfight there to the end. Take us through the strategy of the tail end of these races and having to fight off a trio of Satellite Racing cars.
We didn't even have strategy. We were damaged from lap 2 onwards, and at one point we had like 5.5 minutes of optionals. Due to the safety cars, we came back, and at the end it was just or nothing to try and get a result, and we were happy because it was looking like we were going to be a top 5, but then the last safety car came, and it just went better and better.
That last lap, you were battling with Adam State there. Adam passed you into turn 1. When he did that, were you thinking that you were in the catbird seat there, you had the best opportunity to drive by him at the bus stop, or would that worry you that maybe you couldn't get back by him coming out of turn 4?
I knew he was going to try because the other satellite car could get back in slipstream, but yeah, he made a mistake, so it was just trying to get the best exit out of the bus stop, and yeah, we'll see where we end up. And he made a mistake, and yeah, I don't know if it was blocking or not, but yeah, you have to try something where you can win a race.
That was what we were saying up here. What else are you supposed to do in that moment? Just give it up. You have to try something. Force the call. But Frank, congratulations. What a fantastic race. That was so much fun to watch. Thanks for putting it on, and thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, moving on now. Let's see if we've got our 024 team. Patrick McDaniel is here, one of the drivers from the 024 team. Looks like, I don't know if we've got Chris just yet, Patrick, but you're one of the drivers on the 024, the winning team in the Pro-Am category in LMP2. 8th place overall, not a bad day. Some dramas that you had to miss, though. There was some heart-wrenching and scary moments on track with some cars spinning and sliding that you had to drive around.
Oh, yeah, I think we all lost a little hair during that race. It was a little hair-raising at times. We just glad to get through it for once and not get caught up in any of the mess. We've had the pace all season. We round 5 now. We had a shot to win all these, and it's just finally good to close the deal.
Seems like the full course cautions tonight, especially the last one, everyone was kind of expecting to happen. How much did that throw a wrench in your planned strategy, if at all?
I mean, obviously after the first one, we knew another one was coming. The last one was more of a surprise, and each time we'd build up a little bit of a lead, then have to give it all back and have to go through it all again. So having 4 starts to a race every time is a little bit nerve-wracking, but we managed to survive.
Well, I'll say you did, and you got a victory in the LMP2 Pro-Am category. Congratulations, Patrick and team. Nice job for Blue Chew Blue today.
All right, appreciate it. Shout out to all the boys on the team.
All right, thanks, Patrick. Move on now to our overall winners on the GT side. That is Robert Cast behind the wheel, and he was paired up with teammate Ross Booth. Ross, let's start with you. You were started in the car early in the race. You were battling with Andre there for quite some time. It's kind of slicing and dicing, but for the most part, kind of playing the Daytona game of following the draft. Take us through your half of the race on the front side.
Yeah, qualified P2. Trying my best to get on pole position there for the extra points that the league gives out there. So it just settled in, was really on cruise control following Wolf there. Just trying to, like you said, play the Daytona game. There's no point in leading when you can save a whole bunch of fuel behind him. We were able to go the extra lap, which put us in a good position, but all that sort of stuff just goes by the wayside when these cautions come out. Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
And then, Robert, once you climbed in, you had to battle with Andre Wolf in that last stint to the end there, the Torque Sim Sport car. And for some time, he was right on your tail, but then the last couple laps of the race, he dropped off, and he closed back in there at the end. But you were able to drive away. That's hard to do at Daytona. How'd you do it?
A lot of practice, really. A lot of time spent with composite performance here and just running these laps and trying to find the hot spots and the slow spots and work on some strategy. Got around those guys and then just kind of sent it, really. Had nothing to lose, and, it paid off.
And tell me about that McLaren in particular. I know you guys are in the Porsche. That McLaren still seems really fast. It's the lightest car in the field, and it still seems to have a straightaway advantage. So how much did that play a factor in your battles earlier in the race?
Yeah, when we could see them pull away coming off the corners, we realized we just got to keep it tight going into everything and just stay with them. We had the cornering advantage in a lot of situations, so we just played to our strengths and their weaknesses and came out with the win.
Well, Robert and Ross, congratulations, guys. A fantastic, well-played race. 15th overall, but first, most importantly, in the GT Pro category. Congrats, guys.
Thank you.
Moving on now to our Pro-Am category. That, of course, was won by the 271. I don't know if we've got either of those two drivers with us yet. We do seem to have our second-place team, Ryan Robertson, and do we have Ryan Walker? Yes, we do. So we have our second-place team here in the GT Pro-Am category, guys. P2 in the Pro-Am class. Let's see. Let's start with Ryan Walker. in the first half of the race. Take us through it.
Yeah, the first half of the race was good fun. I think I'd done I can't remember where I qualified exactly, but I was inside the top 5 or top 6 in the Pro-Am class, so halfway with that, and then for my stud, pretty much the aim was just to try and keep out of trouble and hand the car over to the other Ryan in one piece. And basically, for my stud, I just basically decided to do as much fuel saving as possible and try and stretch the stints out as long as possible. And it seemed to work out in the end, and handed it over to Ryan, and that was watching from the sidelines in the closing stages. That was pretty tense.
It was really intense. Then Ryan Robertson, you climbed in, and it was chaos at times. There were cars 3 and 4 wide and everywhere. How did you manage to poke your way through all of that with keeping the fenders on the car too?
Oh, it was just trusting and given just enough space that I could hopefully make it through. But it was kind of sketchy at times, and it was an interesting battle because we were battling with pro cars as well. So it's do you give up to the pro car, but then you have an AM right behind them, so you possibly lose that position? And it was just a constant battle of how much to push versus how much to kind of give and take. And it worked out, but not gonna lie, there were a few moments that had me on edge.
Well, it got you guys a top 5. Congratulations. A top 5 overall in your category, but looks like second for Pro-Am. So congrats, guys. Good points day. We'll see you next time.
Thanks.
Cheers, Kel.
Cheers. All right, it looks like we got one more group with us, and that is Sasha Milosavljevic and Jamie Kingscott, who join us now from car number 147. Sasha, let's start with you in this car. You brought this car back to the checkers in P5 in GT, and it looks like 3rd in the pro categorization of GT. Take us through your day in the Tin Top Motorsports car. It got frantic out there for sure in GT.
Oh, it definitely was, especially with the full course yellows that came out. I think I wasn't expecting as many to come out as they did. With that last caution, it's definitely threw a spanner in the works for us, but it was good to have a good battle towards the end. It was thoroughly enjoyable, that's for sure.
And then, Jamie, your stint in the car. Take us through your stint. There was a couple caution flags thrown in the mix as well that certainly changed up the strategy for a lot of the GT teams.
Yeah, my strategy was all up in the air after finding out that we had the qualifying ban. So starting second last was a bit of a surprise. And I was only meant to do an hour and a half in the car, and Sasha forgot to set his alarm, so a bit longer than I should have been in. But that worked out well with the yellow flag.
I was going to say, worked out well for you guys and found some track position there towards the end. So congratulations, P3. That's a podium in the GT Pro category, guys. Congrats, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you, guys. Cheers for the broadcast.
Thank you. We'll
Thanks,
see you
Carl.
next time.
Thank you very much. Bye.
All right, and Connor, that should wrap up our interviews so far. But before we go, let's have another look at that run to the line. It got really, really spicy there at the end, Connor, but great racing all around. And it ended with this amazing run to the line here in LMP2 after 4 hours of racing.
It ended with a lot of strategy. After the mistake, he knew he had to try to get the counter slipstream, and he probably had the move done. But once again, we talk about that block. What do you do? Especially in this type of racing, what can you do? You're supposed to just take the loss like you're supposed to? That's just not the case. And by a car like that at the end of the day, that's what got the number 9 team that race win. Such a huge win for Apex Missers out of really nowhere, as we keep talking about, only separated by 0.06 of a second. What a battle.
Fantastic night of racing. Thanks for joining us here on SimTV. If you're not familiar, haven't been here in a while, make sure you're subscribed. We got another round of this coming up in about a month's time in March. So thanks so much for joining us here today. I'm alongside Connor Horn. 4 hours of racing in the MTEC Endurance Series is complete. It was a wild one. Frank Smits gets it done for Apex Missers with an excellent move on the final lap to eclipse Adams State and Satellite Racing. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, but not victorious today at Daytona. We'll see you next time. We'll see you in March with round number 7, I believe, of the MTEC Endurance Series. We'll see you there.